Eric's remains out of the Terrans. I think Group A wants me. So even if you get snatched, let's just go for a gamble first, says Light. Let's try it. D4 and A4 are just a matter of location. Is he going to try and gamble? The 3. Honestly, it was Bisu's response. Alright, here's Action's choice. He said he'd pick whoever he wanted to, and he's picking Bisu! In which case, Scan, have you decided? Yes. But I want to still hear what Hero thinks. Remember, guys, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. We'll get him to give us a goal, and if it sucks, we'll make something.
Okay.
So if any of the prompts that it gives suck, we'll just replace them. Interference may still affect delicate tech, like Grunther's tools during the lock bypass. With this in mind, describe how the party handles the terminal's biometric lock and the remaining pulse interference to access it. I'll judge the outcome.
We'll take the risk with the...
Yeah, I think that's just the best thing to do, is take a risk. Zephyr's street-smart instincts guiding their search through the Techromancer Guild's encrypted archives, while Silka's holoshield projects a rune-enchanted interface to counter residual pulse interference. Their combined efforts swiftly locate and extract the decryption key onto a quantum drive, but Grunther's trap triggers prematurely, electrifying one guard and alerting others.
Should we focus on... Actually...
She's useless here, I think.
Yeah.
She's gonna be good if we get into a fight, though.
Okay, we're trying to be fast as we can.
Yeah.
Right. Although the thing is, if you're playing with a DM, you know, you'd be able to ask little questions a lot. Like, you know, where's the grate? You know, is this a grate on the ceiling, or is it on the wall?
Or is it on the floor, like...
But you don't want to be asking Grok that.
Yeah. I guess place is abstract unlike everything else. It's just, the AI works better in abstracts. So, an alleyway near the library.
My character... Grunther barrels through back alleys, his saber ready, but his blunt demeanor... There it is, blunt. Nearly provokes a confrontation. The guards, stretched thin, struggle to track all three, and the party reaches the rendezvous alley near the city's core, each clutching a key.
Thanks for watching, sticking around, and as always, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And then fucking Valiant Boy. What the fuck is Valiant Boy thinking? He just drops into the Discord like it's no big fucking deal. And I'm only stunning one day of a month. We're getting ready now to you know, the picture still catfishes people. Self-checkout steals jobs. That's why I don't approve of them. The tech itself isn't an issue. Sean, it doesn't steal jobs. We literally have more employees now that we have the self-checkout. So it's actually, at least from my experience, it's actually bullshit that it takes away jobs, because we need more people to man it because of the amount of people that steal in the self-checkout. Where 4 checkers used to work, only 1 works now. Well, I don't know about that, because maybe they're just understaffed in that area, but we literally have more employees because of the self-checkout. Because we have like 14 self-checkouts and 4 counters.
He's gonna pull everything.
So they removed 4 counters and they put in 14 machines. So now we need like 5 or 6 people instead of 4. So it actually made more jobs. So I don't like it when people say, oh, I don't like them because they take jobs. Because all technology eventually is going to take jobs. There's no reason to stop technology because they take jobs. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cars, we wouldn't have computers, we wouldn't have the internet, because people would be like, well, that takes away people's jobs. Email? Whoever invented email, how many postal people lost their jobs because of email? Quote of the day. I am malformed, scarred, and small. But, abed, when the candles are blown, I am made no worse than other men. In the dark, I am the Knight of Flowers. You can't say fuck you to your friends. You can, you say fuck you too. Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. Just had a fantastic movie night with Callie. We watched Princess Mononoke. Although he was doing exercises like half the time, so it is what it is, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I haven't watched Princess Mononoke in forever. Such a great fucking movie. But since we haven't been doing it the last couple weeks, I figured we gotta boot it back up, you know? Get into the groove of it, because I want to do not just anime and stuff like that, right? But I want to go through a couple Ghibli films just for the purposes of, like, you know, storytelling perspectives, right? Like, how are these stories told? Why are these stories so great? How does the small things, like unite, like, the style of Ghibli? Like, why is Ghibli so great? True, Callie! Welcome, welcome. Talks, rate my story! Which story, Callie? Student body, Sonetta, go! I rated a 6.5, Callie. Why? It's supposed to be a 10. It's a 6.5 because it's more of a taste reason. Like, it's so experimental, it's so out there, it's so off the wall. It's such a hit or miss if people like that or not. So that is kind of a downside about it. It can be kind of confusing because of your writing. You just have to put a more thought into it, right? But that's the magic of it, is that it's not clear. It's up for interpretation. But the problem with that is that there are negatives to it, right? So it's like, finding a way to not just explicitly, like, through exposition, like, say who everyone is and their purposes in life, it is a very confusing story. It's a great story, but it is confusing. So, I'd give it like an 8 if you finish it, Callie, and I read it, and it's Rate Butterflies. I think Butterflies is also a 6.5. Butterflies does a great job with characters, but there's too many characters that feel like they're not a part of the, like, they're almost insignificant to the story. Not that they're insignificant, but, like, you feel like the story could get by without having those characters. And there is a little bit of a back and forth with, like, what's going on with the meteor and everything. It's not, like, fully explained. Right? You as a writer are like a 9. Because you as a writer is, if people like the way that you write, there's no downside to that, right? So, if people attach to you as a writer because they like your style of writing, it's all in. The only reason why it's a 6.5 is because it's so out there for a lot of standard readers, and you have to put a lot of effort into the story to get it. Like, get its true value. So, you as a writer are much better than your work simply because of the niche you're working in, which is, like, very experimental type worlds, and keeping the story to an abstract, like, multi-layered level, right? Like, you have the main characters, then you have what's going on in the world, And then you have how those characters are interacting based upon that model of the world, right? But clarity, connection, and toning it down slightly could bring your writing up to an average audience, but it would bring down to the niche audience. So it depends on what you want to be as a writer, right? Do you want to be more niche? Okay, we must do a stream where I figure out for my fourth book. We could do that on a podcast. We could do the second episode of the podcast as, you know, how do I form ideas from scratch? We could do something like that. I think that would be pretty cool. And then we could each throw our ideas at each other and have to make up a story from scratch. And we could we could do like a spin the wheel for a genre. And we could both do the same genre, or we could both do different genres. Maybe we spin the wheel for each of us and see where our stories take us from there. That would be an epic adventure. Alright. Episode 2 of the podcast is planned. When do you want to do it, Callie? We still gotta edit episode 1. But, like, I'm not gonna post them until we have, like, all 5 episodes, right? And then from there, we can just... We have a backlog of episodes in case we miss a week of recording or something like that. Because I'd like to do them once a week, but I think it'd be more, like, viable to do it once a month. But it's up to you. Maybe bi-weekly? I don't know. But I do want to just get the first couple episodes, like, recorded, edited, up to snuff, for instance, and, yeah. Yo, D-Dot. How are you today, D-Dot? You tabbed up with work, and hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you, Cubano! Always appreciate it, good sir. Enjoy the work. Hopefully the day goes nice and smooth. Unlike my voice. You're wonderful. That's great to hear, D-Not. I'm excited that you're here now, because now we can get into chapter 3 if we so desire to kick it up a notch right off the bat. But usually we sit around and banter and catch up and talk about things until, like, the first ad break, usually. Just to, so, you know, people can plop into the stream, and that way I'm not, you know, reading your story to a ghost audience. I mean, what? Yeah, we had, banter is wonderful. Indeed. So we had, movie night before the stream. We watched Princess Mononoke, me and Callie. It was a good time. We had another guy drop in for a little bit. He was in there for like 20 minutes or so, just hanging out. New guy I recruited from Reddit. Hoping he'll show up, because he's got a story to share for us. But yeah, always reaching out, trying to get to new areas. So what we've been working on, like right now, is the character arc for the son of the, like, theological leader of the religious nation, in Stoner Girl Evolution. And because there's like 3 nations, right? There's the the technological nation, there's the... Yo, Queen! Welcome, welcome! There's the religious one, and then there's, like, the ordinary one. They're kind of like the Amish. And that's where, like, the base of operations is for the two leaders. The money cow is here! Indeed, Queen. Please give me your 3.5 cents. Everyone, throw me your 3.5 cents, please. I need your 3.5 cents. If I get, like, 9 people to give me 3.5 cents, I might actually have $1. That would be crazy. I will not. Too bad, D-Not, you are. You're giving me your 3.5 cents by staying here and giving my 3 ads. My 3 cents worth of ads. But yeah, so we're trying to figure out what he's supposed to do, right? Because he doesn't know who he is. He's not actually the son of the monarch, the leader, the theological leader, the pope or whatever, whatever the name of the leader is, the supreme leader of the religion, God himself to some. But he has to kind of play the role as his son, so he kind of gets lurched into it. It's like I want each character to be pulled into their own, like, plot line and reason why they're in the story. Like, the main character's trying to solve the problem of the pandemic of spreading magic through the world through the weed plant, and how it's taking over every single other plant and kind of ruining them. The son of the guy who's in the body of the son of the religious leader has to come to terms with the fact that he's stuck in that body, so he's going to have to live out the rest of his life being treated like he's that, so he's going to have to take the throne. Then there's, like, the leader and, like, the family that runs, like, basically what would be the government of the Amish people, of the place where they are right now. And then they'll have, like, 2 of those guys be the other 2 main characters, because I want 4 characters. 2 that are 2 that are isekai'd, and 2 that are natives to the world. And then from there we can add in, like, more and more, but those are, like, the 4 core characters, because they're the ones that are learning about the rest of the world. Once they go to the technological nation, they don't know anything about the world, so everyone that they meet will have more knowledge than they do, kind of idea. Except the guy who is isekai'd, who's in the religious guy's body, is from, like, I don't know if he's, like, from 1400, like, Crusades kind of shit, so he's all about that religion, or if he's from a completely different world that I'm just gonna randomly make up, and then the main character's from Earth, so they kind of have, like, knowledge, but they weren't really, you know, it was a 19-year-old fucking girl. She's not exactly, you know, gonna be building rocket ships and, you know, telling people how to, like, establish civilization, right? She's kind of more just sitting in the background. That's kind of why that's, like, the satire to the isekai and the fact of she's trying her hardest not to get involved in the world. She's like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing here, but she keeps being told to do stuff and keeps winding up in situations where she has to do stuff. And characters pushing her around because of their arcs, and she's, you know, intertwined with those characters. So I was like, how do I fold all of this together to eventually, because in my mind it's like the Amish country is here, the technological country is here, and then the religious country is here. And they have to go from the Amish country to the religious country, only to realize that the lab is actually back in the Amish country, and by the time they get back to the Amish country, the war has spread to the Amish country, and in order to kind of, like, take it out on the fact that the main characters are, like, infiltrating the 2 areas, maybe there's going to be, like, an alliance between them to attack the Amish people. I don't know, but it's gonna be like a hidden military thing that they have to expose as like a black ops, as they're supposed to be fighting the war between the religious people and the technological people. Why are the religious people and the technological people teaming up against the Amish people? You know, and they have to kind of like blow the lid on that and like show people in the citizenry like what's going on and get them away from the propaganda and everything. You know, all the while being a bunch of fucking drunken stoners going around casting random fucking magic spells, testing shit. And basically, like, she winds up burning a lot of villages down, accidentally, trying to, like, master her powers and stuff. And people just, like, stealing her weed, and then smoking it, and then casting, like, fireballs and shit. And she's like, oh my god, this is getting out of hand. Totally, like, unintentional, but, you know, she gets a reputation for it. And it's like, it's like, well, she's always smoking something, so she's always got fire with her, so what do you expect? Of course the place is gonna burn down, but it's like most of the beginning spells and plants that she gets are fire spells. So it's like Fireball, Firebolt, Blaze, Inferno, Rain of Fire, like Molten Ground, what's another good one? Flame Whip, Your Fireball, and all I think about is the episode from The Office. I've never really watched The Office, so I'm sorry, Queen, I can't relate. But I'm sure it's funny. It's just not my, you know. I just was never into it. I guess I'm allergic to cringe, and like it's just pure cringe to me. So I kind of just I love The Office. Yeah, my parents absolutely fucking love The Office. They quote it all the time. Base Streamer is streaming once more. Welcome, Wormfish. How's it going? Yeah. We stream every single day. We have not missed a day since February when I decided that I wanted to stream every day. And make a habit out of streaming every day instead of streaming like 5 or 6 days out of the week. And being like, you know what? Today I'm going to take a day off. No, we don't take any days off. We don't need to take days off. Hell, streaming is our fucking day off. It's time to lock in. Yeah, we're just talking about some banter, talking about our ideas, doing a little bit of plot unfolding, a little bit of character development. What's a day off? Exactly, Silent Outcast. If it's a day off, you ain't living properly, man. You should be doing, like, you should be working 18 hours a day to make your dreams come true. And I have a short list of streamers, so that says something. Well, that's good to know, Fish. Yeah, I watch Quinn69, Asmongold, Artosis, yeah, those are like the main 3 streamers I watch. I'm like, who else do I watch? I don't think I watch anyone else. Artosis Pylon, true, man. Artosis was almost crying on his stream earlier. Is that broken? Did that not work? Why does it work sometimes, but it doesn't work other times?
Scotty Doo, Scotty Doo. How are you? How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Inimi aimer le chocolat. Bien, hein? Oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so we're...
Thank you for the redeem. You play StarCraft? What's your main? Oh, I play StarCraft. Zerg's my main. Well, do you watch the ASL, Fish? Because we watch the ASL. Tastosis all the way. Monday, Tuesday, usually Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, Wednesday, Thursday, usually. Can he be any more based? Hold on, let me try, Fish. Let me give you an off the wall based toke. take. Sorry, based take, which is also a base toke. Not every man wearing a dress is a trans. I main Protoss, but am shifting to Zerg. I've been playing Zerg for 20 years. The last game I played on stream, I didn't scout my main, and the Zerg, it was a Zerg versus Zerg. I thought I had the guy killed, but he built a hatchery in my base, made 6 lings, built 4 because he had 5 Sunkens in his base, and I'm like, the fuck does he have 5 Sunkens in his base? Oh god, I'm gonna crush this dude. And yeah, then just 6 Zerglings showed up in my base, killed all my drones, and I was like, oh well, I should have looked in my fucking base. Fuck, I'm an idiot. And then I haven't played a game since. Always scout your main on low elo. I have to admit, y'all are a bit broken with the current meta. Swarm host mass is OP. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't keep up with, like, the, meta sheep. I just play what's fun, but I hate patches. Hello, Naughty. It is very much. Hello, Fishy. But, you know, we need to 1v1 sometime. First to 3. It's been a while. It's been a while. I would enjoy that, Fish. I would enjoy that. If we eventually get to playing video games. We've only got 2 more days until... Wait, is it 3 more days? 3 more days. 28th, 29th, and 30th. 2 more days after today. Don't give me that baloney, I'm worse than you, trust me. Wow. I mean, I haven't played in forever. I don't know what the current patch is. All I know is Artosis said that our Protoss is saved. Oh, oops. That's not what I meant to do. What the fuck? Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay then.
There are 4 new... Attention everyone, may I have your attention? There are 4 new deadly weapons in this office. Basher! Thrasher! Crasher! And... Smasher! Smasher? No, where'd you get that? Fireball! Cut! This morning, after hours of combat with some of the city's best teenagers, I earned my black belt in Goju-Kru martial arts. I had to find a new dojo after Sensei Ira and I parted ways. My new sensei, Sensei Billy, thought I had more than enough training to take the test. Turns out, Sensei Ira was a bit of a shyster. Sensei Billy says most students don't spend $150,000 over 20 years to get their black belt. I would like to invite you all to my black belt ceremony right here in the office at lunch. Lunch number 5. Fireball! Ah!
Indeed, it is The Office. Never really watched it, though. Pew. That last part is quite wrong. I have no idea. All I know is Steve Carell is an amazing actor. Penis. B-Money, welcome, welcome. Didn't see you there, sorry. Didn't see your penis. You gotta do length, bro. Get your length going. 16 centimeters. Oh, I got the hang on me, boys. The angle of the dangle. Queen Callie! I ain't really watched that show like that. My girl was all on that. Well, ex, but yeah, she loved the shiz. Stalwart Spectral, 11 centimeters. Ha! You'll never beat my 16. But we'll never be like Muffin with his 63,000 power level and his 17 centimeter schlong. Fuck, man. It's not fair. But yeah, so we're gonna have ads and ooh, that's quite that's a pretty big clit, I guess. Right? You gotta do what you gotta do. It's all in how you use it, okay? Well, it's like, I remember this, Rivals or No Man's Sky. 2 games of Rivals, and if you don't win them both, then No Man's Sky, and then you play till you lose, and when you lose, you go play No Man's Sky. That's how I played League of Legends. Take Rivals way too seriously. Also have No Man's Sky. Challenge accepted. Hell yeah. Accepted. Don't worry, we're all writers. None of us can read, none of us can write, none of us can type, none of us can spell. It's totally okay, guys. We're all creative. That's what matters. All that matters is what's up here. You know? It's everything else is superfluous. I can't spiel. Can tell a story, I can't write one. Exactly. Hold on, let's get a smoky story. Guys, let's get a smoky story.
I walked into the room. It was cold. I went home. The bridge was familiar. Finn.
You know, smoky stories are like really basic 4 to 5 sentence stories about nothing. It's generally just his day. What he did in the day. He went somewhere, then he went home, but his home is not a home, so yeah, he stares. It's a smoky story. And we've hit the almighty moment. Ladies and gentlemen, take your breaths carefully, for the next one you take may be the last. We've been told there are... I'm going to say this very carefully so everyone is listening. Ads are on the loose. I repeat, ads are on the loose. Cover up your blinds, turn off your computers. The ads are on the loose. Someone has released the ads. You say you want these, but trust me. Okay, dude, I just had the best idea ever. Okay, so it's The Ring, right? But the video is an ad. And everyone's dying because of this ad. And no one knows what ad it is because ads are so, like, every platform plays all of the same ads. So it's like no one knows what ad is, like, killing people. Then it turns out to be, like, a Joe Rogan / Mr. Beast, like, AI-generated supplement-selling fake scam ad. And it haunts your dreams with, like, it's an amalgamation of Mr. Beast and Joe Rogan. And he comes for you in your sleep, where it's like, he's got, like, the big head and the big shoulders, but really tiny arms, like, really long, lanky, tiny arms. Or Winnie the Pooh gone dark, or Hansel and Gretel. I've heard that there are some dark versions of those stories. Well, no, those versions are dark. They all started out dark, and then we made them not dark in order to, like... Because originally it was meant to scare children so they wouldn't do shit. You know? Then we became what we call civilized, and now we just let them do whatever the fuck they want. And we tell them fairy tales about how good life is, even though life is not good. And then we don't prepare them for a world... Because they're growing up expecting to go into this, like, world that you've built for them. And then they find out that the world that you've built for them is not the real world by any means. And they're like, oh, we just wanted to protect you from the real world. And it's like, well, how's that working for you? Because you threw me into the real world, and now I'm, like, 18, I have a job, and I have no idea where I should go with my life because I was told that I could do whatever I wanted. And now I'm told that I'm 18, I can't do whatever I want. And you kicked me out! If someone wants to scare me, or can just, can tell me I'm normal. I don't think anyone's normal, but that's a good thing. If you're normal, that's boring. Callie, what do you play on? Yeah, you guys, is it cross-platform play? Both are crossplay, Rivals and No Man's Sky. Ah, crossplay. What a magnificent thing. And I play on Xbox. Wait, what, Queen? You play on Xbox? Oof. Oof. You. Hey, I play Monster Hunter with a controller. I play Path of Exile with a keyboard and mouse. It depends on which game I'm playing. Controller, because there's no competition in Monster Hunter. It doesn't matter about precision. You're not a true gamer if you play keyboard and mouse. Games started on controller. Yeah, but you can play more hardcore games on PC. Like, you can play games way more high Q. Hardcore. Trying to say HQ, IQ, ZQ, BQ, DQ. Let's go get some BK and DQ. Yeah, and then a joystick, which is a mouse. I think even if you play games in your head and you play board games, you're still a gamer. If you play Catan religiously, I consider you a gamer. My friend plays Catan religiously. She's a fucking gamer. See, I was always second seat back in the day playing two-player games on the PC. My brother would get WADS and I would get IJKL. Not the best of times. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? There is only so much that your imagination can allow of you. So you gotta find other ways to pull everything together, right? Why can I not find this? Huh. Okay then. D-Not, where is your story? I can't... Oh, wait. Never mind. There it is. I was like, I know it's somewhere! I'm just gonna wait for it to load. Chapter 3. Treehouse to Scary House. Joystick and mouse aren't the same thing. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, they kinda have, like, very, very similarities in the fact of, like, movement. Because you could put your hand on top of a joystick and move it around like a mouse. So, I'd say there's similarities, but they're definitely not the same. Alright, shall we get into it? Chapter 3 of D-Naught's story. Let's go, Chapter 3, From Treehouse to Scary House. So, Kira said, lying stomach down on the floor of our treehouse, chin propped in their hands. You got arrested, roasted by your mom, stared at by your dad like you were in a microwave he didn't remember buying. And now some weirdo in a trench coat wants to hire you? Blinked slowly. Please tell me this is a new kind of prank show. So according to Google, keyboard and mouse were not initially the standard for gaming. Well, because arcade gaming before PCs were strong enough to do gaming on top of what they were designed to do. But like arcades went down two paths, consoles and PCs. And to this day, people still make arcade machines for, like, public, you know, like, arcade-type places. Shit is huge. So, like, PC cafes. Flopped on my back beside them and groaned, letting the creaky boards of the floor swallow me whole. If it is, the host hates me and his camera crew teleports. Kira turned their head to look at me. Their leaf-like hair rustled lazily as if even it was judging me. You didn't get his name? I did. Stared up at the leafy roof we built together. Pluto. Kira squinted. Like the planet? Like the dog? They blinked. I have so many questions. Get in line. Silence for a moment. Just the sound of wind slipping through the treehouse walls and the distant hum of traffic far below. This place had always felt like a pocket universe, which is probably why I came here every time I needed to pretend I had my life together. So, Kira finally said, you gonna take the job? I snorted. Oh yeah, totally. Sign me up to work for a guy who oozes mysterious side quests that ends with your organs missing. Leo, they said, voice flat. You're being dramatic. No, I'm being funny. They sat up and nudged me in the ribs, rude, given how bruised those still were. Be real with me for a sec. You could have run yesterday, like actually run. Nobody expected anything from you, but you didn't. Chewed on the inside of my cheek, grumbling. Kira pressed on. You fought back. You saved people. You, do not make me say this. Did good. Stared at the ceiling. Yeah, well, I didn't have a choice. They shook their head. That's the thing. You did. You always do. You just keep pretending you don't, so you won't have to own up to how not useless you are. Gee, I muttered. Your pep talks are getting dangerously close to therapy. Kira smiled. Wait till I start charging. I sighed. Even if I wanted to try this, which, that's still up in the air. I just said I was to piss off my parents. Who even is Pluto? He showed up out of nowhere, knows my name, and apparently has been forging paperwork wherever it says I've been his sidekick for weeks. They shrugged. I just think maybe this guy seems like the rest of us didn't. Sees something the rest of us didn't. Or maybe he's a total weirdo and you'll get arrested again. Either way, I think you'll regret not finding out. I looked over at them. They met my eyes. Serious now. You're always looking for a reason to run from who you are. But yesterday, you ran into the chaos. That means something. I swallowed. And of course, they couldn't help themselves. Also, I'm pretty sure your wind powers looked sexy. Just saying. My face went red. You literally rejected me 2 years ago. Doesn't mean I can't objectify you now. Threw a leaf at them. They caught it in their mouth. They caught it in their mouth. Is that supposed to be twice? Or is that... They caught it in their mouth, chewed once, and spat it out in faux disdain. Ugh, Maple. Disgusting. Laughed despite myself. You're such a freak. Correction, I'm your freak. They winked, then immediately gagged. Nope, ew, ew, nope, nope! That sounded way better in my head. Cancel it, strike it from the record. I smirked, but the silence that followed stretched a little too long. I could feel the weight of the decision settling in my chest again, like an overdue assignment. Kira sat cross-legged now, their vine-stitched sleeves brushing against their calves as they leaned forward, elbows on knees. Look, I'm not saying trust him blindly, but maybe for once just jump. You've been stuck on the same branch for years, Leo, and I'm saying that as your friend, not your fake therapist. I stayed quiet. A breeze snuck through the walls again, catching the edge of the old Hero Weekly posters we'd thumbtacked to the roof. One of them, eruption mid-punch, flames curling off his knuckles, fluttered and held my gaze. I need to pack, I mumbled. Kira grinned. I'll walk you back. And by walk, I mean I'm coming inside to make sure you don't forget socks again. Just that one time, Leo, you wore one red sock and one glove. Technically, it still covered my feet. Rolled their eyes and stood. When sunlight caught in their hair, it looked like autumn had decided to grow a person. Green and gold, flecks of red at the tips where their gift was starting to shift with the seasons. As we climbed down the wooden ladder, I felt something close to peace, which naturally meant it was time to go home and ruin that immediately. The walk back was quiet, but not a bad way. Not in a bad way. Kira whistled a tune I didn't recognize, and I mentally made a checklist of what to bring. By the time we reached my street, my stomach was twisting into knots. And not the metaphorical kind, more like the another fight with Dad is imminent kind. Stepped through the front door, and immediately I heard my dad's voice. Don't track leaves through the house, Leo. Too late, Kira called back cheerfully, brushing a single leaf from their shoulder. My dad emerged from the kitchen. Oh, of course you're here. Good to see you too, Mr. Lambert. Kira replied smoothly. Your frown lines are really coming in, he grunted. I darted for the stairs. I'm just grabbing stuff, not saying, don't freak. Grabbing stuff for what? Paused halfway up. The job with Pluto. Silence. Then, you're not actually going through with that. His voice was low and sharp, like he was holding back a punch. You're really throwing away your potential to go with a criminal? He's offering to train me. Real training. He's nobody. He's someone who asked, I snapped, which is more than I can say for anyone else. The air in the house changed. Heavy still. You think being a hero means disregarding the law? Dad stepped closer. You're not ready. You're impulsive and reckless and alive, Kira cut in, stepping between us. Which he wouldn't be if he hadn't trusted himself for once. My dad looked past them at me. Do you know French? No, Tyler, but Callie does. Why? What's up, Tyler? And how's it going? How was the stream? I was lurking. Bird in French is... I can't even say that. I'll say oiseau. And none of the letters sound like they should. It's every vowel in the French alphabet and is pronounced with two. Oiseau? Is it oiseau? Or is it ISO? Je parle un peu français. It's pronounced like Wazo. Wazo. It fucking annoys me. I hate words that are not... This is what I want a name to be in my book, guys. The name will be spelt like this.
Hebenaldi Fulherdam.
And it's pronounced...
Greg.
And like all the names in the story will be like really fucked up spelt, but it's like the first time you introduce the character, it'll be like, yeah, your name's spelt like this, but it's pronounced like this. And then it'll always use that spelling, but you'll have to remember what the pronunciation of that character's name is. And it's like, if it's the character, it's their name. If it's another character, it's them saying the other name. Oh man, that would be such a great experimental story. I'm totally saving that idea. That's such a great idea. My dad looked past them at me, and you would have no idea what the fuck was going on because the names would be so fucked up. And there'd be like 15 or 16 characters. Oh my god, now I really want to write this story. Because it would be great, because it's a completely experimental story, so it doesn't have to have any structure, it doesn't have to have any plot. The entire idea behind it is just introducing new people and saying that their names are fucked up. Just because. That's how you break all the rules. It's like, oh no, it's not Donna again. Here comes Hermagajurger Flappendope. Ah, man. Could never get over that shit. My dad looked past them at me. You take this path, don't expect to come crawling back when it goes sideways. I met his stare. Wasn't planning on it. And then I ran upstairs before he could see the tremble in my hands. Packing was weird. Bag filled up quickly. Spare clothes, portable charger, the tiny toolkit Steph gave me last year. A few Fig Newton bars I probably wouldn't eat. My eruption figurine and the one with detachable fire fists. Kira helped fold stuff while humming again. Halfway through I stopped. Forgot to get Harvey's number. Kira looked up. He'll find you, or you'll find him. I nodded, but the thought lingered. Somewhere out there, another kid was probably sitting in his own bedroom, wondering if all this chaos had been worth it. I hoped he was okay. I hoped he passed. Turn down the volume, though, if you play it. Check out this clip. Whose story? This story that we're reading right now is D-Knots. Apparently I have to turn it up more.
This song is for the Xylo driver raid. I wish I was that young to masturbate 3 times a fucking day. Prove me wrong, I bet you fucking do, you little horny bastard. I wish I was a youth. I used to do that too.
Gooning all day!
I had a sexual addiction to my dick that is normal. But shut up. Right, did you like your raid song? That was it.
Well done, I love it. Hell yeah. Perfect. It matches the vibe of my stream perfectly. Because we all know Smokey's out there somewhere gooning. It's just what he does. Yeah, and this is chapter 3, because D-Naught has like 164 pages, and this is like 23 to 36? Or something like that? Listen, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. I mean, so same with my stories, Tyler. Sometimes they work, and sometimes they are... Some Whitakers. We got some Whitakers up in here. We got some Whitakers. That's how some of my stories turn out. You know? I mean, like most of them. Kira looked up. He'll find you or you'll find him. I nodded, but the thought lingered. Somewhere out there, another kid's probably sitting in his own bedroom wondering if all this chaos had been worth it. I hoped he was okay. I hope he passed. Kira zipped up my bag with a dramatic flourish, and voila! You are now ready for your inevitable doom. I cracked a smile. Thanks for the help. And the unsolicited judgment. They shrugged. It's a gift, like my hair. Speaking of... They tugged a curling strand shaped like a fern frond. Don't forget to water me while you're gone. I opened my mouth, then hesitated before taking it from them. You sure you're okay with this? They gave me a nod and a salute, then turned to the stairs. I'll give you a sec, but if you chicken out, I'm dragging you to that location myself, vine rope style. I waited until I heard them reach the bottom of the stairs. I took one last look around my room. Posters, clutter, the notebook I doodled hero names in when I was 12. The hallway was quiet when I stepped out. Steph was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. She had her arms crossed, a smirk on her face, and the kind of eyes that could kill and hug you at the same time. So, you're really doing it? I gave a slow nod. Guess so. She walked over and punched me in the arm. Not hard, but enough. Took you long enough. Can you not make me feel worse about this? She rolled her eyes and stepped in close, fixing my collar like some sitcom mom. I'm proud of you, dumbass. I'm gonna worry like hell. You don't have to. I do, actually. It's my job as your way cooler older sister. That hit harder than I expected. My throat tightened. You'll keep Kira company, right? She grinned. Duh. Gotta have someone to gossip with. I laughed, then hesitated. Dad's gonna be pissed. She nodded. Yup, probably forever, but you're not him, and you don't owe him a copy of his regrets. I blinked fast. That was weirdly profound. Ew, was it? Shoved my shoulder. Better leave before I get all emotional or whatever. Took a step forward, toward the door. Love you, Steph. Love you too, Windy. Outside, the sun was just starting to set, the sky streaking orange and violet. I walked down the sidewalk with my bag slung over one shoulder and a crumpled piece of paper in my pocket with hastily written coordinates. No car waited. No official escort. Just me, the street, and the distant hum of possibility. Pulled out my phone, checked the map. It's a couple miles on foot, of course. Figures. As I started walking, I glanced up at the sky, the wind brushing my hair like it remembered me. I didn't know what I was walking into. I didn't know what Pluto wanted or what kind of hero he thought I could be. But for once, I wasn't running away. Coordinates led me to the edge of the industrial district, where streetlights gave up early and the city looked like it had a hangover. I stopped in front of a squat, rust-streaked warehouse that looked like it had been abandoned since VHS tapes were cutting edge. Half the windows were boarded up, the other half were just gone, and there was graffiti everywhere. Tags, warnings, a very unflattering cartoon of Vanguard with a balloon saying, "Justice is my skincare routine." Charming. Tugged at the straps of my bag and squinted up at the place. Yeah, this definitely doesn't scream licensed hero operation. Unless they're going for Grim Chick. Front door creaked open when I pushed it, metal shrieking like it resented being disturbed. Inside, dust floated in sunbeams, cutting through the broken windows. The place smelled like old oil, rust, and the ghosts of dead pigeons. Rows of forgotten crates lined the walls, most of them half collapsed. A rickety stairwell led up to the catwalk above. "Hello?" I called, voice echoing in the emptiness. "Creepy mentor dude, it's me, Wind Kid. You may remember me from such moments as the interrogation room you helped me out of." No response. I walked slowly through the space, boots crunching across gravel and broken glass. Somewhere above, a metal panel creaked in the wind. "Well," I muttered, "if Pluto's trying to murder me, this is a great start." In the back, I found a staircase that led up to a second-level catwalk. A faded sign hung nearby. "Shipping office, authorized personnel only." Which, totes meant me. The office door stuck, but I managed to shoulder it open. "Chapter posted! Welcome, welcome, Sean! Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Keep it up. Totes." Totes meant me, as in, like, totally. Totes meant me. Totes. I love this, like, throwback to, like, 90s language, man. I used to say that shit when I was, like, 7 and 8. Totes. Radical Scotty. I didn't know. Wait, what do you mean? That my name is Scotty? Or that I'm radical? Because you should know that I'm radical far before you know that my name is Scotty. At least that's my opinion. Radically entertaining? Oh! The office door stuck, but I managed to shoulder it open. Inside was a dusty desk with 3 drawers all locked. A bulletin board with curling papers still clung to one wall, next to an ancient coffee maker that looked haunted. Aura lost. Wait, Fish, I had aura? What? I didn't know this. I think you might be mistaken, bro. Mission failed. He'll get us next time. Shit! No ads, help! Ha 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 ha, I skipped the ads. I'm immune to the ads. I skipped them because... See them? I nabbed them right out of the sky. Just, yep. And the ads, yop. Sup, Raymond Dow? How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. Hello, can you help me? I'm underwater. The ads will drain the life out of the water, and then you won't have to worry about it. How about that, fish? It'll drain all the nitrogen out of the water and refill it with oxygen. Then you'll be able to breathe. Oh, you don't know the mean. Interesting. No, I don't know anything about anything. I'm like a hermit living in the woods. I don't know shit about squat dickety fuck all. Is what it is. Never been to Nova Scotia. I wouldn't know. Alberta's the furthest east I've ever been. I'm BC born and raised. Alright, Callie, get your workout on. Sean's telling you how it needs to go. Burpees today. Let's give it. Maybe like Scotland, but not as old. I'm actually Irish. My family were sheep herders, and we got kicked out of Ireland for being for prohibition. That's right. Yeah, I know, right? Fucked up, eh? I am actually serious. That's how we got kicked out of Ireland and moved to Canada, like in like I don't know. Our family were in like 17 like end of the 1700s. So like, beginning of the 19th century. Kaiser is mistranslation of Kaiser. Kaiser means king, so we are descended from royal guards. Yeah. Everyone's got an interesting backstory. Is the herb legal? Yes, it is. I buy it from a dispensary. This is good stuff. This is called Strawberry Amnesia. From the Fraser Valley Weed Company. And then there's the other one that we get, the Jean-Guy, that's Good Supply. And it's got like the government like branding thing like tobacco has, right? Where it's like you have to make sure that it's sealed. All of them have the Canadian government basically seal of approval to say that it's legal. Just like tobacco. Good time to be in BC, but you know, I pretty much always smoke. My best friend used to be my drug dealer. But hey, weed's cheaper now. I used to pay $160. Like I used to get deals for like good deals for $160 an ounce. Now I pay like $95 an ounce. It's amazing. It's weird is that it's legal in Washington State, but still illegal at the federal level. Like, how can any state be more lenient than the federal government? It's like the state's willing to give it to you, but don't let the federal government find out. It's so bullshit, Tron. Nothing, like, it just doesn't make sense to me how it's, like, that differential can be there. Right? It's like, it's one thing if it's illegal in other states, and each state can decide whether it's legal, but it should be federally legal and then state illegal. So it's like you can't purchase it. You also can't use it in the military, not that I partake, but I did it, I did while working for feds. Their rules overwrite state rules. States are allowed to make their own laws that the people in that state want. But what I'm saying, Queen, is it should be legal on a federal level, and then illegal on a state level if the state doesn't want it to be legal in that state. But it should still be federally legal. Federal should be the most lenient, and every level lower that should be more strict. Exactly, Sean. Because federal should be more broad a spectrum, and like state and city laws should be for those individual citizens that live there. That's how the country should be run, but try giving more power to states and see what happens. See, I think the mentality towards that is a little bit like, I would do it, and I wouldn't add that extra bit of see what happens, because we know what would happen. Everything would fall apart. Because people are fucking dumb, and they like to shoot themselves in the foot. And they think way more, like, fancily and imaginarily than reality allows. And most, well, fancifully, that's the word. They think too fancifully, and then reality hits them in the ass, and then everything falls apart. And this has been shown throughout history with, like, when there's, like, a large rebellion, and then the smaller states pop up, it winds up in, like, 150 years being back to where it was, because that's the natural, organic rule. It's just, at the time, you have to get rid of those corrupt in power. In terms of power scaling, federal government with the least state, and control with more individual with the most constitutional limits, of course. Yeah. Like, California wants to be a sanctuary city, allowing illegal immigrants to not only stay, but vote. Not gonna fly. Well, in that case, Sean, they should just make them legal immigrants. If they have a problem of them being illegal, then the sanctuary states, what they should do is they should make those people legal. But the problem is the sanctuary cities don't want to take accountability. They just want a virtue signal and say we're good people. But the second they say, okay, we got 3 illegal aliens and they're moving into your house. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, what do you mean? Well, you're a sanctuary city. You want them to be, you know, in sanctuary. We need them to go somewhere. So you're gonna... You know. I think... Well, I mean, this may be an isolationist take, Sean, but due to the state of Canada right now, I would say close all the borders and fix the shit that's going on here. Once we've fixed all the shit that we have going on here, then we can reevaluate that. But there is to be, like, a limit thing, right? Like, the first world can't take every single person into it, otherwise we're not going to be the first world anymore. It's really, like, harsh to say and fucked up to say, but that's the truth. If we want to maintain being the first world, we have to stick to what's made us the first world, and that's basically holding people to a higher standard than other people normally would around the world. That's like the simplest way I could say it, right? But in my opinion, we can't fix the problems we have. So why should we fix your problems? Right? If you want to go out of your way and try and fix someone else's problems, that's great. That's on you. But to, like, try and force people to go out of their way to help people when they can barely help themselves, I think is the wrong way to look at things. Because no matter what happens, someone's going to be sacrificed. Someone's going to fall behind. Someone's going to, you know, have a bad time. And that's just the way of the world. And you got to accept that. And you got to say, who am I willing? I cannot save you. I mean, who am I to you, fish? It's just like, who are you to me? I can't even save myself. So just save yourself. Exactly. It's like, if I have enough capacity to save myself, I'll try to save as many people as I can. But only one man can only do so much, and only if he can hold himself above the water as it is. And as it is, I'm literally, like, living off of my fucking parents. So it's like, I have nowhere to say anything about shit, because I fucking basically work at Walmart. So it's like, well, what do you want from me, right? Writing does not provide you a career 90% of the time. I almost think we should conquer everything down to Panama and make it all the U.S., although I don't advocate for a war of any kind. Maybe Mexico livable, and maybe there won't be any more illegal immigrants. It's true, Sean. Fix the place they're coming from. Walmart in Canada. Yes, the Canada branch of Walmart. Indeed. I'm that Canadian. I work at the American company. Yay. Fuck Walmart. Walmart's such a piece of shit. You can suck my dick. They assholes. I asked for 6 months for fucking 2 months of leave for creative purposes. They're like, no. By the way, Scotty, those were song lyrics. Oh, I had no idea. Home Depot in Mexico is just an empty shell to teach Mexicans where to wait for work. That's fucked up, Sean. That's fucked up, bro. I love it. Never heard of stabbing westward? No. What is that, the song or is that the band? The office door stuck, but I managed to shoulder it open. Inside was a dusty desk with 3 drawers, all locked. A bulletin board with curling papers still clung to one wall, next to an ancient coffee maker that looked haunted. There was a dent in the drywall shaped exactly like someone's head. The band. The song itself is called Save Yourself. No, I never heard of Stabbing Westward. I'm a classic rock kind of person. 18 views already. Probably beat 30 by tomorrow. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. Story is so far very interesting. It has had more conflict than the last one, that's for sure. And it feels like there's like an actual big bad to go up against. So it's a lot less slice of life. But it's very much harem adventure, which I love. Got cat girls, mouse girls, fox girls, rabbit girls. Or bunny girls. Is there a hamster girl? Squirrel girl? Gabby's a squirrel, right? I can never remember. Half the time I forget that they're like half animals. What's up, fish? Wow, even flow. I think I mentioned one, can't remember. Gabby and Jean are both foxes. Oh, Fox! That's what it is. Yeah, a new girl who's house sitting is the squirrel kid. Okay. Neat, I said aloud. Love what you done with the place, Ploots. Back down the main floor, I peeked behind some crates and discovered a rusted-out vending machine. Buttons were unreadable, but one of them still had a faint outline of a pretzel. Hey, Talk! Hey, Ninja! How's it going? Welcome, welcome! How are you today? Have you written any more today, Ninja? I want to read a sneak peek of my improved lore. Sure, I can do that. I stared at it with the kind of longing I usually reserve for Eruption merch. Hello! Still surprised me that I'm 27 chapters in and still no sign of the end. That's good, Sean. It's a nice long, it's a long story. It's in Discord. Alright, perfect. This better be good. Alright, you freaky trench coat man, I said to the empty warehouse. You got 5 minutes before I peace out and go back home where I live, where I have to listen to my parents say, I told you so. What do you think you're doing here? I froze. It wasn't Pluto. It was a younger voice, sharper and smugger. Like someone who had absolutely watched fight highlight reels and now thought they were invincible. I looked up where the voice came from, toward the catwalk. Perched on the edge was a guy around my age, maybe a year or two older. Average height, black hoodie, black jeans, black hair, really committing to the brooding thing. Couldn't make out his eyes in the shadow, but I could definitely make out the attitude. I said, Pluto told me to come here. Tilted his head, unimpressed. Sure he did, and I'm the Pope. I mean, you could be, I offered. The outfit's not technically a deal breaker. Next thing I knew, he vaulted off the catwalk and landed a few feet in front of me, crouched low. The air around him shifted weirdly, like the pressure dropped for a second. I felt my stomach clench. Is anyone in the story of darkness powers? It's funny you ask this right now. I held up my hands. Okay, you've clearly got a gift and unresolved trust issues, which is a super fun combo, but maybe, he lunged. I dodged sideways just in time for his shadow tendril to slice past me. Did he read it on the page? Like, were you reading ahead? And he's just trying to look like he has IQ, high IQ? Well, I'm feeling like maybe someone does and here in trouble. Yeah, alright. Whoa, even flow. Cracking the floor where I'd been standing. Are you kidding me? Another tendril lashed out, this one thinner, quicker. I caught it with a burst of wind, redirecting it into a crate and shattering into splinters. The guy didn't hesitate. He pressed the attack, swinging shadows like a whip, the end slicing with surgical precision. No Pearl Jam fans in here? I wasn't sure if that's what you were referring to. But yes, slightly. Not as much as others. I'm more of a... like Maiden slash Metallica slash like Van Halen. Shadow powers. At first the story had my interest, but now it has my attention. Guy didn't hesitate. He pressed the attack, swinging shadows like a whip, the end slicing with surgical precision. His shadows kinda looked like that Plague Dot guy's gross teleportation mist. But these were tighter, more controlled, smarter. That was somehow worse. First you had my attention, now you have my erection. Hey Scotty, in the words of the Terran Firebat, you got my attention.
You got my attention.
Seriously, can we just talk? I shouted, ducking under another strike. Nice voice actor in here. I try. You know, I read a lot. I talk a lot. So, you know. We got lots of voices! Or yes, we very much do. Don't you think so?
I totally believe in you.
Don't worry about it.
We got it, bro.
Okay, let's see if I can do Vulture. Yeah? What do you want? I don't play Terran. I'm trying. Okay, what else does he say? Hold on. Yeah? I'm totally blanking what I know there's another line that he says. I read you, sir! The logic to sir! Protect this streamer at all costs. Oh wait though. Oh, I can never do it. What does he say? I have no idea what the fuck the Wraith says. I've made a Wraith like 4 times in my life. Valkyrie prepared. No, like when you when you produce the unit. What's the saying when you produce the unit? Wait, it says Wraith awaiting launch orders? Wraith awaiting launch orders. I don't know. Goliath online. I wish I knew the lines from him. But when you play Zerg, it's can you name those Zerg units? All you have are Overmind and the Infested Terran. We'll spawn more Overlords. Oh god. Not enough minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough Vespine gas. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Evolution complete. My original name is Relifed, which is Defiler backwards, because Defiler is the best unit in StarCraft. %. It's the best unit in any game ever. Best unit. Too bad you don't get it into. Yeah, they had to. I mean, Infestors are okay, but. And Queens are a bit different. But. Yeah, I guess the Viper. You know, Blinding Cloud. It's not too bad. Well, when everything's OP, nothing's OP. That's what's so great about SC Brood War. It's just too great. And even nowadays, we have the greatest ASL. And we still got 2 matches to go in the round of 8. Oh my god. I noticed that StarCraft 1 looked dark and gritty mixed with horror, but StarCraft 2 looked cartoony. Yeah, that's Blizzard for you. Zergus Balance and Brood War OP in 2. Yeah. Yeah. Zerg just has other types of disadvantages. So I feel about 3D fighting games. If everything is OP, nothing is. Yeah, instead of nerfing stuff, you should buff everything. Like, literally. The Zerg unit has infinite energy because you consume any unit and it gives you energy. So as long as you have Zerglings, which are basically free, and you get 2 at a time, and then you have an thing that no ranged damage can do damage under Dark Swarm. And it's fucking huge. And it lasts like a minute and a half. And then you can plague units and they just go down to 1 HP. And you can burrow. So other units can't attack you without detection. Fucking broken. With 12 siege tanks? Oh my god, 12 siege tanks would fucking kill anything. 12 carriers? 12 carriers would fucking kill anything. Well, it's the ultimate game of rock, paper, scissors. To the point no one solved any of the races, even 27 years later. 12 battlecruisers. 12 battlecruisers aren't that great if they're not supported by anything. It's like I'd rather honestly have like 12 siege tanks than 12 battlecruisers unless I'm Terran versus Terran. In which case I'd want the battlecruisers to break the lines. In 1. Like, if I had 24 Hydras, I'm not killing 12, oh, 1. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, not in 2. No, not in 2. In 2, battlecruisers are fucking... In 2, battlecruisers are fucking carriers. And carriers are paper. Paper shit. But then again, broodlords are fucking broken, so it's like... Game winning in 2. They're different games, right? And that's something to appreciate, right? That they're not just a rip-off and like a copy. It's actually a completely different game with its own set of rules, its own set of shit. I almost wish they had added a 4th race to make it even more deviated. That's the word I'm looking for. Deviated. Like Warcraft, Yes, ads! Yes, ads! Play ads. Guys, I'm going to shake the ball, okay? We're going to shake the ball. And what's it going to give us? Are you guys ready? It's my Super Saiyan awakening moment. I'm actually playing DBG. Are you, Sparking Zero? Sparking Zero? I played it for a bit. It's not bad. It was not what I expected with, like, how the characters fight, you know? Like, the way that they did, the campaign with the characters. You know, I wasn't, you know, too into that. Because I'm into the story and I wanted to do every single fight. Ball Heroes trying to 100% it. Ah! Back from ads! Yay! Welcome back. Ads over. You guys missed my Super Saiyan moment. I went Super Saiyan. Now my hair is golden blonde. See? Okay. Okay. Talk to intruders, he snapped. Not a chance. I blasted a gust of wind forward, trying to knock him off balance. Skidded back a few feet, but landed cleanly and charged again. I met him halfway this time, wind spiraling around my arms. He jumped. I slid. His shadow blade grazed my shoulder. My elbow caught his ribs. We separated again, breathing hard. Didn't even look winded. You're not half bad, he muttered begrudgingly. Oh, yeah, well, I panted. I play a lot of video games. He came at me again. I tried a vertical gust to launch myself up and over him, but a shadow snagged my ankle midair and yanked. I hit the ground with a sound like a dying accordion. Before I could scramble up, he stalked forward, shadows flaring behind him like wings. I braced myself. Then, two massive hands grabbed us both by the collars and lifted us off the ground. What are you two doing? Pluto's voice bellowed. I flailed. Hi! Hello! Yes, glad you're here. Goth boy twisted in Pluto's grip. You didn't say he was my age. And you, Pluto growled, turning to me. Why are you rummaging through my stuff? You gave me coordinates. Was I not supposed to explore? Pluto dropped us both. Hoodie landed in a couch. I landed in a heap. Leo, Pluto said, rubbing his temples. This is Elias, my son. My brain short-circuited. Wait, what? Elias folded his arms. Great. You told him. Pluto glared at him. After you tried to murder him? Yes. I got to my feet, brushing off dust. Okay, look. If I'd known bring your kid to work day included fistfights, I've brought snacks. Pluto looked between us, exhaled hard, and muttered, This is going to be a long week. We stood in silence for a long, awkward beat. Elias kept glaring at me like I'd insulted his childhood pet. Pluto put his arms crossed like a man who'd already hit his daily quota of teen drama. I, being the emotionally well-adjusted person I totally am, was debating whether it was too early in the day to fake a heart attack. So, I said, dragging the word out like gum on concrete. Your son, huh? Pluto exhaled, like someone who'd held their breath for 17 years. Yes, Elias, my son. Who was supposed to be upstairs, waiting. Waiting to commit homicide, I asked, brushing debris off of my patent grass shirt. Because, wow, he's got the instinct down. Elias rolled his eyes. You're lucky I pulled punches. Oh, that's what that was, because my spine disagrees. Enough, Pluto snapped. Elias, we'll talk later. Leo, follow me. You've seen enough of the asbestos museum. He turned sharply and walked off like he had something better to be doing, which, knowing him, probably involved smuggling orphans to safety or solving moral dilemmas with a crowbar. Elias stalked behind him with a final side glare. I gave the haunted vending machine one last look and followed. Corridor we entered looked like it belonged to a different building entirely. Motion-activated lights buzzed on overhead, revealing clean walls, newer wiring, the sharp scent of metal and ozone. The grime gave way to structure. There were even signs, actual laminated signs. Sliding door at the end hissed open like something out of a sci-fi movie, and I stepped into what looked like the inside of a repurposed command center. The room was sleek but not flashy, more field hospital than tech bro lair. Polished metal, a few desks with monitors, whiteboards filled with scribbled notes and tacked on photos. In the center stood a circular tactical table, humming with a faint internal glow. A A faded couch sat in one corner next to a mini fridge with 3 magnets. Pluto gestured around. Welcome to HQ. I circled the table slowly. So what's the gig then? Angsty teens for justice? He gave me a flat look. We help people. I waited. That's it? We help the ones no one else will, Pluto said, voice calm but solid. Big name heroes like to punch cameras. Punch cameras. We patch holes, get kids off the street, protect gifted people who don't tick the right boxes. Elias sat on the arm of the couch, arms crossed, giving me the look of someone who didn't think I'd make it past breakfast. Pluto continued ignoring the mutual eye daggers. I could care less if the public knows our names. I care if the right people are safe when no one else shows up. So underground heroes. That helps you understand, he said, then nodded to the map on the table. This is the city, and these, after pressing a button, red dots blinked into existence, dozens of them, are everything no one's talking about. Unregistered gifted, missing persons, cover-ups, quiet wars no one's televising. I stared. That's a lot. But why me? Looked at me like it was obvious. I've had my eye on you since you failed last year's protest. You could have passed without a second thought if you had just focused on taking down the faux villains. But you prioritize saving fellow test takers who overestimated themselves. Yeah, well, doesn't mean I'm built for this. No, he said. It means you give a damn. That's rarer than you think. Behind me, Elias muttered. Should have stayed outside. I turned. You always this friendly, or you just got a problem with me? You broke into our space. You drop-kicked me before introductions. You wandered into classified ground. I followed GPS. Okay, that's enough, Pluto barked. Leo, Elias, I'm not running a daycare. If either of you wants to be here, start acting like it. Elias fell silent, shadows his fingertips curling back into his sleeves. I crossed my arms. Fights like that plague doctor guy, you know. Creepy vibe, same shadow shtick. Any relation? That got Elias up off the couch. I'm nothing like him. Sure, just moodier. I said. Lights flickered briefly as a shadow pulsed across the wall. Elias, Pluto warned. And that was enough. The room stilled. I looked between the two of them. So this is it, huh? Underground ops. Saving people. No glory, no sponsors. No pretending, Pluto added. I looked at the map again. Red. So much red. You want me to help? I said. I want you to try, Pluto said. And I want you to know what we are not. We are not influencers. We don't pick fights for drama. We pick people. And we fight for them. I took a breath. The warehouse air still smelled faintly like oil and burned circuits. Not exactly a recruitment poster, but the map didn't lie. Something was happening in this city, and I didn't really want to go back home anyway. Alright, let's get into it! I love it! Another one leaves you off like, alright, bring on the first adventure. I'm ready. Who are we saving first? Where are we going? What are we doing? And now it's time for Sean's story. '24 Banquet. By the way, before you read the next story, can you rate my sneak peek? It's a short read. It's about the origin of humanity. Alright, sounds good. Alright, so this is Hybrid's lore backstory. It's only 300 words. Lore of the humans. In the dawn of the universe, when the cosmic rainbow painted the world and set the beasts upon the earth, she watched over the first humans with awe and love. Unlike the beasts, however, these fragile beings seemed incomplete. They wandered with little more than instinct, unable to rise above the wilds and have a place in nature. The goddess desired more for them. She longed to grant humans something beyond hunger and survival, a spark to set them apart. But her own nature, though radiant, was not made for weaving the intricate depths of spirit. So she turned to her 3 brothers, who each offered a gift. The Grand Celestial gave the light of purity, hope, and righteousness that humans might dream of higher paths and yearn for justice. The Void gave the weight of fear, sorrow, and vengeance that humans might know loss, learn caution, and be driven by resolve. The Elusive Fairy gave the gift of knowledge and learning that humans might question, remember, and grow. Finally, the Cosmic Rainbow gave them heart, the wellspring of compassion, love, and the will to endure. From these 4 gifts, together arose something the beasts could never possess. Humanity awakened consciousness, the power to reflect, to choose, to create. It was this consciousness that set humans apart, fragile in body yet limitless in potential. Consciousness was the seed of their greatness. In time, touched by divinity, it would bloom into magic. Thus, the Cosmic Rainbow and her brothers marked the humans as both blessed and burdened. For their consciousness would come great wonders and great sorrows that would ripple through the universe without end. The sentence is like a little bit awkward, but everything else is great. I don't know if you missed a word in there, because there could be a couple of different ways to fix that sentence. But again, that's the only one that like actually stands out to me, as it didn't sound right speaking it. That's usually why like speaking it out loud, like reading out loud, is really important, because it gives you those like, is the sentence, you know, broken up enough? Blondie BZ, true brother. That's what it's all about. What's my power level? 56,000. It's good shit. One 100% on the fucking dot. But do you believe in Eorzea? Thank you for letting me know. No worries. I believe in Eorzea. I believe in the Lalafels. I believe in... I can never fucking say the name of the city. Well, I prefer Vanadiel. Believe in Scholar being the best job until they ruined it. So I prefer Vanadiel and Red Mage. Oh snap, I think I just figured out what species rules the super science world. Rules the super science world. What species, Sean? Hey, Fish. The bot never lies. That's what your writing percentage is right now. You better go right now. But I have a better one. 570. That's, I mean, it's not that bad. It's okay, but it's not that bad. You know, I would have preferred 700 or 800, but you know, someone's always stealing my gay. Those bastards. I bet it's Queen. Queen's probably always trying to steal my gay. Book was doing it before, and now it's Queen. Pause. You're at least 10 gay men in one. True, Sean, true. Okay. Sean's story. Oh. Sir Waltron, those soaps and body cleaners were exquisite, but I don't see you wearing any makeup. Did you not have enough time? It's unforgivable to not allow a man time to put on his face. Surely your introduction could have waited at least 5 minutes. Oh, and about 4 straight women on top. Yeah, I can see that, Sean. Very accurate. How can you read me so well? It's a master. You're a master of this. I don't know what to say, Sean. I'm impressed. It is what it is, right? Ahem, the prince looks shocked at my fake cough. Well, I realize you are the prince. I, in point of fact, do not know your name as of yet. Excuse me. Further, I prefer simply being called James. In your case, brother would be acceptable. It would be 5 with a better foundation. What you're using isn't bad, but I don't think it's ideal for your complexion. No, it is not, Sean. It's just random. Shield Mage needs to be a thing in RPG classes. Shield Mage. Like a caster that's a tank? So instead of being like a mage that's like super weak and doesn't, you know, can't take a hit, you're like a tank, but you're also a mage. Earth mages typically fill that role, sometimes wind mages. I'm imagining like a physical shield. Where a scholar used a book, they would use a shield. Something like Return of the Shield Hero, or Rise of the Shield Hero. Because that's the first thing that comes to mind for me. Oh, I feel like I store spells for later casting. Auto defense activate. I imagine that something like being the relic shield from Charge Blade. It's a Charge Blade styled weapon, because the shield is like insanely ridiculously OP, but you can overcharge it to like reflect spells and cast spells. Wind javelin from the center of the shield catches enemies off guard because it's a shield bearer and not a staff wielder. Obvious mage. Staff wielding obvious mage. True. Dual shields. Shield on each arm. One behind you, one in front. And then you kill everything. Oh, my deepest apologies. How rude of me. I'm Prince Nedwin Trillania. Only son of the royal line. What do you mean, though? May I call you brother? I may call you brother. I chuckled. Well, in my country, if a man intends to breed a woman, he marries her. This is a lifelong legal bond. The bond makes these people legally one person. When people enter into this bond, their families join. As such, your mother, the queen, is now my mother-in-law. Thus, by extension, your sisters are my sisters, and you are likewise my brother. At least you will be after the ceremony. Talk, have you ever read a horror story written by fans here? Has anyone written a horror story? Yes, Deja. Do you want to... So, Deja won a... He came in second place with an honorable mention with his story. This is the winner of the story. I'm going to go back and I'm going to see if I can find Deja's... I'm not 100% if it's this one or not. Okay, yeah, it's this one. So this was Deja's and this one came in second place. My grandmother makes that bed every day. I still haven't quite understood why. Since no one sleeps there, she always brings me an empty plate and glass from there. I think she goes there to eat in secret. Must be something delicious for her to not want to share with anyone. One day I hid in the room to see what delicacy would be. My grandmother entered with the plate and the glass. She carefully closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed. She set down the cookies and the glass of milk and said in a low voice, "Here's your dinner," while stroking the sheets like someone combing long hair. Today he came to peek at you. He wants to know who you are. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, but I stayed still behind the wardrobe. Grandmother turned slowly to the spot where I was hiding. She smiled tenderly. She wants to see you, too. If you managed to read this far, congratulations for the effort. Nice little short, concise, easy little... Like, there's something fucked up going on here. But that would be about the closest, Ninja. Why? Other than that, we've read the horror stories that are the top 5, like, suggested best acclaimed. Do you write horror yourself? Because I'm trying to write horror novels aren't often talked about. I'm writing one in literary from my experience in literature. Callie, watch it. What do you mean, watch it, Callie? I haven't written horror. Now! Watch what, Callie? I'm so confused. Callie, what did I do? Oh, dude! No! What? No, how dare you possibly do that? No, what video? What are you talking about? What? No, Callie, please, don't do that to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. No! Spritzes Callie with a water bottle. Bad kitty!
Fry? Fry? Water? The what? That does not go in the same sentence. Hold on. Reverse video. Pause. Enhance image 100%. Dear God. Zoom out. Zoom in. There's not even no god seasoning. How white are you? We lost him. Bro went from Caucasian to 100% whole milk. If you put it in water, it's called boiling, not frying, dumbass. I don't think you understand, lady. That oil frying was the only flavor in your whole meal. Now you just cooking depression. You must be the type of person to think that salt is spicy. You eat onions straight out the packages, don't you? No slicing, no dicing, just straight up shrekking that shit. See, that's the type of shit that'll have me change my last name if we were family. Your daily diet probably consists of a 24-pack of chapstick. You probably walk into Walmart and start eating the Vaseline in handfuls. Mentioning seasonings to you is like reading off the code names to the Winter Soldier. Old Bay. My nigga, I just said one. Relax.
Alright, Callie. Alright, Callie. I'll have to submit an entry for Breakfast Wars to the Discord soon. What's Breakfast Wars, Fish? Hiss. Hiss! I don't know what Breakfast Wars is. No. Sorry, bro. Not sure what you're on about there, buddy guy. Couldn't tell ya. You tell me what I know. I know what you tell me, okay? Dunno, bro. You lost me, Fish. You lost me. I'm an old man. I don't know shit that dick fucks about squat. At least you will be after the ceremony. Gasps were heard around the table, but Nedwin's face split into a huge smile. Truly? I have a big brother now? Next thing I knew, I was plastered in a tight hug from the excited prince. Well, here we go, guys. They've hit us in the face, and now we have to be all solemn and wonderful. How the ponderings of such a strange world press upon our soul. The bones and carnage of those lost along the way show us the path that we find, where flies and death conjugate around all that we sought to live. Now by that is condemned to by the unleashing of such things that we shall not name. If the name ever be spoken once more, it come forth from the ground with great fibers of will stretching across the land of darkness, bringing to it only despair that such your eyes could lock upon the great feast that would sell your soul to yourself in order to bid life for those you call that which is advertisement. The words have been spoken and the spell has been cast upon you all. Would you read a horror novel if someone sends it to you? Yes, Ninja. I would read whatever anyone wants me to read, because I don't, like, I'm already reading what I want to read, so I might as well read what other people want to read. Knowing what other people want to read, and people really like horror. And, like I said, I just created a new YouTube channel for biotech-type horror. Like, body horror, biotechnology, combinations between human and machine. And the horrors of it. So reading horror would be good to be able to set an atmosphere in that, because I don't really write horror. I mean, I would say The Banquet is kind of a horror story. Right? The Banquet would probably be the closest I have to a horror story. Well, other than, like, my Halloween copy pasta, but that's more like, creepypasta. I don't know how else to say it. It's a Halloween story about a delivery driver who goes through a time rift and winds up in the 1980s. And he can't find his way out, and then he finds his way out, but he can never get back there. And the old man that he got candy, or he delivered to, doesn't actually exist. At least not for 25 years. Because I used to be a delivery driver, so. Guys, it's a true story. It happened to a friend of mine. Fish, I want a dog! A Dugan Doggler Danglin' Dag! Dag Doggle Doogalins. Doogle Dogglin' Dag and Dog. Doog. Doog Dug and Dag Dog. Okay, calm down. This is somewhat unseemingly at the dinner table. Do please attempt to compose yourself. I patted his back awkwardly, looking at Naila with a pleading in my eyes. Yes, Nedwin. Do please sit straight and attend to your meal. I know for a fact that James hasn't eaten anything in over 6 hours. Nedwin gasped in horror. That's far too long. Why did they not make proper stops to attend to your needs? This is highly unacceptable. I sighed. It is perfectly acceptable, since I wanted to get the journey itself over with as swiftly as possible. 6 hours might be a tad uncomfortable between meals, but I've had to work 8 hours with no food in the past. I managed just fine. Granted, my employment wasn't physical, but still, I can handle that much if and when it's needed. I would, however, like to actually eat some of this delightful meal now, rather than letting it get even colder. May we please try and enjoy the food? There will be plenty of time for us to get to know one another. Prince sulked a little, but did finally allow me to begin eating. Sir Waltran, does this Mary's thing mean you will now be in line for the throne? Asked a man on my other side. Oh dear lord, don't even joke about such a horrific thought. No, Naila is the princess. If anything, from a legal standpoint, I could be considered a prince consort, but that's a stretch. Essentially, if there were a situation where Her Highness the Princess Naila were called away from a fort she was guarding, well, for whatever reason I was left behind, then I would normally be in charge should anyone need to order troops to engage a hostile force. However, once that order was given, thus authorizing the military to engage the enemy, my authority would end at that point. Which is fortunate, because as good as in a fight as I may personally be, I'm not a strategist nor a troop commander. I'm allowed to make any military defense legal in that instance, but that's it. Huff, to think a man would claim to be good in a fight, as if that were even possible, stated the gaudy-looking noblewoman. I don't believe I caught your name, my lady. She looked disdainfully at me. You must know, I'm Baroness Trollia, of House of Thiel. I bowed my head in mock respect. Baroness, if you doubt my competence in a fight, then perhaps you'd like to put that to the test. Every female of the House of Sparana and Grunta failed to keep up with me. At this point, your words are offensive, not only to the guardswomen of the houses, but to the Viscountess and her daughters as well. That, quite frankly, I find unforgivable. And that doesn't even take into account that I legally am a prince. This means you've insulted the royal family itself. So, are you willing to put me in my place? The boar-eared woman bristled and stood from her seat. Indeed, I should put you in your place, you lowly man. She unsheathed her sword, as if we were out in a training field, and came at me. I was out of my seat in an instant as well. She flung her blade with every intent to cut my head off. And in a simple twist, I avoided the swing. My hand darted out to snatch her wrist, and with a quick twist dislocated it. Sword fell from her limp fingers, and she screamed. My foot shot out and kicked at the blade back into the air, where my hand was waiting to seize the hilt. Out of rage, Trolley attempted to kick me. I sidestepped, caught her leg with my other hand, and brought the pommel of the sword down on her knee, hyperextending it. Really now, such unladylike behavior from a baroness. Why, one might have thought you were literally attempting to kill me. A prince. But no, surely not. Why, that I believe would be considered high treason, would it not? Guards, who had been frozen in indecision, looked to the queen for instruction. Arrest the baroness. She and her entire line will be beheaded within the month. Such a disgrace should never have been allowed to inherit, especially when her brothers would have been quite capable of ruling had she not been born. A pity. Let us continue our meal, everyone. I would not wish this buffoon to be able to disrupt our lives any further. Direct orders to follow, the guards took swift action. Queen Mother, might I ask that the men in the Baroness's family be allowed some clemency? As much as I hate the notion, perhaps enslavement rather than beheading, or also marrying one of them off to other countries. The Queen looked at me, then, after a moment's thought, replied, marrying them off to another country, that could work, yes. What say you all? All the noblewomen in the banquet hall nodded in agreement. You have my thanks, my ladies. I bowed in respect. Kill that bitch. Anyway, who's hungry? It happens way too much. They're just way too used to it, right? Especially with James now. This is like the third time that this shit has happened. They're just like, nah, get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down, bitch. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop being so fucking sexist. It's the most amazing sight I've ever seen. He's like a warrior angel from Legends, like Xeon, the warrior prince. You remember those old tales? Nobleman far down the hall stated in excitement. Yes, I know you love those stories, but they were just make-believe. Sir Waltran was defending himself and the royal family's reputation, but you shouldn't attempt to emulate him, dear brother. Indeed, please do not attempt to follow my example. I have decades of martial arts instruction and practice under my belt. You can't just do that. I am fully trained in Kung Fu, which is a martial art that is both armed and unarmed combat included. I'm afraid, good sir, that you are too old to begin the training. Smirked at my joke, but kept it to myself. There, you see, even he says you can't do that. The young man pouted. But only because I'm too old to begin the lessons. If you had let me when I was younger, with all due respect, it's only my type of combat that needs decades of training. I can teach any of the noblemen who wish to learn a few simple self-defense moves, such as how to get free if someone grabs you from behind. That's simple enough. Raymond, I want a dog! It's a dog! No, you know what it is, Callie? I gotta up the volume on that one, though. White mob! It's a boob! It's a mob! It's a white mob! He died to a white mob. Don't want a dog, you want a wiener. Just got to the meat section and buy a package. Get a poodle. Callie, you would be amazing with a poodle. That'd be so adorable. It'd go along with your hair. Because you both have curly hair. Could have like a little pompous thing on his head. Oh, it'd be great. It would be great. As if any man could get himself free when a woman has him from behind, said one of the other noblewomen. Care for a demonstration. It won't permanently harm you, but you won't enjoy the experience. The woman looked towards the queen, who, amused, nodded. Very well. I moved to a place where all could see, and the woman came and grabbed me from behind. I'm going to implement the Sing defense. Solar plexus. I elbowed her. Instep. I stomped her foot. Nose, a light tap on the nose. I didn't want to break it. Groin, despite being a woman, it still hurts getting an impact there. She dropped to the ground, curled in the fetal position. It took her nearly 5 minutes before she was able to slowly return to her seat. Both her appetite and her ego were destroyed. One thing that should be obvious to everyone by now, if I say I can do something, I can. True, Sean. Alright, so, Raymond, do you have another essay that you want to share? Read the one I posted before. Wait, there's before ones? Oh, I never saw this. How many did you post? Wait, which ones have we read? I posted saying I didn't translate these till now. I got Invervenio and a Todos Iso or Los Sistemas. Then there's 60,000 Satanesses. Unhumanista La Farsa. I think it's this one. Yeah, Humanista. The Humanist of Chilean Economics. It's actually a Breakfast Wars YouTube video from 2022. Guy makes and tastes breakfast from across the world to pick the best breakfast of the year. At least in his opinion, and assuming he made them alright. Oh, Breakfast Wars is a YouTube channel? Didn't know. Oh, bad. Okay, so this is Raymond's essay. There's a bunch of those kind of videos. Aren't they just food tier lists? If anything, you want my breakfast. So what you do is you take an egg, you take bacon, right? You get 2 pieces of bacon, you fry the bacon, empty the grease in the same pan, you fry an egg, and when the bottom is like kind of done, and it's like, you know, you've got like a little bit of the top just kind of whitening out, tiniest bit, the entire middle is still goo, throw green onions and onions, peppers, and then cheese, and then you let that melt on top. Then you grab a bagel, you cover that in mayonnaise, and then you take the egg and you put it on the top. Then you put it over top of a bowl and you crush it, and it breaks the yolk, and then you squeeze the yolk into like a bowl and you use that as a dip, and then you eat that. Want to hear the Chilean breakfast? A cup of tea, toast with avocado. That's it. Damn, that's so barren, man. I couldn't imagine that. I gotta have my breakfast sandwiches. Ugh. Gotta have my eggs. Gotta have my bread. Gotta have my cheese. Gotta have my Eritin. My Eritin that it is. Now I'm hungry for a breakfast. Fuck, now I want a breakfast sandwich. I would have that as a kid, and then the government breakfast at school. I was a kid, I didn't eat anything. No! I'm hungry now. Wait, did you mean Raymond, not Sean? I'm confused, Fish. What did Sean say? Actually, the Breakfast Wars video. Fry bacon, then cut a hole out of 2 slices of bread. Toast in the bacon grease. Cook egg inside the hole. Oh, egg in a hole. Egg in the hole. Air fry 4 hash brown patties. Serve the bullseye eggs on top of the potatoes so the egg drains onto them. Bacon on top. Everything provided it lasts till then. Egg in the hole. I love me some egg in the hole. A humanist of Chilean economics. The figure. Those sound like some heavy breakfasts. I mean, you can add hash browns. You can have maple oatmeal on the side. All that too. Yeah. I'm fat on the inside, guys. I love food. Food is so good. I love food. I'm so hungry now, even though I had ribs like 3 hours ago. Food, why? It's coming from the guy who just said, I only eat toast with tea, though. V8 splash to drink, or else a hot chocolate with whipped cream. Oh, that reminds me, we have ice cream.
We have ice cream. Ice cream, you scream. We all scream for ice cream.
Quick, guys, more recipes. I mean, I can throw... Do I have it here? Ah, shit. I don't know if I have it here. I have a donut book and a fry book. Oh, yeah, no, it's over there. I put it back. I put it back. My bad. Alright, well, you guys are making me want to go make food. I'm like, fuck the stream. I'm just gonna go make food. Okay, everyone, stream break. Let's go make food, and then we'll come back in like 20 minutes, okay? Or I might wind up eating these bones of these ribs. The humanist of Chilean economics. No, you stay. Dance, monkey, dance. You ain't going nowhere. You think you going, motherfucker? Sit the fuck down. You dance for us. You put on a show. You don't go nowhere. You're a fucking slave. You do what we tell you. Nacho pizza. Store-bought, par-cooked crust, no bean chili sauce, shredded cheese, your fave cook nacho toppings, bake 10 minutes at 350, your fave cold nacho toppings, crushed corn chips, drizzle heated nacho sauce over the top, and sour cream, pico or guac if you want. What the fuck is pico? Figure of... Oh, God. You're gonna kill me again with these names, Raymond. You can... Is there a way for you to put, like, a pronunciation beside them? Like... There is if they use Google Docs. Pico de Gallo, the not quite salsa stuff. Never heard of Pico de Gallo. Maybe that's an American thing. I don't know. Gotta get more Anglo authors to write about. Give Scotty an easy time. I'm just gonna butcher their names. Andre Sanfuentes Vergara holds a singular place in Chile's economic history. An economist trained in the technical rigor of the University of Chicago, a teacher and university reformer, a senior executive in public institutions, and a lucid critic of the very model he helped structure. His intellectual and professional life allows us to read in parallel the paradox of the Chilean economy, a country that advanced in macroeconomic discipline and trade openness, but dragged along distributive imbalances and deficits of social cohesion. It's diced tomatoes, chilies, onions, and cilantro. Usually has lime juice in it too. Can be mild or hot depending on the type of chilies used. Google Docs can annotate and help you side notes for you. Help with side notes for you. It's very true, fish. Sanfuentes never reduced his profession to calculation. He understood economics as a social and political praxis, tied to problems of equity, legitimacy, and institutional stability. Born in 1939 and trained as a commercial engineer at the University of Chile, he went on to earn a Master of Arts in Economics at the University of Chicago, the epicenter of mid-20th century liberal orthodoxy. He was part of the generation that introduced into Chile the foundations of modern macroeconomics, the formalization of models, and the idea of fiscal discipline as a prerequisite for development. His collaboration in the drafting of El Ladrillo placed him at the core of the neoliberal project developed under the dictatorship. But unlike some of his contemporaries, his later career showed critical openness and nuance. At the University of Chile, he promoted academic pluralism, spearheaded graduate programs in economics, and through Elade's Georgetown, he opened Chilean economic reflection to international networks. That formative effort consolidated a generation of economists with solid technical tools and an awareness of the heterogeneity of approaches. In his written work, one perceives a fruitful tension between technique and critique. In introductory manuals such as Economia and applied texts such as La Duda Publica, Externa de Chile, or El Proteccionismo Economico in Chile. He conceived of economics such as an interrelated system where production, exchange, and consumption mutually influence one another. One could formalize in his spirit a social welfare function, W equals F bracket YP, YE, YC, where YP denotes production, YE is exchange, flows, and C effective consumption. This representation underscores that growth is not enough if these spheres expand in an unbalanced way. During commodity boom cycles, for instance, production, YP, rises rapidly, while consumption, YC, and distributive equity lag behind. Sanfuentes insisted that stability requires a policy mixed with cyclical fiscal policies and redistributive mechanisms to prevent structural tensions from turning into social conflict. His critiques of the Chilean model were precise and consistent. While acknowledging progress in price stability and macroeconomic discipline, he questioned economic concentration in financial conglomerates. The tax privileges of the FUT, which he described as an interest-free loan from the state to big business, and the rent seeking derived from natural resources exploited without innovation or productive diversification. For him, investment depended less on tax burdens and on institutional stability, the quality of human capital and social trust. He proposed tax reforms with greater equity, the elimination of distortions such as the FUT, and immediate deprecation mechanics to stimulate real investment rather than paper rents. In his analyses, the legitimacy of the market rested not only on efficiency but also on its social acceptance and the ethical behavior of its actors. On the political and institutional plane, Sanfuentes defines himself as a technocrat committed to the public good rather than a partisan militant. His tenure at Banco El Estado, 1990 to 2000, was exemplary in this sense. He modernized the institution, expanded credit to SMEs, and credited the Museum del Ahorro, Understanding Financial Education as Citizens' Right, created the Museo del Ahorro, Understanding Financial Education as a Citizen's Right. Get your ads ready. We're gonna do some exercising, so get your ads ready. They're gonna go hard. Your ads are gonna go hard, so get ready to use those ads. Use your ads. Push your ads. That's what it's about. They go ads, 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 go ads, let's go ads, bring out your ads, bring out your ads. We gonna go and we gonna push all the ads. I like ads, you like ads. Why aren't there more ads for all of us around? I could not tell you other than the people that think ads are bad. They'll take you down 'cause they got what it takes to take out ads. I'll add you. I reach out, I face out, I reach out to the truth of my life. And the truth says,
you are in the adverse.
you don't like the answers that you seek, my friend. They will not lead you down the road you wish to travel. They are far from great things that men seek on deliberate whims of fancy. Think of your heart and yourself and those around you before you plunge yourself into such a dire as that. Later, as a member of the board of Caudal Kotelko in 2010, he reaffirmed his vocation for public service in the strategic sphere of natural resources. Ads make me feel dreadful. I mean, if they were targeted ads, I used to like Twitch ads because Twitch ads would show me like prime TV shows and shit like that, and I was like, okay. And I found The Man in the High Castle because of that. If only I could burn my dread. This is your dread? Burn it! Ah! That really hurt. I shouldn't have done that. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't actually burn my hand, guys. You could clearly tell the flame was in front of my finger, okay? Oh my god. I really do doing that. Oh, don't worry, I'm the only one who laughs at my own jokes. Oh my god. Oh, it's just where my humor goes, okay? I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. It's too much sometimes. In both cases, the key was the conception of an active and efficient state, distant from unproductive statism, but equally opposed to indiscriminate deregulation. Doctrinally, his thought evolved from the liberal orthodoxy acquired in Chicago toward a nuanced critique. He acknowledged the relevance of incentives and macroeconomic stability, but denounced structural inequality and the deficit of public ethics. Technically, he contributed to the analysis of public debt, fiscal policies, and financial education. And in the Chilean case, he was one of the clearest voices warning that the so-called miracle could turn into a mirage if social fractures and the concentration of economic powers were not resolved. Like, could you imagine what happens, guys, if tomorrow all payment processors decide that they are no longer going to process porn? Could you imagine even further if all payment processors decided that they were no longer going to supply alcohol? So you literally legally wouldn't be able to buy alcohol simply because the financial institutions would not condone you spending their money on alcohol. And then everyone withdraws all their money out of all the banks, and all the banks die. That's what we call being shot in the foot. Or shooting yourself in the foot. I could spend it on their girls, then? They going to be weird about stuff? Well, so you can't go to strip clubs, you can't do anything. Like, they just won't accept money. It's like, yeah, money doesn't buy this anymore. So it's like there's things in the world that money doesn't buy anymore. I guess that's the basis of the premise if we distill it down. I'll pay their wives. But if money doesn't mean anything... No, if they find that you're using their cash to buy it, they'll arrest you. said jail? Never mind. No, we just shoot you on the spot. Yeah, that's how illegal stuff works. But it's not technically... No, I just mean, Raymond, like, if, for instance, you went to a store and you tried to buy alcohol at that store with cash, that store would be charged for selling you alcohol using their money. That's what I meant. I meant the institution, I didn't mean the individual. So thus, of course, no stores would carry alcohol. I mean, we are talking a completely dystopian society at that point, right? Where payment processors have more power than the government. The government can say it's legal, but then payment processors can be like, whoa, 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 that's a bad brand image. We don't do that. It would still sell. Too much money on the way. We live in that timeline. Yup, very much so, Fish. But Raymond, they wouldn't be able to sell it legally because if they found alcohol on your shelf, you'd get shut down and sent to jail. So they would have to sell it illegally. But institutions would no longer sell it. Guys, could you imagine not being able to buy sex toys? Guys, I think that might actually solve the birth rate problem. We just ban sex toys, and then people have to start fucking again. Oh god, what a terrible world that would be. I'd rather wait for AI girlfriends with wombs. Also, you only need like one important government to go, okay, PayPal, I'm gonna count to 10 for you to tell me to buy, for you to let me buy porn, or I'm gonna talk to my friends on the UN. And they're like, okay, you can buy porn. Here's your special card. But now no one's making porn because you can't make money off of it. Well, legal porn. So now legal porn becomes illegal porn. And now it gets infiltrated into the system where the illegal porn used to be. Now you got an even bigger problem. Cascading effects. Applying some polish. Did I miss something? Yeah, this freaking essay. Ultimately, Andres Sanfuentes Vergara embodies a major lesson for Chilean economic history. Development is not played out only in the expansion of YP production, but in the balance between the spheres of production, exchange, and consumption, under a lens of social cohesion. Specify illegal porn. Well, what's currently illegal porn? I'm not specifying that, Raymond. And it doesn't have to just... There's multiple of them. It's not just one. But we all know the one we're thinking of. So, Scotty... Are you saying to forget about it, cuh? I've already forgotten about it, Fish. If it's left my mouth, I've forgotten about it. So you would have to remind me. The only way I would remember is if it was written down. But no one should ever write my words down. That would be the scariest book to read, if someone just wrote my words down. That's the dementia. Can you do me a favor? Absolutely, Fish, I can do you a favor. If it's within my power, I'll do it. If it's not within my power, I'll find a way to make it within my power. Immature, involuntary, blood. I'm sure there's others I'm not thinking of, but those are the big three. Pretty much, Sean. Can you say I said forget about it, cuh? I just said I forget about it. I said forget about it, cuh. I said forget about it, cuh. There. Is that better? Better V. Okay. The dementia took Scotty from us. I was always dementia. The only part of me that was ever worth anything was always the dementia. There's nothing but dementia. And if you think otherwise, I feel sorry for you. Because you probably had higher expectations. I'm on mobile, so my thumb presses by mistake. That's okay. I thumb pressed Smokey's mom by mistake. But she liked it. Sphere, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you today, Sphere? So please forget about it, cuh. How much Rick and Morty stuff you have, dude?
Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Yeah.
Are you smoking?
Enough.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. Now, since the filters, pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Don't just glass over that, Scotty. Oh, man. But this one's more like a winter one. Like, that one's nice and loose. This one's nice and tight for the winter. This one's a lot more comfortable to wear. Plus, it's blue, which is my favorite color, so... I was gonna say the answer to the question about how many yes, stuff is yes. Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. How many things do you have? Yes! Absolutely. I also have... I don't know if it's still... You can still see it. So this used to say, let's get rickety wrecked. And it's like a Christmas theme, and it had Rick drinking, yeah. But this thing's like season 1 Rick and Morty old. So, it's gone through the wash so many times that it's like fucked. Because it wasn't a very good, you know, it wasn't on very good, whereas the other one is like solidly. I have some stuff in the oven that I'm writing. expect a lot of Rick and Morty quotes, The Simpsons too. Ooh, I like that, Raymond. I love Simpsons. You can almost see that something was written there. Yeah. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's this one. It was, "'Tis the season to get riggedy wrecked, son." And then, like, the green was, like, the flowers at the top there with, like, that. And you could see a little bit of it on there. Yeah, so it was blue, but that's what the picture used to be. She got Rocky Road a while back. I'm usually a vanilla or mint guy. We have Neapolitan downstairs, and I took the last of the vanilla last night. So it's chocolate and strawberry tonight. Chilean economic history. Development is not played out only in expansion of YP production, but in the balance between the spheres of production, exchange, and consumption under a lens of social cohesion and collective welfare. One could well say that he lived up to his time, a rigorous economist, an honest public servant, a critic of his own tradition, and a teacher of generations. His legacy reminds us that without innovation, cohesion, and ethics, no invisible hand is sufficient to sustain a durable development model. Some almost unreadable shirts. Yeah. I just had a super flashback of my dad cutting slices of ice cream out of the box to serve to us. Sean, it's the meme of Homer pulling ice cream boxes out of the fridge being like, and it's like, chocolate, strawberry, the vanilla's gone. And he throws it out, and he throws it out, then he throws it out, and he's like, Marge, we're out of Neapolitan ice cream. Alright, so there's this experimental, very short story here. This is one of the experimental ones. Hot take, adventure needs to be its own genre. Well, there is, like, lit RPG is getting to that level, Fish, where it's eventually going to be, like, adventure is its own thing, and there's going to be the separation between, like, lit RPG and, like, adventure fantasy. Dude, The Simpsons is so quotable. It absolutely is. Alright. 689 words. Let's get to it. Girl by Jamaica Kincaid. Wash the white clothes on Monday and put them on the stone heap. Wash the color clothes on Tuesday and put them on the clothesline to dry. Don't walk barehead on the sun in the hot sun. Cook pumpkin fritters in very hot sweet oil. Soak your little clothes right after you take them off. When buying cotton to make yourself a nice blouse, be sure that it doesn't have gum in it, because that way it won't hold up after a wash. Soak salt fish overnight before you cook it. It is true that you sing Benna in Sunday school. Is it true that you sing Benna in Sunday school? Always eat your food in such a way that it won't hurt someone else's stomach. Bumbaklot. Lit RPG or game lit is a massive genre all its own. Then adventure is its own thing already, though typically it will be fantasy adventure. True. Mustn't speak to wharf rat boys, not even to give directions. Don't eat fruits on the streets. flies will follow you. But I don't sing Bennett on Sundays at all, and never in Sunday school. This is how to sew on a button. This is how to make a buttonhole for the button you have just sewed on. This is how to hem a dress when you see the hem coming down, and so to prevent yourself from looking like the slut I know you are, so bent on becoming. This is how you iron your father's khaki shirt, so that it doesn't have a crease. This is how you iron your father's khaki pants, so they don't have a crease. This is how you grow okra far from the house, because okra tree harbors red ants. When you are growing dasheen, make sure it gets plenty of water, or else it makes your throat itch when you are eating it. This is how you sleep. This is how you sweep a corner. This is how you sweep a whole house. This is how you sweep a yard. This is how you smile to someone you don't like too much. This is how you smile to someone you don't like at all. This is how you smile to someone you like completely. This is how you set a table for tea. This is how you set a table for dinner. This is how you set a table for dinner with an important guest. Fantasy is anything with life forms that don't exist. IRL. Sci-fi is anything with technology that doesn't exist at the time of writing. If it has both, it's sci-fi fantasy. So many people don't understand that. Feels like a song. It does feel like a song. This is how to behave in the presence of men who don't know you very well. And this is what... in this way they won't recognize immediately the slut I have warned you against becoming. Be sure to wash every day, even if it is with your own spit. Don't squat down to play marbles. You are not a boy, you know. Don't pick people's flowers, you might catch something. Don't throw stones at blackbirds, because it might not be a blackbird at all. This is how to make a bread pudding. This is how to make dokana. This is how to make pepper pot. This is how to make a good medicine for a cold. This is how to make a good medicine to throw away a child before it even becomes a child. Damn, that's brutal. This is how to catch a fish. Just thrown in there. Yeah, this is how to abort your fucking baby. This is how to throw back a fish you don't like. And that way, something bad won't fall on you. This is how to bully a man. This is how a man bullies you. This is how to love a man. This, and if this doesn't work, there are other ways. And if they don't work, don't feel too bad about giving up. True story of Lucian of Samosata. The first sci-fi novel. Never heard of that, Raymond. Don't feel too bad about giving up. This is how to spit up in the air if you feel like it. And this is how to move quick so that it doesn't fall on you. This is how to make ends meet. Always squeeze bread to make sure it's fresh. But what if the baker won't let me feel the bread? You mean to say that after all, you're really going to be the kind of woman who the baker won't let near the bread? It's from like 1st century AC. Crazy. Well, that was interesting. So now, if there's no one else out there who wants me to read anything of theirs, Eye of the World. And once again, 1 for my face in chat, 2 for the current status, and then 3 for anime bitches. Dude wrote about flying boats into space and have interplanetary wars. Maybe he saw something that the rest of us didn't, Raymond. Way too ahead of his time. Based. True. Well, we might as well wait before we start this, because we're going to have ads in a sec here. Ads. 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 And then went, this is a true story. I was there. Don't believe me? Go there and check. Fly to Mars and the sun. Ask for me. They know me. Sounds like something I would write. I mean, how are you gonna prove him wrong, right? Maybe it is a true story. Maybe he really did go and have alien wars. My question would be, why the fuck did you come back? That would be my evidence for it not being real, is why the fuck did you come back? I want a hex-clad egg pan. Not 100% what you mean by that, Sean. Hex-clad? What do you mean by hex-clad? Hexclad is a pan type, it's a product name, so like the company name? It's just like the design? No! They hit us way too soon, guys! I was not ready for it! My soul can't take this alleviated pressure that such great needs draw upon the world when such a want of mine shall never be filled. So the greatest of all needs falls to me now, where I must travel and venture far beyond the realms of the door I call my room. I shall be in the kitchen soon, where the great lament of food falls upon my shoulders. Such is a great time when ads come to fruition, and I look to my fridge and I see those names. The greatest of all, Lay's, Pringles, Skittles. Such is a great thing called when we look to the sky and see that name upon its lips that says, oh so sweetly as it speaks to me with eager yet kind feeling of circumstance to know that such a thing could not go beyond being tested by my will to say that greatest of all names that have come down from the heavens to grace us, and that name shall it be ever called Craft. Supposed to be durable like cast iron, heats and cools like stainless steel, but is non-stick, oven and dishwasher safe as well. Gordon Ramsay uses them everywhere. Nice. I have returned! Welcome, welcome, D-Naught. Perfect time for you to come back. While I'm ranting about ads and how great they are. And how you'll never escape them no matter where you go, even if you leave your house. So, we're going to try and do something a little bit different, guys. How about this? Where is it? Why can't I find it? There it is. I'm retarded. Alright, this is the new system. Deal with it. Based horse game. Uma Musume! Oh, so much so. Alright. Book 1, Wheel of Time. Eye of the World! Chapter 10. Leave Taking. A single lantern, its shutters half closed, hung from a nail in a stall post, casting a dim light. Deep shadows swallowed most of the stalls. As Rand came through the floors of the stable yard, hard on the heels of Matt and the warder, Perrin leaped up in a rustle of straw from where he had been sitting with his back against the stall door. A heavy cloak swathed him. Lan barely paused to demand, "Did you look the way I told you, blacksmith?" "I looked," Perrin replied. "There's nobody here but us. Why would anybody hide? Care and a long life go together, blacksmith." The warder ran a quick eye around the shadowed stable and the deeper shadows of the hayloft above, then shook his head. "No time," he muttered, half to himself. "Hurry," she says, as if to suit his words. He strode quickly to where the 5 horses stood tethered, bridled and saddled at the back of the pool of light. Two were the black stallion and the white mare that Rand had seen before. The others, if not quite so tall or so sleek, certainly appeared to be among the best the Two Rivers had to offer. With hasty care, Lan began examining cinches and girth straps, and the leather ties that held saddlebags, waterskins, and blanket rolls behind the saddles. Rand exchanged shaky smiles with his friends, trying hard to look as if he really was eager to be off. For the first time, Matt noticed the sword at Rand's waist and pointed to it. "You becoming a warder?" He laughed, then swallowed it with a quick glance at Lan. The warder apparently took no notice, or at least the merchant's guard. Or at least a merchant's guard. Matt went on with a grin that seemed only a little forced. He hefted his bow. An honest man's weapon isn't good enough for him. Rand thought about flourishing the sword, but Lan, being there, stopped him. The warder was not even looking in his direction, but he was sure the man was aware of everything that went on around him. Instead, he said with exaggerated casualness, "It might be useful," as if wearing a sword were nothing out of the ordinary. Perrin moved, trying to hide something under his cloak. Rand glimpsed a wide leather belt encircling the apprentice blacksmith's waist, with the handle of an axe thrust through the loop of the belt. "What do you have there?" he asked. "Merchant's guard indeed," Matt hooted. Shaggy-haired youth gave Matt a frown that suggested he had already had more than his fair share of joking, then sighed heavily and tossed back his cloak to uncover the axe. It was no common woodman's tool. A broad half-moon blade on one side of the head and a curved spike on the other made it every bit as strange as the Two Rivers as Rand's sword. Perrin's hand rested on it with a sense of familiarity, though. Master Luhan made it about 2 years ago for a wood buyer's guard. But when it was done, the fellow wouldn't pay what he had agreed, and Master Luhan would not take less. He gave it to me when he cleared his throat and shot Rand the same warning frown he'd given Matt. When he found me practicing with it, he said I might as well have it since he couldn't make anything useful from it. Practicing, Matt snickered, but held up his hands. soothingly when Perrin raised his head. As you say, it's just as well one of us knows how to use a real weapon. That bow is a real weapon, Lan said suddenly. Propped his arm across the saddle of his tall black and regarded them gravely. So are the slings I've seen you village boys with. Just because you never use them for anything but hunting rabbits or chasing a wolf away from the sheep makes no difference. Anything can be a weapon, if the man or woman who holds it has the nerve and will to make it so. Trollocs aside, you'd better have that clear in your minds before we leave the Two Rivers, before we leave Edmund's Field, if you want to reach Tar Valon alive. His face and voice, cold as death and hard as a rough-hewn gravestone, stifled their smiles and their tongues. Perrin grimaced and pulled his cloak back over the axe. Matt stared at his feet and stirred the straw on the stable floor with his toe. Warder grunted and went back to his checking, the silence lengthened. Isn't it much like the stories? Matt said, finally. I don't know, Perrin said sourly. Trollocs, a warder, an Aes Sedai. What more could you ask? Aes Sedai, Matt whispered, sounding as if he were suddenly cold. Do you believe her, Rand? Perrin asked. I mean, what would Trollocs want with us? They glanced at the warder. Lan appeared, absorbed in the white mare's saddle girth. But the three of them moved back toward the stable door, away from Lan. Even so, they huddled together and spoke softly. Rand shook his head. I don't know if she had it right about our farms being the only ones attacked. And they attacked Master Luhan's house in the forge first, here in the village. I asked the mayor, and it's easy to believe they are after us as anything else I can think of. Suddenly he realized they were both staring at him. You asked the mayor? Matt said incredulously. She said not to tell anybody. I didn't tell him why I was asking, Rand protested. Do you mean you didn't talk to anybody at all? You didn't let anybody know you're going? Perrin shrugged defensively. Moiraine Sedai said not anybody. We left notes, Matt said, for our families. They'll find them in the morning. Rand, my mother thinks Tar Valon is the next thing to Shale Gull. He gave a little laugh to show he did not share her opinion. It was not very convincing. She'd try to lock me in the cellar if she believed I was even thinking of going there. Master Luhan is stubborn as stone, Perrin added. Mistress Luhan is worse. If you'd seen her digging through what's left of the house, saying she'd hoped the Trollocs did come back for her so she could get her hands on them. Burn me, Rand, Matt said. I know she's an Aes Sedai and all, but the Trollocs were really here. She said not to tell anybody. If an Aes Sedai doesn't know what to do about something like this, who does? I don't know, Rand rubbed at his forehead. His hand hurt. He could not get that dream out of his mind. My father believes her. At least he agreed that we had to go. Suddenly Moiraine was in the doorway. You talked to your father about this journey. She was clothed in dark gray from head to foot, with a skirt divided for riding astride, and the serpent ring was the only gold she wore now. Rand eyed her walking staff. Despite the flames he had seen, there was no sign of charring, or even soot. Couldn't go off without letting him know. She eyed him for a moment, then paused, pursed her lips before turning to the others. Did you also decide that a note was not enough? Matt and Perrin talked on top of each other, assuring her that they had only left notes. The way she had said. Nodding, she waved them to silence and gave Rand a sharp look. What is done is already woven in the pattern. Lan, the horses are ready, the warder said, and we have enough provisions to reach Baerlon with some to spare. We can leave at any time, I suggest now. Not without me. Egwene slipped into the stable, a shawl wrapped beneath her arms. Rand nearly fell over his own feet. Lan's sword had come half out of its sheath. When he saw who it was, he shoved the blade back, his eyes suddenly flat. Perrin and Matt began battling to convince Moiraine they had not told Egwene about leaving. The Aes Sedai ignored them. She simply looked at Egwene, tapping her lips thoughtfully with one finger. Hood of Egwene's dark brown cloak was pulled up, but not enough to hide the defiant way she faced Moiraine. I have everything I need here, including food, and I will not be left behind. I'll probably never get another chance to see the world outside the Two Rivers. This isn't a picnic trip into the Waterwood, Egwene, Matt growled. He He stepped back when she looked at him under lowered brows. Thank you, Matt. I wouldn't have known. Do you think you three are the only ones who want to see what's outside? I dreamed about it as long as you have, and I don't intend to miss this chance. Oh my god, I'm so glad Egwin's coming! How did you find out we were leaving? Rand demanded. Anyway, you can't go with us. We aren't leaving for the fun of it. The Trollocs are after us. She gave him a tolerant look, and he flushed and stiffened indignantly. First, she told him patiently, I saw Matt creeping about, trying hard not to be noticed. Then I saw Perrin attempting to hide that absurd great axe under his cloak. I knew Lan had bought a horse, and it suddenly occurred to me to wonder why he needed another. And if he could buy one, he could buy others. Putting that with Matt Perrin sneaking about like bull calves pretending to be foxes, well, I could see only one answer. I don't know if I'm surprised or not to find you here, Rand, after all your talk about daydreams. With Matt and Perrin involved, I suppose I should have known you would have been in it too. I have to go, Egwin, Rand said. All of us do. The Trollocs will come back. The Trollocs, Egwin laughed incredulously. Rand, if you've decided to see some of the world, well and good. But please spare me any of your nonsensical tales. It's true, Perrin said as Matt began. The Trollocs. Enough, Moiraine said quietly. But it cut their talk as sharply as a knife. Did anyone else notice all of this? Her voice was soft, but Egwin swallowed and drew herself up before answering. After last night, all they can think about is rebuilding. That and what to do if it happens again. They couldn't see anything else unless it was pushed under their noses. And I told no one whose I suspected. No one. Very well, Moiraine said after a moment. You may come with us. A startled expression darted across Lan's face. It was gone in an instant, leaving him outwardly calm, but furious words erupted from him. No, Moiraine! Is it a part of the pattern now, Lan? It is part of the pattern now, Lan. It is ridiculous, he retorted. There's no reason for her to come along, and every reason for her to not. There is a reason for it, Moiraine said calmly. A part of the pattern, Lan. The warder's stony face showed nothing, but he nodded slowly. But Egwin, Rand said, the Trollocs will be chasing us. We won't be as safe until we get to Tar Valon. Don't try to frighten me off, she said. I'm going. Rand knew that tone of voice. He had not heard it since she decided that climbing the tallest trees was for children, but he remembered it well. You think being chased by Trollocs will be fun, he began, but Moiraine interrupted. We have no time for this. We must be as far away as possible by daybreak. If she is left behind, Rand, she could rouse the village before we have gone a mile, and that would surely warn the Midriddle. I would not do that, Egwin protested. She can ride the Gleeman's horse, the warder said. I'll leave him enough to buy another. That will not be possible, came Thom Merrilin's resonant voice from the hayloft. Lan's sword left his sheath this time and did not put it back as he stared up at the Gleeman. Thom tossed down a blanket roll, then slung his cased flute and harp across his back and shouldered bulging saddlebags. This village has no use for me now, while on the other hand, I have never performed in Tar Valon. And though I usually journey alone, after last night I have no objections at all to traveling in company. The warder gave Perrin a hard look. Perrin shifted uncomfortably. I didn't think of looking in the loft, he muttered. As the long-limbed Gleeman scrambled down the ladder from the loft, Lan spoke, stiffly formal. This is part of the pattern too, Moiraine Sedai. Everything is a part of the pattern, my old friend, Moiraine repeated softly. We cannot pick and choose, but we shall see. Thom put his feet on the stable floor, and turned from the ladder, brushing straw from his patch-covered cloak. In fact, he said in more normal tones, you might say that I insist on traveling in company. I've given many hours over many mugs of ale of thinking of how I might end my days. A Trolloc's cookpot was not one of the thoughts. He looked askance at the warder's sword. There's no need for that. I'm not a cheese for slicing. Master Marilyn, Moiraine said. We must go quickly, and most certainly in great danger. The Trollocs are still out there, and we go by night. Are you sure that you will want to travel with us? Thom eyed the lot of them with an inquisitive smile. If it's not dangerous for the girl, it can't be dangerous for me. Besides, what Gleeman would not face a little danger to perform in Tarvalon? Moiraine nodded, then Lon scabbarded his sword. Rand suddenly wondered what would have happened if Thom had changed his mind. Moiraine had not nodded. The Gleeman began saddling his horse as if similar thoughts had never crossed his mind, but Rand noticed that he eyed Lan's sword more than once. Now, Moiraine said, what horse for Egwene? Peddler's horse. Horses are as bad as the Durhans, the Wanderer replied sourly. Strong, but slow plotters. Bella, Rand said, getting a look from Lan that made him wish he had kept silent. But he knew he could not dissuade Egwene. The only thing left was to help. Bella may not be as fast as the others, but she's strong. I ride her sometimes. She can keep up. Lan looked into Bella's stall, muttered under his breath, she might be a little better than the others, he said finally. I don't suppose there's another choice. Then she will have to do, Moiraine said. Rand, find a stable for Bella. A saddle for Bella. Quickly now. We've tarried too long already. Rand hurriedly chose a saddle and blanket in the tack room, then fetched Bella from her stall. The mare looked back at him in sleepy surprise when he put the saddle on her back. When he rode her, it was barebacked. She was not used to a saddle. He made soothing noises while he tightened the girth strap, and she accepted the oddity with no more than a shake of her mane. Taking Egwene's bundle from her, he tied it to behind the saddle while she mounted and adjusted her skirts. They were not divided for riding astride, so her wool stockings were bared to the knee. She wore the same soft leather shoes as all the other village girls. They were not at all suited for journeying to Watch Hill, much less Tarvalon. Still think you should have come. You shouldn't come, he said. I wasn't making it up about the Trollocs, but I promise I'll take care of you. Perhaps I'll take care of you, she replied lightly. At his exasperated look, she smiled and bent down to smooth his hair. I know you'll look after me, Rand. We will look after each other. But now you had better look after getting on your horse. All the others were already mounted and waiting for him, he realized. The only horse left riderless was Cloud, a tall gray with a black mane and tail that belonged to John Thane, or had. He scrambled into the saddle, though not without difficulty, as the gray tossed his head and pranced sideways. As Rand put his foot in the stirrup, and his scabbard caught on his leg. It was not chance that his friends had not chosen Cloud. Master Thane often raced the spirited gray against merchants' horses, and Rand had never known him to lose, but he had never known Cloud to give anyone an easy ride either. Lan must have given a huge price to make the miller sell. As he settled in the saddle, Cloud's dancing increased. As if the gray were eager to run, Rand gripped the reins firmly and tried to think that he would have no trouble. Perhaps, if he convinced himself, he could convince the horse, too. An owl hooted in the night outside, and the village people jumped before they realized what it was. They laughed nervously and exchanged shamefaced looks. Next thing, field mice would chase us up a tree, Egwene said with an unsteady chuckle. Lan shook his head. Better if it had been wolves. Wolves, Perrin exclaimed, and the warder favored him with a flat stare. Wolves don't like Trollocs, blacksmith, and Trollocs don't like wolves, or dogs either. If I heard wolves, I would be sure there were no Trollocs waiting out there for us. He moved into the moonlit night, walking his tall black slowly. Moiraine rode after him without a moment's hesitation, and Egwene kept hard on the Aes Sedai's side. Rand and the Gleeman brought up the rear, following Matt and Perrin. The back of the inn was dark and silent, and dappled with moon shadows filled the stable yard. The soft thuds of the hooves quickly faded, swallowed by the night. In the darkness, the warder's cloak made him a shadow too. Only the need to let him lead the way kept the others from clustering around him. Getting out of the village without being seen was going to be no easy task. Rand decided as he neared the gate, at least without being seen by villagers. Many windows in the village emitted pale yellow light, and although those glows seemed very small in the night now, shapes moved frequently within them, shapes of villagers watching to see what this night brought. No one wanted to be caught by surprise again. In the deep shadows beside the inn, just on the point of leaving the stable yard, Lan abruptly halted, motioning sharply for silence. Boots rattled on the wagon bridge, and here and there on the bridge moonlight glinted off metal. The boots clattered across the bridge, grated on gravel, and approached the inn. No sound at all came from those in the shadow. Rand suspected his friends, at least, were too frightened to make a noise, like him. Footsteps halted before the inn in the grayness, just beyond the dim light of the common room windows. It was not until John Thane stepped forward, a spear propped on his stout shoulder, an old jerkin sewn all over with steel discs, straining across his chest, that Rand saw them for what they were: a dozen men from the village and the surrounding farms, sun in helms or pieces of armor that had lain dust-covered in attics for generations, all with a spear or a wood axe or a rusty bill. Miller peered into the common room window, then turned with a curt, "Look, it looks right here." The others formed in two ragged ranks behind him, and the patrol marched into the night as if stepping to three different drums. 2 Duval Trollocs would have taken them all for breakfast, Lan muttered when the sound of their boots had faded. But they have eyes and ears. He turned his stallion back. Oh no, everything just crashed. Of course it just crashed. Of course it just crashed. Why would it do anything else? Okay, I think we're good now. I can't see anything on my end. My OBS is fucking broken. Slowly, quietly, the warder took them back across the stable yard, down the bank, through the willows, and into the Wine Spring River. So close to the Wine Spring itself, the cold, swift water gleamed as if swirling around the horse's legs. It was deep enough to lap against the soles of the riders' boots. Climbing out on the far bank, the line of horses wound its way under the warder's deft direction, keeping away from any of the village houses. From time to time, Lan stopped, signing them all to be quiet, though no one else heard or saw anything. Each time he did, however, another patrol of villagers and farmers soon passed. Slowly they moved toward the north edge of the village. Rand peered at the high-peaked houses in the dark, trying to impress them on his memory. A fine adventurer I am, he thought. He was not even out of the village yet, and already he was homesick. But he did not stop looking. They passed beyond the last farmhouses on the outskirts of the village and into the countryside, paralleling the north road that led to Terran Ferry. Rand thought that surely no night sky elsewhere could be as beautiful as the Two Rivers sky. The clear black seemed to reach to forever, and myriad stars gleamed like points of light scattered through crystal. The moon, only a thin slice less than full, appeared almost close enough to touch. If he stretched, and a blank shape flew slowly across the silvery ball of the moon. Rand's involuntary jerk on the reins halted the gray. A bat, he thought weakly, but he knew it was not. Bats were a common sight of the evening, darting after flies and bitemies in the twilight. The wings that carried this creature might have the same shape, but they moved with the slow, powerful sweep of a bird of prey, and it was hunting. The way it cast back and forth in long arcs left no doubt of that. Worst of all was the size. For a bat to seem so large against the moon, it would have to be at almost within arm's reach. Tried to judge in his mind how far away it must be, and how big. The body of it had to be as large as a man, and the wings, it crossed the face of the moon again, wheeling suddenly downward to be engulfed by the night. Not realized that Lan had ridden back to him until the warder caught his arm. What are you sitting here and staring at, boy? We have to keep moving. The others waited behind Lan, half expecting to be told he was letting fear of the Trollocs overcome his sense. Rand told what he had seen. He hoped that Lan would dismiss it as a bat or a trick of his eyes. Lan growled a word, sounding as if it left a bad taste in his mouth. Dragcar. Egwin and the other Two Rivers folks stared at the sky nervously in all directions, but the Gleeman groaned softly. Yes, Moiraine said. It is too much to hope otherwise. And if the Mirrodale has a Dagcar at his command, then we will soon know where we are. He will soon know where we are, if he does not already. We must move more quickly than we can. We must move more quickly than we can cross country. We may still reach Terran Ferry ahead of the Myrddraal, and he and his Trollocs will not cross as easily as we. A Dagcar, Egwin said. What is it? It was Thom Merlin who answered her hoarsely. In the war that ended the ages of legends, worse than Trollocs and half-men were created. Moiraine's head jerked toward him as he spoke. Not even the dark could hide the shapes of her look. Before anyone could ask the Gleeman for more, Lan began giving directions. We take to the North Road. Now, for your lives, follow my lead. Keep up and keep together. He wheeled his horse about, and the others galloped wordlessly after him. That was a pretty short chapter. Oh my god, why did it have to break though? Why did my OBS have to break? Okay, let's make sure everything's working. Bring this up. Sure that works. Okay, everything's looking good. So, no further ado then, but have such things as the magnificence fallen upon us for that which is. Nope, that's not what I want. Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. Q&A, Sanderson Part 4. We're finally getting to it early because we didn't have like 3.5 hours of storytelling. But it's probably going to be a little bit of an earlier day today because I didn't go shopping today, but I need to go shopping tomorrow. I'm bad. I got other stuff I gotta do tomorrow, so we'll probably only do like a 6.5, 7-hour stream. Only a 7-hour stream! I know, guys. How dare I only do a 7-hour stream? Oh, it's not fair. It's only 7 hours. How dare you? We'll probably play some PoE. That's probably the plan later. We're gonna finish editing the banquet. We're gonna do the commentary. I'm just gonna start this up. I gotta grab some food, but I don't mind missing the beginning of this, so we'll just kind of throw this in here for you guys.
Hey, welcome to week 4 of Brandon Sanderson's Writing Lectures, the 2025 edition. I'm taking questions from the audience this time.
All right, here we go.
You weren't there in that audience. I'd like to give you a chance. So, if you watch this video and have questions about plot, do try to watch the previous 2 as well. But if you've been following along and I don't get to answering your question that you might have, leave it in the comments. I'm going to do a special web-only Q&A for you guys. So, post your questions here in the comments about plot. Best if you can reference the previous 2 lectures or things I talk in this, and I will do my best to get to you. And for now, enjoy Q&A on plot. All right, everybody, welcome to Writing Science Fiction Fantasy, the Q&A. Yeah. So I have in my hand the questions that you have asked about plot, and I'm going to get to some of them, because most likely I will answer 1 or 2 of these, and then you will start raising your hands, and I will get sidetracked by answering the questions you all have here. But let's see. All right. So, besides tone promises, what are some of the most important kinds of promises to make? This is an excellent question, because I really focused on the tone promises, but there's a lot more going on here. You do generally want to try to promise what kind of plot it's going to be. Little p plot, right? You don't have to promise big P plot until near the end of Act 1, if you think that way. Sometimes you just do, right? Again, I reference Star Wars a lot because it's a movie that everybody has seen and that breaks down really well. It promises it in scene 1. Big ship, little ship. Big ship's dominating little ship. It's about the little ship blowing up the big ship. Yeah. So, right, Star Wars does a lot of things like that that really just kind of click into place. So, you can make a promise about your big P plot, but also, you know, you can do it little P plot. You can make a character promise. The original Mulan is really good at this, the Disney Mulan, right? This is a character promise. How does Mulan solve problems? She solves problems in a smart way. If you don't remember the opening of that, she has to feed the chickens, I believe it is, and so she like ties the feed to a dog and then has the dog go running and feed the animals, right? This is the sort of character that we're doing. She is going to solve problems in an unconventional way, using her wits. And indeed, that is basically who Mulan is all the way through. You can give a promise of a character arc. Like, who is this character? What do they want? What are they going to change and become? I do think that, again, these can be at the beginning, they don't have to be, but you usually want to promise a character arc. You usually want to promise, like, every Disney movie ever has an I Want song, right? This is the journey they're going to go on and what they want to get and who they are, and blah, 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 right? One of the things that you can also promise is you can promise, if you do it right, what your stand-up and cheer moment is going to be. And that can be really handy for helping people get, you know, put up sometimes with the character getting beaten down, because they know each of those times the character's getting beaten down, it is set up for that moment where they will be victorious. This usually involves, you know, like, let's use the original Captain America, right? Captain America is a spindly little guy who can't fight. He still tries to protect people and gets into fights. And his friend has to bail him out. You know what kind of movie you're watching. You know you're there for a superhero transformation. That is a promise. He is eventually going to be able to be the strong one and save his friend, right? And so that is a promise of, you know, your character's transformation, but really it's like foreshadowing. You're gonna have a moment where you get to stand up and cheer for this guy. It's coming. You gotta put up with him, you know, being a spindly dweeb for a little while, but then after that, he's gonna, you know, the heart is more important than the body, and that sort of stuff. So all of those are types of promises you can make, down to the classic Chekhov's gun, right? The classic Chekhov's gun. This is a story writing adage that says if you hang a gun on the wall or on the above the mantle, or on the mantle, if you hang a gun up, if you show a gun in Act 1, you should fire that before the end of the movie, is basically what it says. I'm paraphrasing. He uses it more explicitly than that. But the idea is that people are going to expect, if you see and highlight something as a writer, that thing will be important or relevant. You can use that against them if you would like. You can use those as red herrings for setups and a different kind of payoff where it's like you thought you knew what was happening, but you don't. But just promises are what make people engage with a story. Your progress is what keeps them there. Your payoff is what, honestly, is going to make them read the next book, right? A lot of people will read a book with bad payoff and they'll get to the end. They're generally not going to put the book down because of bad payoff. What they're going to do is go write a 1 star, or even worse, the 2 stars. The 2 stars are the worst, right? That's when you really want to get an offer, you leave the 2 star. Because the 1 stars, they're just like, I didn't finish this, it wasn't for me, right? The 2 stars are like, oh, this could have been good, but it screwed up the ending. So yeah. The 2 stars are always like, I wanted to like this, but the author sucks. What do you do if you feel your plot is too unoriginal? Another good question. So, if you are worried you're too unoriginal, most of the time, you should stop stressing about this, all right? Artists love to stress about being unoriginal. Your originality will almost certainly come out as a natural growth of you progressing and writing as a storyteller. Usually, I'm going to give you the reason why it's usually in a minute, but usually this isn't as big a problem as you think it is. Once in a while, it kind of is. This is if early readers are telling you your book's too derivative. If consistently you write books that feel a little bit derivative. Sometimes you can just be like, well, I am a product of my inspirations. I don't know that James Cameron really cares that much that people call Avatar Dances with Smurfs, right? He made the movie he wanted to make. He loves his own movie. People love that movie. He got a theme park and, you know, made $1 billion. But if this does bother you, and if you are consistently getting it, and you are an established writer, this isn't your first book, you've practiced, and later on you're like, this book is too unoriginal. There's a number of things that you can do. Number one is play off the fact that people are expecting certain things and force yourself to take the next step. Say, all right, what the story would normally do here is X. It's been done that way over and over. What can I do that will make my story deeper and more interesting by making a different decision? Example, Stormlight Archive. One of the big problems I had with Way of Kings Prime which you can read for free if you want to do so for study purposes. I don't think it's that good, but people seem to enjoy reading it anyway. This is the version I wrote in 2002. A lot of the book worked, but the character that was in the place of Kaladin did not. In this book, I had a pretty standard plot line. Young spearman saves the king or the king's brother, earns himself a knighthood, and it's a story of him learning to navigate the upper crust of society. You can do that very well. That can be a very interesting story. But I, as an author, at the end of the book, I'm like, that is not who I want this character to be. Even though I wrote the whole book, feels like he's the most bland person in the entire story, and we're seeing the majority of it through his eyes. Something is wrong. This is a case where I felt like my plot was unoriginal. If you've read The Way of Kings, I'll try not to give too big a spoilers if you haven't, but the entire revision of that, that story, which kind of took it a completely different direction, was he's saying, okay, what if a character makes the opposite decision that most people would make?
Originality comes from your reading palette and consumption of other media, Brandon.
For his character,
I would tell novice writers to be original, even if it's just in reproducing classics on their palette.
Twist for twist's
that shows at least you know your shit.
Okay? Twist because it makes
Not sure
your
what
story
that's in reference
better.
to.
Anyone can surprise a reader. You have a character open the door and get shot, and then it's over, and you end, like, it's not hard to surprise readers. It really isn't. Surprising them effectively in a way that makes your story more interesting, that something happens, they're like,
something you disagree with?
The story is better now that this twist has happened.
About originality?
That's hard. Okay? So, if your story doesn't need a twist, don't feel bad not having a twist. Pride and Prejudice is not worse because they get together at the end. Spoilers. Right? But that doesn't mean you couldn't, if you are kind of bored of that narrative, say, well, what am I going to do differently? My one warning to you on this is, I warn you to foreshadow early it's going to be a different kind of story. Yes, Into the Woods gets away with not doing so to the extent that I recommend people do. You can not foreshadow. You can turn your story into something else in the middle. But be
disagree
warned.
with a lot of stuff.
I
Put
tell
that
a
to
story
me.
sometimes
Well,
about an author who
that might also be a cultural thing, Raymond.
And my books really started to take off, and his
for more Western
didn't
audiences.
take off to the same extent.
More Western
nice
stories.
Person, I'm not going to mention who it is because I've told this story so many times. It's been 20 years. I don't even know if I'm remembering the details right. All right, this is what happens to you. But I remember meeting this author, and I had started reading their book, and their book was good, but it wasn't for me. I'd read a bunch of traditional quest fantasy when I was younger, and I was kind of done with young person finds out they're the heir to the throne and chases a magical object that the book, you know, that they're looking to get because then they can use the magical object to save the day. Not saying that I won't someday read another book like that that just blows my mind and I love
Western
it.
English.
But at that point, I was kind of done with the Terry Brooks style.
But yeah, the culture.
And I told him that. I'm like, you know, I tried the book. You're
culture of
right,
storytelling
right?
is completely different across the world,
well,
right?
This and this. And he's like, you know, I got that so many times in my reviews. But the thing is, at the 3/4 mark, I twisted on its head, and that's not the case of what the book is at all. In fact, I wrote the book, he said, to be a deconstruction of that archetype that was so popular. And it's really frustrating that I then get people not liking the book because of the very thing I was deconstructing. The people that he thought would love his book were complaining. I don't know if my interpretation is correct, but what I feel might be the lesson here is that if your book is going to have a revolution that big that is unforeshadowed, your book might have problems. It could be awesome, Into the Woods works, but here's your danger. The people who are looking for a classic YA-style quest fantasy, what's going to happen to them when they get to the 3/4 mark? They're mad, right? They're like, wait a minute, you're
Forrest is the greatest
deconstructing the
writer in
thing that I
20th century
love
said
and
fantasy
saying
is
it's
something
not
very
cool?
Anglo.
Yeah.
Here we
they're
have another
mad,
magical
right?
fiction.
What about the people who would love a deconstruction of the quest fantasy? They don't get there because, like myself, they put the book down in the first third because they're like, well, you know, this isn't targeted at me. Isn't, again, to say that you can't do this, but your promises can indicate that this is a book that is heading that direction, and it is hard to do. Hard things to do often force you to grow as a writer, so I do encourage you to try them, but, you know, that's my warning to you on that one. Be careful about that. If that's the story you want to tell,
all right, I'm gonna limit have last room. All right, John, have a great night, good sir. Take care. Thanks for coming out and hanging out.
Put it down, you know, and early chapters. One way to do that might be to write other books that are more explicitly deconstructions, so that when you're popular and you release this one, everyone's like, oh, this reads like a standard quest fantasy. I know you, author person. I know where this is going. I'm gonna enjoy this real big when that kid who finds a magic sword, you know, turns out to be a demon and destroyed by it, and we deconstruct everything, and suddenly it's like whatever, right? So yeah. There's my answer to you on that one. If you feel your plot is unoriginal, push yourself harder, is answer number one. Number two, transpose that plot to a new genre or a new subgenre, and try to use the new subgenre's tropes to impact the story in interesting ways. This is the 10 things I hate about you methodology, right? The Shakespeare retelling. You know, taking a story and putting it in a new setting and then asking yourself, all right, with these new genre conventions, what do we do to this kind of story? You can always often ask yourself, all right, the standard story. What are the flaws in this story? How can we make a story about those flaws? Mistborn exists because I was reading Harry Potter, and I said, man, these Dark Lords never get a break, right? They always get killed by some kid, or there's like a furry-footed British dude who throws the ring in a hole. Like, you are the most powerful thing around, and then, oh, sorry, you were destroyed by the power of a mother's love, right? Right? Like, what if the Dark Lord won? What if Frodo got to the end and Sauron's like, my ring, I lost that. Thanks for bringing it back. That must have been really hard to do. Anyway, you're dead, and I take over the world, right? Like, that was the inspiration originally for Mistborn. You can, you know, reverse this story on its head, and the secret is a lot of stories that reverse on their head, a lot of deconstructionism will tell you, what is it? You're relying on what you're denying. You will need to be using those same narrative tropes, just in interesting ways, in order to actually deconstruct in a lot of at least popular fiction methodologies. So you will be able to have your cake and eat it too, which is the big dark secret of deconstructionalism as it applies to writing popular fiction. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Question over there.
For a lot of us writing our first books, I'd love to write a book and have a big series and have it go on forever. But for those books, promises that are unfulfilled in that.
Yeah.
For your first time. No, or...
Okay, good question. So you're writing a big series. You want to have it go on for a long time. What are the promises that you are going to leave unfulfilled? Is that a no-no? The answer is you can definitely leave some promises unfulfilled.
Well, putting
right?
Shakespeare on another stage, that means you know Shakespeare. Same with Tolkien or any other story you try to
being defeated is like a mini promise fulfilled, but not a big promise fulfilled. And they're able to, you know, get away with that. Lord of the Rings, it's like the promise is we're going to destroy the ring. We don't do that in book one. Spoilers, right? And so basically, readers will accept if you are fulfilling some promises and putting off others, right? What does Fellowship the Ring fulfill on? The ring will corrupt those who are around it. That's really cool. It's a good fulfilling sort of thing to that end, and the Fellowship then breaks and yada yada. So What I do recommend is don't save all the cool stuff for book 7.
Mm-hmm.
New writers run into this. I'm exaggerating, but they'll be like, this will get really cool once I do X, Y, and Z. Well, for your first novels, make sure the really cool is there right at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make people wait to find out if you can tell a good ending. This is why, in general, there's exceptions to every rule. In general, all things being equal, I recommend that new writers trying to break in tell a complete story.
There is where you're going to find the material you write.
In their first
You've already got to know what it has been
like to do
and
this
how.
when I can, even as an established author. Skyward is a complete story. At the end, we say this is where it's going to go for the series, but the first book stands very well on its own. Steelheart is a complete story. Mistborn is a complete story. I tend to do this with series. Stormlight is not so much one, right? And I try to kind of make that promise. But if you are looking at the plot arcs of Stormlight, we do not get into solving the problem of the capital P plot of the series, but the story of the bridge cruise that we promise is fulfilled. So you give a really powerful fulfillment to a primary character's arc, and then leave greater things unanswered, and you're fine. The other way, of course, is to do something that is a more serialized series. I know that sounds odd, but you know, one where each book is going to have its own complete arc and can be read out of order. Those sorts of stories don't have this problem, obviously, but if you're wanting to do the big epic, that's what I recommend. Go ahead.
We talked last week about different plotting methods.
Yes.
Say you're just starting a project from scratch, you're still getting started, you're trying to get your story, but you're trying to figure out which plotting method would best suit your specific project. Do you have any advice on approaching that front?
Yeah, advice on approaching. If you want to try different plotting methods, matching them to a given story, it's going to be really individual to you. What have you tried in the past and what has worked for you in the past? Take what has worked. If you're a new author, meaning you haven't written your 6th book yet, is what I would put as a newer author, right? At that point, it's like, all right, what worked in the past? I'm going to lean into this and do it even more. Does it work better if I lean in even more? Does it not work? If you're also a new writer, like you may want to try the whose line is it anyway version of writing a story, where it's like, I know I'm going to do this, this, and this, go, and I don't know what any chapter is going to be, and you know, you yes, but, no, and that sort of stuff, your way through an entire book. The Alcatraz books were written that way. I would brainstorm a bunch of things, just like whose line is it anyway, and say, these all have to go in the book by the end. Go. And I would not outline because I wanted to practice discovery writing and things like that. So if you wonder where the Alcatraz books came from, that will not surprise any of you who have read them, where those books come from. Practicing the different methodologies is just handy for many authors as a tool, but do also understand there are a lot of authors who find one way of writing a story that really works for them, and they lean into it, and they don't change for the next 60 years, and they write classic after classic. So don't stress if you're not the type that's like, I want to try all these. If you have something that works, just do it. What would I do? Like, I'd try the 2 extremes and then try to work my way into something that is a mix of them, since most people I know are a mix. The 2 extremes being
pantsing and
whose line is it anyway, your way through an entire book, and also World Builder's Disease, you give yourself, like, 4 months, depending on whatever, and you just won't let yourself write. Only do this once. Those of you who spend 20 years, don't do that. But,
yeah.
Give yourself a deadline, but a really liberal one, and World Builder's Disease and plot, and then see if that makes your book better or not. Yeah.
When you're running overlapping story arcs, how do you plan it so that everything, all the arcs come together in that perfect stand-up and cheer moment?
Overlapping arcs, how do you work them together so they come together in a stand-up and cheer moment? A few tips. Number one is, you may not get it right in the first draft. You may not get it right in the 5th draft. You will hopefully eventually get it right. But a few tips. One of the things that tends to stand up and cheer is when you can hit the character arcs, emotional payoff right before the kind of physical arc, the external arc. Internal, then external. Usually is the beat that you want, right? Han comes back and saves Luke. Luke decides to be a Jedi and trust in the Force. Then they defeat the bad guys because they have both made their decisions. That's your standard. You can reverse it. But that's just kind of a rule of thumb. If you can use that internal arc to then push you into the external arc, give them the last little bit they need, those are generally stand up and cheer moments. The reason being that if you foreshadow it away, well, the reader is waiting. The reader is waiting, the viewer in this case, for Han to come back, and the viewer is waiting for Luke to decide to be a Jedi. These are the two things that you've just been watching them both fail at repeatedly, but you know they're both getting close. Then, because they succeed, they did it. It isn't that the narrative just came together, it's that they struggled, failed, made impactful decisions, and those impactful decisions made them succeed. That's usually what we talk about with stand-up and cheer, right? They're things you're waiting for. You can do them without as much character arcs. You can do them by just punishing the character, right? So much that when, mild spoilers, when the hammer hits their hand, you cheer because they've been through so much, right? When they're able to wield Thor's hammer. That's, you know, they've struggled so much, it's time to have a success. If you are balancing a whole bunch of plot lines, another rule of thumb is you can't overlap them too much to the point that the reader gets a sort of paralysis to awesome things happening, a numbness to awesome things happening. Whereas if you stagger those, sometimes that is better. As Sanderlanche generally actually tries to stagger them. It depends on the book so that they're coming in order, but even a Sanderlanche, like I can go too far. I've had to trim back books before and in revisions because there's too many twists, too many things becoming fulfilled, and sometimes you back up and say, I'm going to use this as the kind of a climactic moment at the 2/3 mark for this character, then they're going to fade into the background, and then we can focus on the big thing. I did that a ton in the Wheel of Time, where it's like, all right, midpoint climax, it feels like an ending, but for this minor character, you are now allowed as a reader to be like, that was awesome, they're cool, now they won't distract me from Rand anymore. Pat on the head, off into the to the mists of time for you. Thank you for, you know, right? Like that sort of thing can be really handy to do also. So, a few things there. Let me get one more of these, and then we'll do some more questions from the audience. So, all right, because these are all really good questions. What are some common mistakes made when it comes to exposition? Oh, exposition. Oh, exposition. So, one of the things, so if you don't know what exposition means, in a story, particularly a science fiction and fantasy story, you are going to have to, as a writer, bring the reader up to speed on a ton of things. We call this a learning curve. Every story has a learning curve. The more sci-fi fantasy-ish it is, the steeper your learning curve, because the higher, the more you're going to have to learn to be brought up to speed. If you are reading a story about a student at BYU who is taking a science fiction fantasy class and trying to write their first novel, your learning curve, the point that you have to get to, is not so high, the amount you have to learn. You already know all of this, you as a reader. Now, someone from another country who has never heard of this might have a steeper learning curve. So you can't make it perfect for every reader, but understand that, right? Historicals tend to have a steeper learning curve. Things that are very narrow in a genre tend to have a steeper learning curve because you can rely on other things, other books the reader has read, and sci-fi fantasy tends to have a steeper learning curve.
Good luck learning everything about my world. 150 hours later.
Exposition. And by using exposition well. Exposition, when we use classic exposition, it is when the reader, the character basically, either in first person or in third person, gives a big paragraph explaining, well, the gods were like this and they did this. So
a great exposition was yesterday in Eye of the World when Moiraine was telling the story. Writes an atlas about his world. Yeah. But it was like she was telling the story, right? And it's like that's kind of how I want characters in... Like, that's kind of how I envision characters in my book doing it. Is through, like, sharing history through telling a story like that. Right? How she was talking about, like, the origins of the two rivers and Aemond and his wives and how their blood stood up to the Trollocs and now they've become this pitiful people. It's like, something like that is like, that's how you use exposition.
We have this so that we have this, now this, and the magic works like this, and blah, you know, all of this stuff. You generally want, as a writer, to do everything you can to make your learning curve more shallow without impacting the subgenre and art that you're trying to make, right? Shallow learning curves good.
If you know Final Fantasy, you pretty much know my story.
You're trying to tell.
You'll instantly
Steven
get
Erikson,
it.
the story he's trying to tell did not benefit from a shallower learning curve because that was part of the point. Way of Kings has a steeper learning curve than Mistborn. And so, don't front load your exposition. Gone are the days where you would write a prologue that is a huge exposition dump. You can still find plenty of fine fantasy novels from the 70s and 80s that do that. And gone are the days when you can get away with giant info dumps, is what we call them, in your opening chapters. Move them out into dialogue where you can, but be careful about maid and butler dialogue. This is kind of a term we borrow from the stage world, where you would have the maid and butler come on the start of a play and be like, as you know, the lady is away for the weekend, and the other's like, yes, and as you know, the master now will go golfing because she hates his golfing habit. Well, and as you know, he's been getting. You want to avoid. They also call it as you know, Bob, dialogue. So how do you do this? Right?
Stories or exposition is like whole story. So like this short story, this guy traveling stops at a place. A dude tells him the story of the place. 90% of the story. The next day, he just leaves and gets to the place he intended.
We'll make it.
Yep.
Make your learning curve a little shallower. It's easier to read.
But
it's important to
in a short story, it's a little bit different.
In dialogue or these sorts of things. I often say the grand skill of writing sci-fi fantasy is to be able to get your exposition to readers without them realizing that you're expositing. My wife, when my kids were younger, would make for them a smoothie every morning, right? She would put spinach in the smoothie and say, this is making it into zombie guts. My kids were like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes, right? Zombie guts equals good and tasty. And they're like, wow, zombie guts. She would do this in order to get them to eat something that has at least a little bit of vitamin in it, right? You want your exposition to be the spinach in the reader's smoothie. You want them to not realize that it's happening. And you do this by avoiding the big paragraphs, by putting in only what you need, particularly at the beginning. Don't feel you need to dump everything. I will get to you, hands down for now. It's actually kind of distracting. So, so try not to get them bored. Try to make it meaningful and important and useful to the narrative, try
What a
to
dick!
slip it in. A line here between dialogue, a line in the dialogue. Try to come up with reasons to construct scenes where these things are relevant. You know there are dwarves and wizards in The Hobbit because they're coming and eating all of Bilbo's food. And Bilbo is so annoyed that they're eating his food. That scene tells you who Bilbo is, that it's a world full of dwarves and wizards, that this guy's a homebody.
Can't
and
say
through
shit.
their
I'm the
natural
dude who constantly
conversation, you find out
raises the
they're on a
hand.
big adventure. You don't need the
I'm the guy who
deep
just sits in the
exposition.
back
You
and
don't
watches.
need to know the nature of the One Ring in order to have Bilbo be annoyed that dwarves are at his door, even if the nature of the One Ring is your capital P plot. It wasn't even when he wrote The Hobbit. Do you guys know he went back and revised The Hobbit to change the thing with the One Ring after he decided to write Lord of the Rings? I would call that cheating, but it's not because Grandpa Tolkien did it, which means we all can. Yeah. He released The Hobbit, then he's like, oh, wow. As I've decided what the One Ring is, Gollum probably shouldn't just not care about it. I'd better revise The Hobbit to make the One Ring more relevant to what the One Ring is. So, anyway, all right, I gotcha.
All right, so I was wondering, like, if you have...
I'm the guy who wants...
Uh-huh.
It is his turn to ask an important question. He has to go to the bathroom.
How long it takes to get extending it, shorten the curve by, like, making them interested to...
I love it, Callie.
More about it.
I love it.
Would that pull it forward?
Yeah, one more time. I think I've got what you're asking. Okay.
I can't...
Yeah.
So if you have, like, what would be a lot of content to, like, have a huge...
You're going to have a steep learning curve. You got a lot of content. Is it better to expand that to let them... Okay, good question. This is an excellent question. So you can do that. It's dangerous because longer can be more boring, right? I would counter with it depends on your subgenre. If you're writing in middle grade, it is very traditional to lengthen out that learning curve by starting kid in our world. Here are their problems. Learn their problems and their friends before pulled into a fantasy world. Now those problems and friends you understand, and we can start on the fantasy world. It's why Portal Fantasy tends to be consistently the most popular middle grade variety of fantasy, because you can establish some stakes and some character before. A lot of epic
Just
fantasy,
like I'm doing in Stoner Girl
no, we're starting
Evolution.
Right in. Boom, someone's getting attacked. Steeper learning curve because your audience
True,
will accept it,
GBZ.
and also the arc you want to tell, like I said earlier. So yes, you can do that. Often, you don't want to lengthen it too much, but if you can construct that perfect scene that can show character and the problem and hint at some of the important things of the world and inject that into the beginning of your story, that can often, it does make your story a little longer, but it can shallow out that learning, or yes, shallow, whatever. It can even out that learning curve, but it can also let you hit character really hard first off. Then you can
character is the most important part.
along. So one of the reasons why
Who is
Quest
Husai? What does Husai want?
so
Why is he
are
there?
start in
What's
a
important
city
about him?
or
What's,
town that
you know,
feels an
interesting
awful
about him?
lot like rural America, so that everybody who was reading Old Yeller and Where the Red Fern Grows and things like that at the time that these were popular is like, all right, I'm grounded. I'm grounded in Randall Thor. He lives on a farm with his dad, and he thinks there's a girl in town that's cute that he might want to marry, but he doesn't want to have to quite make those decisions yet. He's glad he's got his dad. He wishes he knew his mom. Monsters, right? And then out of that world into a fantasy world. It's not a Portal fantasy, technically, but you can see how it's like one half a Portal fantasy. Same with Lord of the Rings. Same with a lot of this Quest fantasy. We don't have to do that as much anymore because we can rely on people knowing what a fantasy world was. Mm-hmm. When Tolkien wrote, like, what a fantasy world was a little more nebulous to the general public. In fact, I haven't yet been able to identify, and someday I would like to see if we can find the definitive first fantasy novel that doesn't reference our world in any way. because I thought for a while it might be Lord of the Rings, but it's really not. Because he said Lord of the Rings is a prehistory to Earth, right? And so what is the first one? The at least first one that's, you know, that people actually read. Maybe there's some manuscript somebody wrote, but you know what I mean? I'm still trying to find that one. But basically all fantasy, as a rule, until around Tolkien, referenced Earth in some way. They even usually used it in the title, right? Earthsea, in order to just help with that learning curve. And we don't have to do that as much anymore, which is nice. And I kind of
it's kind of a crutch, and it can be used as a tool, like in Isekai.
Culture being just popular culture has helped.
Or to allow people to reference the real world.
Understand, this is a fantasy book. I understand what a fantasy book is. That's really big. I'll read the shorter ones about people kissing. But I don't mind that people read the shorter ones about people kissing, because some of those also say, well, maybe I will like that big one now. So thank you for everyone who's writing the fantasy books about people kissing. All right, there were some other questions. Go.
So when you have a book that's a lot of promises, how do you like keep track of that as your own? What organizational method can you use to make for your making?
Yeah, what organization can you use? I just have an outline, right? In fact, I should do this because I didn't do it last time. What do I do? How do I actually build an outline? So the Sanderson method of building an outline.
You would first need to define fiction, because a lot of magical worlds are actually like where the gods live, or other dimensions where these species, angels, demons, genies live. And they're usually origin stories, right? Like explaining how the sun moves across the sky, and the moon, the stars.
Right? I'm going to want an internal arc for them in some way. Most stories benefit from a character's internal journey. This is the, you know, struggle to overcome X, Y, or Z, or to become X, Y, or Z, or something like that. I'm usually going to want one of some of those. But I'm also going to be like, all right, the main sort of plot that I'm going to be doing promises for, or progress.
But also fantasy can be in our world, like
what's the
Ivanhoe.
What
yeah,
is,
like
happening in this story?
like Dresden Files, Harry Potter.
Something like, all right, Kaladin needs to save a bridge crew. This is the kind of promise he makes himself in chapter whatever 11 or 12 or wherever it is, where he's like, I'm going to try one more time, and this time I'm going to actually save somebody, right? That becomes kind of a major, like, this is the spine I'm hanging my story on. For a book as big as The Way of Kings, I will probably have 3 of these. There'll be kind of one main one, and then 2 sub-main ones. So, kind of this is like external plot. And I'll usually at the same time have some character interactions. Like I might have a romance. And I might have an information plot. Right? A lot of my books, it's like, how does the magic work? Right? In Way of Kings, it's less. There is an info plot, but the info plot is with Shallan. With Kaladin, it's not an info plot; it's an apprentice plot. Except he has no master to teach him. But it's that sort of plot. It's like, I need to work this out and become a master of this. Otherwise, everybody I love is going to die. And so I identify what these things are, and I start writing down what are my progress. What are my big moments of progress? Usually, I start at the end. What's my stand up and cheer, if there is one, or what's the kind of ultimate culmination of this, and this, and this, and
That's
this,
what I do.
and this, and this, and this. And I identify all of these things, and I start putting bullet points and brainstorming. What are my steps along the way? What are signposts? I know what each of these endings is. How can I indicate that we're making progress? What are the places where they backslide? What are the big moments where, you know, you think it's not going to work, that is just going to fail? What are all of these? And I have all of this. It's just a bunch of lists of this plot cycle, bullet points. This plot cycle, bullet points. This plot cycle, bullet points. And then I start in my outline to fold them together into sections of the book. Looking to have some big moment be a demarcation of the end of a part and the beginning of another part. Either some big complication has happened, or some major step has been achieved along the way, and I start just interweaving these in my outline to help me see this is what the book is going to be. It's going to have this sense of progress on these, and there's going to be mini information plot, and I want to make sure I don't lose it, so we're going to make a point happen here, and then I build chapters out of that as I write. You wouldn't go to my outline and be like, here's chapter 1, here's chapter 2, chapter 3. You will generally have all of these things moved into order in a giant list of bullet points with plot headings above explaining what each of them is trying to do, kind of in paragraph form. Usually we put up an outline, one of my old ones. I think we have the Skyward outline that you can see. And the thing about this, I generally work with them. So you might go to Skyward outline and have it be numbered as chapters. I'm sometimes numbering them as I'm writing. They are not numbered as I make the outline, but you're getting it after I'm done with it and the book is done. And so all of this, it gets exponentially more complicated the more characters you add. Be aware of that. It's pretty easy to write a one viewpoint narrative in 100,000 words, even using all the world building and things I like to do. Really hard to do two. If they're involved in the same exact plot, you can do it. Yumi and the Nightmare Painter is a 2, but they're both in the same plot. If you're going to put 2 people on different planets, suddenly, you know, it starts to magnify, and it can be more than a doubling effect, depending on how much you're doing there. So, yeah.
What program do you use for building your outlines?
I use Microsoft Word for building my outlines. Yep. I just use the document map and Microsoft Word. I'm old school. Give me a piece of paper and a notebook. In the old days, I would make them in a notebook. Nowadays, it's Microsoft Word. I know a lot of people like that screenwriting one. What's it called? What's that? Scrivener. People really like Scrivener.
That's what I use.
And I know a lot of people that's handy for. I do use an internal wiki that's just a local wiki for my team that handles all of the world building. I make an outline, I write my book, I hand the finished book to them, and they put it all in the wiki so I can reference it later on. I don't have to do that anymore. It's so nice.
I just use Word too.
All right, yeah.
I just use Notepad. I don't have
Do
Word.
you like make your own maps, or do you just like pawn that off? Does he just draw those?
Yeah, do I make my own maps? So it depends on the book and how relevant the spacing is. So for instance, in Mistborn, I didn't generally have maps. It's taking place in one city, and I knew that, I'm like, well, this has to be this far apart from this other one. When I wrote the original draft of Way of Kings, I hand drew one out, because I knew, I have to know
use
how
the
far
Google
it is
Docs
from
and
here
then
to
save
here.
as Word doc.
You know, one of the
I hate
things
Google
they'll
Docs. It
get
doesn't
you
have a
for
good,
on the
like,
internet,
dark
and
mode.
rightly so, is if you have armies teleport around. So do yourself a service, have a map for scale if you're going to be moving armies. You really want to have that verisimilitude of realism. You can cut some corners with magic, but they should be established rules for your magic system.
I burn my eyes
I can get away
writing.
with a lot in Stormlight because the armies don't have to force.
I think it should be illegal to have a white background on a website.
Small cart of something to make large amounts of food.
Everything should be dark
they
mode.
Don't have to worry about water.
It fucks so badly with your eyes.
In Roshar, too much, right? So there are things that I can do that make the movement of armies a lot easier for me, so that the logistics, I don't have to run supply lines nearly as much and things like that. But it depends on what type of story you're telling. So, yeah, you follow up? Yeah.
Motherfucker trying to come in here and do shit. Nah, he out. I gotta beat Smokey before Smokey does it before me.
Solve one of the biggest problems in
I can never get to the kick ones fast enough because I gotta press 2 buttons. But Twitch is just like,
you play 4X, it's like, well, I feel like I'm done now. I've played this for, you know, like, and then you start a new one. They look like they're looking at that. I am worried that they will too much abandon their coolest feature from 6, which was the adjacencies and the planning. It was so much fun in 6 to sit down and plan your empire and then build it step by step. Feels like writing a book where, like, finally I get to place this thing here and get this city here. And I worry there won't be as much cool planning, and that was my favorite part of 6. So, no more Civ 6, 7 questions. We'll work over here for a while. Yeah.
What advice do you have for like foreshadowing and internal consistency for Discovery?
Okay, foreshadowing and internal consistency for Discovery writers. Fix it in post. That's a joke, but seriously, foreshadowing is actually one of the very easiest things to fix in revision. You can turn
You just add a sentence where you need it, right? Also, I've been revising essays to fix details and to add stuff.
So
the one you read yesterday is now like twice the length, the Spanish part.
You can put that all in.
Nice.
In fact, I would recommend you finish your book, you know what it's all about, you know what you need to foreshadow, say, well, now I'm going to use this thing Brandon talked about and be like, all right, in order to earn this ending, I need this, this, and this. I'm going to have a list of those as I go through my revision, or I'm just going to go to the chapter and see, put this in here. Construct a scene that does this. Or if your foreshadowing was too much, you're like, well, I need a red herring. I'll insert a red herring. A little harder than turning up foreshadowing. Turning it up is easier than turning it down, but it's so easy to add foreshadowing and tweak that. One of the things that I rely on early readers the most for is figuring out where they're guessing my plot twists, and I look for kind of a distribution. I don't usually want plot twists that nobody guesses.
Mm-hmm.
This is where my personal threshold is. I feel like if you can't possibly have guessed it, it's not really a cool plot twist. It can be a complication. There can be complications nobody guesses. That's totally fine. And you have that all the time. But if what I actually want is a twist.
Because I went, this movie can be an example, this song too, and this one, and just went on, and now I finished. My brain went, that movie too, though.
I want
there's too much content.
To not get it until like the page or the paragraph before the reveal. That's where I'm wanting it. In order to get that, some people are going to guess it after Act 1, or in some cases, in Book 1 for Book 5. But there's no getting around that unless you make the twist so obscure that nobody gets them. However, if everybody is getting it in Act 1, then either I need to dial back on my foreshadowing or I need to make it not a surprise. Dune gets away with no surprises. This is the example of that, but Hitchcock would do this too. There is a difference between a twist and suspense, right? Like if you know there's a bomb somewhere and the characters don't, you can create suspense out of that. If you know a certain character's a traitor and the characters don't, Dune gets a lot of mileage out of that. It doesn't hide this from you, and it works really well. You can do that if you're like, wow, everyone's guessing this. Why don't I just lean into it and make it so that the characters don't have the information we have, because we can see through the villain's eyes, and then make sure your characters don't feel dumb, but otherwise, there you go. So the answer really is fix it in revisions, okay? I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to get this side, because I've been ignoring them.
On the subject of twists?
Yes.
Some stories seem to have twists that come out of nowhere with pure shock value.
Yes.
So is there any value to that? Is what we're talking about?
The true answer is yes, there is. I don't like them very much as an artistic choice, but there is. There is value to them. And usually these are better as complications, right? Spoiler for Game of Thrones, but somebody gets beheaded that no other fantasy book at the time would have beheaded in Game of Thrones. And then he does it again in a later book. This built the series for people who like that. The shock value works.
Just randomly fucking killing characters.
He is trying to do the War of the Roses, a real historical sort of time period. In fact, I believe Westeros is like Great Britain turned upside down. Right? With like Ireland stapled on top of it or something. He's a medievalist. He's like, yeah, that's what it is. This is the War of the Roses with a flavor of fantasy, and I want to explore the brutality of being a ruler in the medieval era.
So
if the story's theme is exploring the brutality of living in the medieval era, then having people die.
It's more of a Martin being a nihilist when it comes to Game of Thrones.
And that enhances the storytelling because it makes it like, well, who's
your matter of circumstance, no one can overcome the matter of circumstance, right?
With sympathetic
like with Ned, there's no way he could get away with not.
So even George had to, pull back.
being killed,
which is one of the big criticisms of the series.
Unless
it's a natural
anti-medieval
kind of
story
necessity to the story he was telling. I think they will like his fans. Don't actually want him to kill everybody, but I don't know. Regardless, yeah.
It's how you kill them.
Is there
if the
value?
Nightwalker wins
Yes.
at the end of the day, that would be
Make
crazy,
sure
or
the
the Night
value
King.
is in watching the characters respond to something completely unexpected and letting that develop your
Characters
story in
basically
interesting
modern people
directions,
living in medieval
rather than
times.
doing it just to shock the reader. Because again, shocking the reader is not hard. It takes no skill. Anyone can do it. You just say, page 100, and they got together and lived happily ever after, and then there's 300 blank pages after that. That's a twist. Anyone could do that. Does not take any skill. So make sure that even the one you're doing primarily for shock value is done in such a way that it enhances the themes, the characters, the plot in a way that
killing
works
Zayd
for
was
the
shock
narrative
value,
that
and
you're
it turned
telling,
into the most pivotal
and be
part of the
careful
story.
about it. Be aware that statistically, this hurts me. This hurts me. Statistically, people enjoy stories more if they know the twists ahead of time.
Yep.
This has been researched over and over and over again with lots of different test audiences.
And that's why I like foreshadow the moon
I'm
falling out of the
for you,
sky
now
so
watch
much,
it.
but you're never gonna
They
guess the moon fell out of the
consistently
sky.
rate the story higher if they've been
But it's like
spoiled.
everything points to something like
Doesn't
that.
that hurt? Doesn't that absolutely hurt? This is where I started to learn to just not mind if certain people who know what makes them engage with fiction flip to the end of the book to see who's alive and dead. And usually what happens is the reader can enjoy the story. Certain psychologies enjoy it better because they don't have to stress if their favorite character dies or not. So therefore they can actually engage with the narrative and really come to like it. Yeah, you guys are all muttering about this. You're like, oh, I can't believe people, they're the worst.
Fucking readers!
Oh, man, readers.
Goddamn
If only we could
readers!
have books without them. Yeah. So keep that in mind, because what that means is a well foreshadowed twist that people spot but still really like is going to be more likely to be an immortal book. A book that changes because beta readers figured it out too much, or even worse, people read the first book, figured out where you're going, so you absolutely changed the second book, so all your foreshadowing the first book doesn't work anymore. Those books tend to be on shaky grounds by the authors that I've studied who I know have done it, and it, in the long run, I think has been detrimental to the series. So, there's a little bit of a couple diatribes on that. All right, I'm gonna work my way this way. I'll go here, and then we'll look over here. We'll go here and then I'll ask in that one. Okay.
So we mentioned foreshadowing a bunch. How would you go about giving foreshadowing tips to someone who says, I know what I need to foreshadow, but I'm struggling to do it effectively?
Okay. You know what you need to foreshadow, you're struggling to do it effectively. All right, couple of tips. Readers will follow a couple of things. Number one, genre and narrative tropes. If they think they have figured it out, then you can surprise them with something else, okay? And you can help them lean into that. So you're foreshadowing, if you're having trouble making it so that people don't see, but you want to hide in plain sight, you can see what they expect, and then you can start playing with it, all right? Understand that generally, if you're really bare bones, you can do the rule of 3. Mention something 3 times before it's important and relevant.
Yeah.
Okay? If readers were like, this, it fell out of nowhere. Your readers will follow the character's attention. What the characters notice and say, wow, that's important. The readers will notice and say, wow, that's important. So you can focus readers' attention with character attention. And this works for side characters too, right? Often one of the best ways to show that a character is a good person is not to have them be like, yeah, I'm a good person. I teach classes for the university when I don't have to. Instead, you're all laughing. Instead, having someone else say, Brandon is awesome.
Brandon is awesome.
See, I'm joking, but one of the reasons why the beginning of Stormlight, I do not show chapter 1 from Kaladin's viewpoint is because Kaladin in chapter 1 is just too dang awesome. And if you're in his viewpoint, it might be too much and it might feel like, I'm tired of this guy. He's too cool. Showing him from the eyes of someone else who he rescues changes all of that. Their attention is on him, and then you're like, I love this guy. He came and saved this little kid he didn't need to save through the eyes of the kid's viewpoint, and he can do all the awesome stuff without it being as over the top as it might be from his viewpoint. And then, you know, you work in a few flaws, you work in some backstory stuff, and you know, there's a lot going on there, but I deliberately chose that. It adds to the learning curve because it's a viewpoint that is not the main character viewpoint, but I thought the trade-off was good there because it let me do things. So foreshadowing-wise, watch what your characters are doing, what they're paying attention to. And if you need more foreshadowing, you can go with the old standby. Characters like, it does not make any sense at all that such and such happened to the other characters. Am I wrong? Is that odd? And other characters like, now that you mention it, it makes absolutely no sense in our magic system. I'm sure, I trust the author though, I'm sure it'll make sense eventually. They're like, yeah, it probably will. And then later on they're like, this still hasn't made sense. And then later on they're like, oh wow, that's why. I've just pulled the curtain back. You're going to read Mistborn different now. Yeah. Why are there only 10 medals when 16 seems like there would be? There's only half of a chart in the back of the book. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I'm not 16 medals. Why would there be? All right. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. All right. You had a question.
What are your tips to avoiding a decline in quality after like a midpoint climax or the ending climax of book 1 to book 2?
How do you avoid a decline in quality after you've had just an awesome climax in the middle of book 1 or book 1 moving to book 2? This is hard, right? Sometimes
how do you beat faster falling out of the sky and dying?
Well, that was a
well,
great book.
you get the fucking, you get Atobus and you get fucking the 100-Year Quest.
That first book is cool as it can be. The midpoint climax is more of an issue. Generally, when I've had this, there's a couple of things that I've done. In some cases, I'm like, can that be the endpoint climax instead? It is working so well. Can I move it? And I actually have done that before. Sometimes I'll be like, well, I just need to step up, be a man, sing a Donny Osmond song. We referenced Mulan, we have to do it. And make the ending even cooler. And that means for me, it could take a few weeks of rebuilding plot lines. Something that I was just working on, I'm like, wow, this protagonist, I have like a narrative and a plot. I'm like, this one is going to be awesome. It is so cool. And I looked at the other viewpoint, and I'm like, everyone's going to want to skip this one to get to this one. I'm like, all right, we're going to take a few weeks, and we're going to make that second viewpoint, use every tool I can to up how interesting and engaging that viewpoint is going to be, so that the balance
keep upping the ante on each character
is working. Once in a while, I just don't care.
Like the difference between being with Frodo and Sam, the difference with being with like Merry and Pippin, and the difference with being with like Aragorn. It's like each one of those has different stakes, different emotional value, and different goals.
Like the best plot climax.
But they're all just as fucking awesome.
And I just decided this is a quirk of this book, right? You're gonna get these two climaxes, and one is gonna a little bit overshadow the other one. And that's fine. I just, I played with changing it around. I played with other things, and I felt like it was the right narrative, even though it has that quirk to it. So sometimes you just do that. So any of the three, I think, are viable. The second one is the one that you want to try to practice the most, though. Yeah, go ahead.
How important do you think it is to have the climax, like, I mean, like, you kind of said that, but, like, personally, I kind of like there to be a little bit longer resolution than I feel like is typical in books. But is that weird of me?
So you like to have resolution climaxes that are longer than are typical? Readers tend to actually like that. So you're probably fine. It depends on the type of story you're telling, right? I wouldn't suggest that your flash fiction piece have a 5,000-word coda, right? But at the same time, going a little longer at the end, like, let's be honest. Nobody is skipping The Return of the King because it has a bit of an extra ending and a bit of an extra ending, and in the book, an even better, right? No one is skipping The Dark Knight because it has 3 endings lingering, right? And it really does. Those are, like, both movies that are touted as among the best, and they both really linger on their endings. You'll probably be fine. May you be so skilled that when you get to the end, no one cares that you're self-indulging a little in the ending because they secretly love it, even though it's breaking story structure, because they just loved being in your story so much that they want you to keep going.
They don't want it to end.
So,
unlike with fucking Inheritance, where I'm like, Galbatorix dies, and I'm like, well, that wasn't satisfying.
Before we get to the exciting exhibit, how do you hook them? What are the ways they're hooked?
Yeah, okay. This is an excellent question. This is something that we're confronted by a ton. You're starting in the ordinary world. You want to hook the reader. You want to give the right promises. What do you do? So one answer is the Mulan answer. You focus on what is cool about this character and show them doing something really interesting to solve a problem. They're never going to solve the problem the same way, but they are going to use those same skills later on. And a lot of stories do a really good job with this. They spend that early time just making you really interested in how the character problem solves or who they are, so that when you get shaken out of that, you're told it. Another way to do it is to have the little spark of magic in there, even if it's not, you're not yet going on your big adventure. But remember, like, Harry Potter starts with Hagrid turning off lights with or is it Dumbledore? Dumbledore pulling the lights and Hagrid riding on a bike, right? Like, even if you discount the opening prologue to Wheel of Time, which tried to get around this problem, Rand only spends 1 chapter before real weird stuff starts happening, right? A lot of books that, like, Wheel of Time, people are kind of historically, it's 90s fantasy, written in the 80s. It has kind of that slower opening, but that's not a slow burn as people remember it being. It's just compared to now. So you can do 1 chapter and then have the spark, or even a couple chapters, but sometimes you can work that in. Just giving us something to latch onto that makes the character and situation interesting to us, that then is applicable in some way to the rest of the story. That's what you're trying to figure out how to do. And you'll find lots of stories that what they do is, even if they don't do the fantasy prologue, this is really common in middle grade. It's like, character was standing there trying to figure out how their dog disappeared. Why did their dog disappear? Or why is there, Dirt gently does this, why is there a sofa lodged in the stairwell when it couldn't, by the laws of physics, get there? They're pondering some weird thing, and then they go to mundane life at school. But the weird things just keep happening, and then boom, we're, full-on fantasy. You see that a ton too. Okay?
Beginning of Bleach.
All right, we're gonna go here, but then
completely normal until Rukia shows up.
The Peanut Gallery have some more questions, so I'm gonna let you do, and then for the last few minutes, we'll let you guys, because I'm predisposed to point at the people whose hands are in my face the most. Not that I mind. No, you're okay. You're okay. I wanted to let you know so I would get to you, but let's go over here. Mm-hmm. Okay, characters fail the goal they've been pursuing. How do you make it satisfying and not feel like a total ripoff if they completely fail? Well, some of the best stories ever do this. It depends on a couple of factors. Number one, it's a very big difference if the reader knows another installment is coming, right? Empire Strikes Back is would be a very different movie if Lucas said, I'm telling 2 stories and this is the end, right? Knowing that something is coming will help. And if you're just going to have it just be completely failure at the end, usually you want either the reader to be like, you know what? That's what they deserve. That's the little bit more literary fiction version of it, right? Everything goes wrong. It's probably what they deserved, right? Like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid getting mowed down. It's like, well, you know, guys, I love ya, but you had this coming, right? You don't get to live happily ever after. You're going to get gunned down, right? Like those sorts of stories can be really satisfying if the reader's like, yes, it's not what the characters wanted, but it's what the cosmos wanted. It's the right answer that they can't have what they want. And particularly if you spend the story showing them self-destructive or things, if it is they're just not strong enough, then it can work very well to be like, we just weren't strong enough if it's bittersweet. Something is accomplished, but a lot of things weren't, right? Like the fact that Pandora's box, right? The fact that at the end of the Fellowship of the Ring, Sam goes anyway. And you get that little victory, right? Everything's gone wrong, but Sam goes anyway. You've got this just like little glimmer, and it also is a promise, right?
Yeah, Fafnir dies, but then it's promised that you'll meet the Warriors of Light because they've revealed themselves, and they're like, come with us if you want to live.
But Sam's still there. So, you can find a lot of ways to navigate this, and it really depends on what type of story you're telling and how you want what's the emotional disposition you want. Do you want the emotional disposition to be, wow, I can't believe they failed. I sure hope that they pull it out next time. Or is it, Quoth, you had this coming. And I watched your steady downfall and destruction, and yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. I'm sorry, I really like you, but, you deserve this. Those are 2 different stories entirely, and it depends on what you're trying to do. All right, 5 minutes left. Anyone in the peanut gallery got a question? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, memory loss plot lines. They're so fun, but they're so hard, right? If you haven't read one of these, Project Hail Mary is an amazing one. Yeah, it's really, really good. So these stories tend to work by raising questions and then answering them with little bits. A lot of the things that make these stories tend to work is small problems that can be fixed, right? And while you're fixing it, you discover some things. So it's like, all right, I am going to, I'm in the bottom of the ocean. I wake up and I'm in like a habitat and the windows are cracked. I need to patch the windows. And so in the patching of the windows, they discover some things, right? And then, all right, what's my next problem? All right, then they discover a little bit more. So you really rely on these stories on problem solving. Problem solving is kind of key to keeping us engaged. And because they don't know what's going on, they don't know the capital P plot, you have to give them really engaging little p plots that they can solve really fast as you start to introduce the capital P plot. And usually you have their memory come back, often in flashbacks, to show how they got there, to the point that then by the time you're ready with capital P plot, you have gotten them there with all these little events, the reader being, gotten the reader there and understanding what's going on. That's the best I can give you. Study some of the really good ones, and you'll see how they do it. Yeah, all right, peanut gallery in the way back. I'll let you go next. You're in the middle, peanut gallery, but back there and then you, okay? Yeah. How do I decide between a bunch of different plot ideas? It's just a vibes thing. When I finish a book and I have the time to write another one, I just go with the vibe of whatever's most exciting to me at that point. Or what I have a deadline for. May you be so lucky. Okay, what are things you can ask your beta readers to give you good indicators on whether your plot's working? I mean, so here's the thing. Writing groups are bad with pacing. Beta readers tend to be good, right? Writing groups are going to be reading this in chunks. Be careful about changing pacing too much based on writing groups. Beta readers, you can just have them say, where are you bored? That's really what you want to know. Where are you feeling like you want to put the book down? Where is where are you being pulled through? And where does it feel like you're just not as interested? You're gonna have some of those scenes that, you're gonna have your vegetables, but there's lots of famous adages about this, like, how do you make a book better? You just take out the parts people don't like, right? Or how do you make a great book? You write only scenes that are good. There is something to some of these adages, which is like, you can look at those scenes and you can be like, how can I get this information across that's happening in here in a more interesting way? More interesting than try to avoid, where you can, two people walk down a hallway and they converse in shot, reverse shot, right? Stay away from the prequel trilogy's method of exposition. There are so many. I'm walking down the hallway, I stop and I say, Mace, what do you think about this? Blah, 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 blah. Walk down the hallway, blah, 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 right? Like, you're gonna have some of those. You're gonna have people having, but even if you have them having supper, and you can have like something that's going on with the dinner, like the soup, I try to construct the scene so that there's a little more motion, a little more happening, and a little bit of problem solving even in that scene if you run into them, all right? We're out of time. Mole next week. Brandon Mole is going to come. And so enjoy that, and I'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right. Mother Sanderson lecture down. Now it is time for...
Hey, this is...
All right. Hello, welcome to another video. I'm Intoxication, and this one is a social commentary. We'll be on the movie Snake Eyes and the Charlie Kirk assassination. Looking at synchronicity and coincidence. So the context. Synchronicity. This term has come to haunt me in this timeline with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The movie Snake Eyes from 1998 comes to mind. Question. What are the statistical chances of a movie coming out 27 years before an event happens, like coincidences between the movie and real life? Calculating the exact statistical probability of a specific movie like Snake Eyes from 1998 featuring elements that coincidentally align with a real-life event 27 years later, like the 2025 assassination of Charlie Kirk, is inherently challenging and subjective. This is because coincidences are often identified retrospectively. We notice them after they happen, and the criteria for what counts as a match, similar names like Charles Kirkland in the film versus Charlie Kirk, in reality or an assassination at a public event, can be flexible. There's no universal formula, but we can model it probabilistically using concepts like the law of truly large numbers and the birthday paradox, drawing from statistical discussions on similar phenomena. Key concepts in coincidence probability. Law of truly large numbers. With enough opportunities, hundreds of thousands of movies and real-world events, even highly improbable events become likely. For instance, if something has a 1 in a million chance of happening, but there are millions of trials, movies times plot elements times potential real events, you'd expect it to occur multiple times. Birthday paradox analogy. The classic birthday paradox shows that with just 23 people, there's a 50% chance to share a birthday, far higher than intuition suggests. Similarly, with many movies containing dates, names, or events, the odds of some match with reality increase dramatically. Even the odds for any specific match are tiny. Formula. For approximate group size needed for 50% chance of a match, 2 at 1.2x something over C, where C is the number of possible outcomes, 365 for birthdays. For 95% chance, 2.5C. These apply to media predictions because movies often include specific details, dates, names, scenarios that could align with future events by chance. Rough estimation model. To quantify this, let's build a simplified probabilistic model based on available data. Number of movies. Approximately 700,000 films have been produced worldwide as of 2025, including features, shorts, and documentaries. Feature films alone are close to 200,000 for major releases. Plot elements per movies. Movies typically have 10 to 15 major plot points or elements, key events, character names, settings. For thrillers like Snake Eyes, elements like assassination of high-profile figure at a public event, or specific names are rare. Let's conservatively assume 5 to 10 relevant predictive elements per movie that could potentially match real-life events. Real-world events. There are roughly 10 to 20 significant global events per year, political assassinations, disasters, or scandals based on historical timelines. Over 27 years, 1998 to 2000, that's 270 to 540 events. Political assassinations are rarer, about 1 to 2 notable ones per year globally. Probability of a match for a specific element, a name like Charlie Kirkland matching Charlie Kirk plus assassination scenario. Name similarity with 100,000, 1 million common name variations worldwide. The odds of a close match might be 1 in 10,000, 100,000. Event type match, assassination at an event. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 for a broad category. Combined for a specific movie and specific event extremely low. Example 1 in 10 to the power of 6 minus 10 to the power of 9, factoring in timing and details. 1 in like a million or 1 in 100 million. Only my nose would explode. It would solve all my problems. But it just won't. Okay, well, we're getting ads, so I'm just gonna go try and get this fucker out of my nose. I'll be right back. Somewhat better. Alright. For this specific coincidence, treating Snake Eyes as fixed and the 2025 event as random, the prior probability is minuscule, likely less than 1 in 10 million. This is akin to a movie passport expiring on 9/11, as in The Matrix. Yeah, the passport in... I forgot about that. That in The Matrix, Neo's passport expires on 9/11/2001. Just a coincidence, right? Just a coincidence! 1 in 365,000 for that exact date, but adjusted for broader matches, it's still tiny. For any such coincidence across all movies, now applying large numbers, with 700,000 movies, 10 elements, each 7 million predictions, pair that with 400 major events over 7 years, probability of that one strong coincidence occur rises to nearly certainty, 99% under the birthday paradox framework. Though calculation, if each prediction event pair has a 1 in 1 million match chance, the expected number of coincidences is 7e6 predictions, 400 events, 2,800. Even if we tighten the match odds to 1 in 1e9, you'd still expect coincidences, but with looser definitions, as humans often use. It climbs. In short, the odds for this exact movie event pair is vanishingly small, but the odds of some movie somewhere aligning with some real event over decades are very high. Wow, we just threw in Chinese, guys. What the hell does this mean? Where's Zoinko when you need him? Shit, is it coming out now? For all that? Yup. Just what I fucking need. Well, that was fucked up. Still half of it left in there, though. Motherfucker. Alright. In short, the odds of this exact movie event pair are vanishingly small, but the odds of some movies somewhere aligning with some real event over decades are very high, 100%, explaining why we see examples like this often. Examples of similar movie real-life coincidences. History is full of... examples of similar movie real... examples of similar movie real-life coincidences. Examples of similar movie real-life coincidences. History is full of these, reinforcing that they're not rare in aggregate. This China Syndrome, 1979, depicted a nuclear meltdown. 12 days later, the 3 Mile Island accident mirrored it. Simpsons has predicted dozens of events Trump presidency, but with 700 plus episodes, matches are expected. Other notable network. Other notables. Network, 1976, foresaw reality TV. 2001, A Space Odyssey, 1968, predicted tablets and AI. Contagion. And AI. Contagion, 2011, echoed COVID-19. Lists of 10 to 20 such cases per decade suggest 1 to 2 per year on average, aligning with large number expectations. If you provide more details on what aspects of the coincidences to focus on, just name the full scenario. Kill me now, this is bullshit. This is persistent fucking tickle in the back of my nose. Don't do drugs, okay, kids? Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? Okay, let's see what story we get out of this. Oh shit, whoops. We didn't do authors. Edit, and Wagner and Arand. That should do a little bit better. Story 16. Which is Snake Eyes. So it's doing it in a different way now. And that's where the idea of synchronicity comes in, because synchronicity is the idea that so many events happen that there have to be coincidences. There's so many coincidences lining up that it can't be coincidence. It's like it kind of died out at the end. Each scene seems to get smaller and smaller as it goes on. Why can't I smoke weed with Mexicans? But every time I ask for papers, they run away. Oh, you are wonderful there, Mike Who Cheese Harry. You know exactly what's going on, brother. What do 80-year-olds taste like? Depends. Oh my god. I love it. Absolutely unapologetic. The only way it should be. My nose is freaking the fuck out. It does not like me, bro. It's like this little thing stuck up in there and it just refuses to fucking come out. Take a hot poker, pull my nose off, shake it out, spray it out, stick it back on. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Scene 1. Flicker in the dark. Elias Thorne slumped. Hold on. Let me get rid of this for a second here. Elias Thorne slumped in his worn leather armchair, the kind that creaked like old bones under his weight. The room was a cave of shadows, lit only by the blue glow of his ancient CTR television. It was September 28, 2025, and the world outside his apartment in the bustling sprawl of New Eden City felt like a distant hum. Elias, a man in his late 40s with a beard that scratched at his collar like forgotten regrets, flicked through channels absently. News droned on about the assassination of Carter Klein, a fiery political pundit gunned down at a rally in the heat of Liberty Plaza. Shooter? Some lone wolf with a manifesto longer than a bad novel. Elias's mind wandered not to the politics he'd long given up on that circus, But to the world that had been gnawing at him, synchronicity had started as a whisper in his dreams. A term from some half-remembered psychology class. Meaningful coincidences, the universe winking at you. But lately it felt like a curse. He paused on a late-night movie channel where Serpent's Gaze from 1998 was playing. Nicolas Cage's character, a detective unraveling a conspiracy at a boxing match, where a high-profile figure named Charles Kirkland gets assassinated in the crowd. Elias froze, remote slipping from his hand. "Wait a damn minute," he muttered, his voice gravely from too many cigarettes not enough company. Film showed the shot ringing out, the crowd panicking, just like the footage from Klein's rally 27 years apart. What were the odds? Elias's heart raced. Not from fear, but from the electric thrill of connection. What do you call a bunch of white people sitting on a bench? Bleachers. You should definitely be immortalized for these, Mike. 100%. But I feel like we haven't even hit the climax yet. Like, you're still hiding your true power level. So we need to hold off until the real ones hit. Not a fan of these ones that have, like voices in them. Let's see if this one does. Seems to not to. Elias's heart raced, not from fear, but from that electric thrill of connection, like plunging into the matrix of fate. He leaned forward, eyes wide, as if a scream might swallow him whole. Across town, in the dim archives of New Eden Public Library, Lena Voss hunched over a microfiche reader. She was a researcher by trade, but a conspiracy theorist by passion. Mid-30s, with sharp features framed by wire-rimmed glasses that magnified her skeptical squint. The air smelled of dust and forgotten paper, a sanctuary from the chaotic streets above. It's Ox! What's up, Callie? What's up, Callie? What is up, Callie? How's it going, Callie? Could you not sleep, Callie? Wanted you to read the new ending of chapter 16. Where is this, Callie? Is this just the thing that's posted? Perfectly good rat. Perfectly good rat. You'd eat it. You neglected her, said Belfry. Do you not see which word is a bit worse? Torture. She argued. Capella was, at one time, a blaze and a phantom, and her torn flesh whipped in the hurricane of her power and fury. You all want me to be Fear Gorda? Then I will, said Capella. Everything her flesh and fire touched disintegrated. Okay, that's epic, Callie. She's like, fuck it, you guys want it? Here it comes. The reason I've been holding back. Like, I think this is like Gohan, the reason why he won't release his anger and rage is because he's scared of it. Scared of with possibilities. If he lets himself let loose, he'll never be able to be the same afterwards, right? The air smelled of dust and rotten and forgotten paper. A sanctuary from the chaotic streets above. Lena had been chasing synchronicities ever since her brother's unexplained death years ago. Events that lined up too neatly to be random. Tonight, her search led her to odd film reels and news clippings. Serpent's Gaze, she whispered to herself, her voice a soft lilt in the hint of sarcasm. Like she was mocking her own obsession. The movie's plot, a rigged fight, a hidden sniper, a victim named Charles Kirkland. Eerily close to Carter Klein. She pulled up stats on her laptop, fingers dancing over keys. Probability models danced in her mind. Borrowed from her days in stats class. The law of truly large numbers, she recalled. With hundreds of thousands of movies out there, each packed with plot twists, names, and scenarios, the chances of some alignment with real life weren't just possible, they were inevitable. Lena calculated roughly in her head 700,000 films worldwide, each with a dozen key elements. Pair that with the major events over decades, assassinations like Klein's happened maybe once or twice a year globally. The odds for this exact match? Tiny, like 1 in a billion, but for any match across the board? Nearly certain. She chuckled dryly, the sound echoing in her room, in the empty room. The universe isn't whispering secrets, she told the flickering screen. It just got a bad habit of repeating itself. Yet, as she traced the parallels, the public event, the name similarity, the 27-year gap, doubt crept in. What if it wasn't a chance? What if synchronicity was a veil, hiding something darker? Marcus Hale nursed a black coffee in the corner booth of Joe's Diner, a greasy spoon on the edge of New Eden's industrial district. He was the cynic of the group, a former cop turned private eye, built like a linebacker with a perpetual scowl that hid a sharp wit. The diner buzzed with morning chatter, waitresses hollering orders over the sizzle of bacon. Marcus flipped through his tablet, reading about Klein's assassination. Another nut job with a gun, he grumbled to himself, his voice a low rumble laced with sarcasm. Now folks are tying it to some 90s flick. Give me a break. He'd heard from Elias, his old drinking buddy, about the synchronicity nonsense. Marcus ran the numbers in his head, ever the pragmatist. Birthday paradox stuff. With enough people or movies, the overlaps pile up. 700K films, 27 years of chaos, he muttered, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. Expected coincidences? Thousands. This one's just flashy. But as he watched the clip of Serpent's gaze on the screen, Cage dodging bullets at the arena that looked suspiciously like Liberty's Plaza layout, chill ran down his spine. But not fear, but annoyance. Damn it, Elias, you're infecting me with this crap. He slammed his mug down, drawing stares. In his world, everything had a rational edge, but synchronicity felt like a joke and the universe was playing on him personally. Elias paced his apartment. TV muted now, showing endless loops of Klein's rally footage. Synchronicity haunted him like a ghost in the machine. He grabbed his phone, dialing Lena. "You seeing this?" he barked, his voice urgent, laced with the manic energy that came from too little sleep. On the other end, Lena leaned back in her library chair. Microfitch whirling softly. The movie? Yeah. Name's off by a hair. Kirkland versus Klein. Event mirrors it perfectly. Stats say it's impossible for one, but across the board, she trailed off, her tone shifting to a mix of excitement and dread. Like uncovering a puzzle piece that didn't fit. Improbable my ass, Elias shot back, his sarcasm biting. 1 in a million, try one in the cosmos. But with all those movies out there, it's like throwing darts blindfolded. You're bound to hit something. They bantered, voices overlapping in a rhythm void of shared obsession. Elias saw the world as a web of hidden meanings, each coincidence a thread pulling him deeper. Lena viewed it through Data's lens, cold and calculating, yet warming to the thrill. Meet at Joe's, she suggested. Marcus'll ground us. Trio converged at Joe's, the diner's fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows on their faces. Elias slid into the booth first, eyes wild. It's not just the name or the shot, it's the feel. Just like the movie's scripted reality. Marcus snorted, folding his arms. Scripted, kid, life's a crapshoot. Stats prove it. Law of large numbers, enough trials, weird shit happens. Remember that nuke movie right before 3 Mile Island? Coincidence, not conspiracy. Lena nodded, pulling out her notebook, scribbling with equations. Exactly. Probability for this specific pair less than 0.00001. But aggregate, with 7 million predictions from films and 400 big events in 27 years? Boom, matches everywhere. Her voice was measured, but her eyes sparkled with unspoken wonder. They argued, voices rising like a storm. Elias's perspective painted the scene in vivid, almost horror-tinged strokes. The universe is a malevolent director, sinking events to torment. Marcus countered with gritty realism, each word dripping sarcasm. Next, you'll say aliens wrote the script. Lena bridged them, her analytical tone weaving in subtle suspense, building tension like a thriller's slow burn. As they talked, the diner's TV flickered to a special on on movie prophecies. Serpent's Gaze featured prominently. Elias felt the synchronicity tightening like a noose. Later that night, Lena walked the rain-slicked streets of New Eden, her mind racing, the city lights blurred in puddles, reflecting her fractured thoughts. Synchronicity wasn't just stats. It felt personal. Her brother's death, a car crash on the anniversary of a film scene she'd watched as a kid. Coincidence or something more? She ducked into a cyber cafe, pulling up forums on predictive programming. Posts flooded in, the China syndrome, the nuclear meltdowns, animated shows foretelling elections, humans see patterns, she muttered, her voice soft, almost whispering to the screen. But the mood shifted. The cafe's hum felt oppressive, like eyes watching. Paranoia crept in, Wagner-style suspense building in her chest, every shadow a potential threat. Marcus, ever the investigator, hit the streets. He tailed leads on Klein's assassin, blending into the underbelly of New Eden's bars and back alleys. Odds are it's random, he told Snitch over whiskey, his voice gruff and commanding. But as he dug, parallels emerged. The shooter quoted lines from Serpent's Gaze in his manifesto. Son of a... Marcus growled, punching a wall in frustration. His perspective was action-oriented, Iran's influence shining through in his sarcastic inner monologue. Great, now I'm chasing ghosts and celluloid. The atmosphere here thickened with urban grit. Neon signs flickering, rain pounding like gunfire. Back at Elias's apartment, the group reconvened. The room was cluttered with printouts, stats sheets from Lena, case files from Marcus, movie stills from Elias. Look, Elias said, pointing to a chart. Birthday paradox applied for 95% chance of a match in a pool of possibilities. It's 2.5 times the square root. Names alone, 1 in 10,000. Odds per pair. Web explodes. Lena elaborated, her voice rising in passion. Expected coincidences, thousands. But this one? Too clean, Marcus paced, adding, Shooter was obsessed with the film. Not chance. Copycat. Narrative deepened through their eyes. Elias wondered, turning to horror. Lena's logic cracking under suspense. Marcus's cynicism fueling action. Voices intertwined, enhancing the mood. Sarcastic quips cutting tension. Whispered fears building dread. A tip from Marcus led them to an abandoned theater in New Eden's outskirts. The air was stale. Reels of old films gathering dust. They split up, flashlights piercing the dark. Elias found a poster for Serpent's Gaze, defaced with Klein's face. It's here, he breathed, voice trembling. Lena calculated on the fly. If synchronicity's real, probabilities shift, universe biases towards patterns. Marcus, gun drawn, snapped. Save the math, we've got company. Shadows moved, figures in black, guardians of secrets. The chase ensued. Hearts pounding in Aaron's action-packed style, dodges, quips, close calls. Wagner's horror infused the scene, creaking floors, unseen whispers. They escaped. Regrouping in a safe house, Elias confronted his haunt. Synchronicity's not haunting, it's guiding. Lena, breathless, admitted, stats can't explain the pull. Marcus, bandaging a cut, grumbled, fine, maybe the odds are rigged, but we fight back. Through their perspectives, the world revealed layers. A city alive with hidden connections, moods shifting from suspenseful quiet to explosive action. Deep into the night, Lena dove into deeper calcs, For exact math, 1 in 10 to the power of 9, but with flexible criteria, name synchronous similarity, 1 in 10k, event 1 in 10 combined, 1 in 10 million, multiply the trials, certainty. Elias saw it as fate's map. Marcus as a puzzle to solve. Voices clashed, building atmosphere, sarcastic barbs, lightning horrors wait. They returned to Liberty Plaza, site of Klein's death. Crowds milled unaware. A figure approached. The shooter's accomplice? Confrontation erupted. Revelations of a cult obsessed with movie prophecies, manipulating events to fulfill synchronicities. Action peaked. Fights, chases, truths unveiled. Elias's voice narrated internally. The universe winks, but we blink back. In the aftermath, the trio sat on Plaza's steps, dawn breaking. Odds were against us, Marcus said, sarcastic grin fading, but we beat them. Lena replied, voice steady. Elias smiled. Or maybe synchronicity led us here. The world, through their eyes, was deeper. Patterns, not curses, but tools. Moods lifted from dread to hope. Voices blending in harmony. Not bad. Again, it always tapers off near the end when it's like running low on script, essentially, right? Alright, so we might be able to get through the banquet today. Let's hope. Let's hope! We've only got a little tiny bit left. In my mind, I was tearing my eyes out, breaking my fingers, biting my tongue. But this was all a fancy. My body stiff, my mind distant, a heavy silence. His mind distant, a heavy silence. My mind broken, an endless scream. For in your mind, there are no breaths, just a constant waving pitch, deafening my thoughts, drowning me in noise. Is it even mine? Is this voice mine? Is this my voice? This begging, putrid creature is me. Every word imaginable crossing my lips, falling on deaf ears. The final cut. You're a disgrace. You're hiding behind the Ixiom. You have fallen from the ways. I, the Great Spirit, declare you unworthy. The words a mist in my mind, hidden behind the pain, my inner self reaching out. Mind grew near as if summoned by my claims. Challenge be true, Great Spirit. See, hear, feel, be my mind. I guess now it really didn't matter. Whatever it worked or not. Whether it worked or not. I could tell he felt the pain. I could feel it in his voice. But his mind would not break. Such trials of his life were gained on him. He'll break any minute, any moment, but it never comes. My so arrogant, I wish my creations to suffer with me. You are a worthy mind, chieftain. You have changed even me. Oh wait, Right. Am I so arrogant I wish my creations to suffer with me? You are a worthy mind, chieftain. You have changed even me. Your impact is your legacy. Words flew from my mind, sent from a hidden box. My mind's haven. The one piece of me that survived the pain. Great Spirit, be demon or trickster, be trial or test, be reflection or self or reality. Be no matter. What done be done, faith be alive. Silence burned once more in my mind, the bitter taste of defeat. There would be no more conversing, no more chattering, no more arguments. He had made his choice. And now it was all coming back. The blood pouring from my body. Thickening with the water. Wood beneath the pot I sat on was lit. Okay, so we need to move this out. And we need to, like, continuously talk about the water getting, heavier and heavier. Or, like, hotter and hotter. Until it reaches this. Stewing in my mass, my stomach just above the waterline, preparing for the next step. My mind is exploding. I'm beyond the point of no return. I think I just have to accept it. A fate worse than death, my own personal hell. Villagers gathered once more, their cooked flesh in hand. They believed in their chieftain. You could see it on their faces. Relief. The worst had passed. My nostrils filled with the smell of my own flesh, the spice pungent and fresh. I retched in my mind because I couldn't physically. Can't help but think about what it's going to taste like. It's just gonna get worse from here. When will I wake up? I just want to wake up. I've learned my lesson. You must master your creations before they master you. This is a dream, and I've never had human flesh. And it could taste like whatever I want, including steak. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Somehow I knew it was ready. I do love to stew me some steak. It's not like I know what people taste like. It's only my imagination. Dreams do take you to the edge. I'm never wishing for a lucid dream again. That rich smell ringing closer, each step and each breath more pungent. Villagers gathered like flies. Before, they removed my flesh, but now must give it back. In this moment, you find a small piece of yourself hidden away, your fears washed away, and everything just goes calm. I think I just accepted it. There was no escape. Only escape was to experience it. How long it had been, I don't know. A mix of blood and water was beginning to sear my skin, seeped inside the wounds, attempting to boil me from the inside, but not before stuffing me like a pig. My jaw was being forced open too wide. It just started one after the other. Chew, swallow, chew, swallow, chew, swallow. I begged him to swallow faster because I knew what was about to happen. He had prepared his entire life for this. I was thrown in the middle of it. How was that fair? I knew screaming out to him was useless. His mind was far from here. A simple echo of the chant in my mind, my spirit poured tears from my eyes, non-existent. As was such my voice. Speaking to the void, a scream unheard, a plea unfulfilled, spirit broken, and yet still more meat came. Throat filled, mouth filled, still they pressed. Down it went. There's nothing to stop it. Each villager's duty to make sure their peace returned to the chieftain. The meat must be imbued with his spirit, and once finally consumed by the village, it would strengthen them all. By grace of the Great Spirit fused with their ancestors. Would strengthen them all by the grace of the Great Spirit fused with their ancestors. It would only make sense that I was the Great Spirit, the accumulated knowledge of their ancestors. By definition, I am their god. Sorry, their creator. Wouldn't call myself a god. Maybe other people would. If I was a god, I could just stop this. Well, that didn't work. My eyes close. I think we are near the end. The distant pain is gone. My body flops over into the stew. I am now empty air. I have no form, I have no control, I simply am. I see not with eyes, but all around. A young man sitting on a throne. One hell of a fat ass. I could guess he's just like his dad. You could think they're fed. You can think they are fed well because they are the chieftain. Smokey, you want to play some PoE, bro? When I'm done with the little tiny things I do here in like the next 10 minutes, I'm down to play some PoE, bro. No? Fuck you. What's wrong with you? Damn it, Smokey, you're no fun. You can think they're fed well because they're the chieftains, but for the Kucha, if you could not feed the entire village of your flesh, you were not worthy of their support. You fucked me over the other day, so fuck you. How does it feel? How did I fuck you over the other day? What did I do, Smokey? Tell me what I did to fuck you over the other day. And where were you at movie night, Smokey? Huh? Huh? Where were you at movie night? Here, I'll play PoE for just for an extra hour, and then you showed up. That was obviously satire, bro. That was obviously satire. And you're embellishing. That's not what happened. I laughed, then I said it, then I laughed again, then you spoke, then I said, ha ha ha, fuck you, and went offline. Those are two completely different things, Smokey, okay? So don't go blaming me and embellishing the facts. Get your story straight. Now, get on PoE so we can play some fucking PoE together, bro. God, you're so difficult. No, you said, Smokey, if you're here, I'll play PoE with you for an extra hour. I knows what you said, you piece of trash. New end. Wait, did you just write another one, Callie? He used ChatGPT. Don't ever say that, Smokey. Or I'll throw another story at you.
I opened the door. There was a brick wall. I went home. Finn.
Everyone who comes here uses AI for their stories. At least mine isn't AI. Posted. You tortured her. You neglected her. Do you not see which word is a bit more powerful? She argued. Despina was, at one time, a blaze and a phantom, and her torn flesh whipped in the wind and her screeching. She was a ghost on fire with several feet ejected from her body and danced as they ran from her. She was ablaze, finding with a roar sounding from her wings. You all want me to be Feargorda? Then I will, said Did you change her name again to Despina? Callie, come on! Then the snow globe, the flowers, the piano school, all fell in a blaze. Everything her flesh and fire touched disintegrated. Before the last of Nell and Belfry vanished, they both placed a hand on her head. With our dying bodies, we will protect the world outside of Ulnaron. Despina woke up without her powers on a shore in Ireland. Wait, is this the end of the story, Callie? I'm so confused. What is the Wheel of Time? Pure creativity. The Wheel of Time is the book series that we're reading. No, I don't know. It just seems weird. Because you're completely in an entirely weird fantasy world, and then all of a sudden you mention Ireland. It just feels really out of place. AI, see? Smokey, is the story... Wait, Smokey, let me ask you a question. Is the story I'm reading right now AI? Choose your words carefully, Smokey. Is the story on the screen that I'm reading AI? No, it's mine, Smokey. This is my fucking story. Pay attention. This is the banquet. I have literally written this from scratch on stream. Oh, that doesn't really prove anything because I could have literally a script off screen of AI and faking it the entire time. I absolutely could. But you'd think my stories would be better if that was the case. So it was a complete trick question, Smokey. No form, I have no control, I simply am. I see not with eyes, but all around. Young man sitting on throat. Mwah! Why do you think we're in Ireland now, talks? I have no idea, Callie. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It just comes out of nowhere. Like, I'm like, are these 16 chapters all a dream, Callie? Did you drag us through a fucking dream? I think that's what readers are going to be asking themselves. Have we been dragged through a dream? But I trust you, Callie, to know where the story is going. Like his dad. Think you are fed well because they are chieftains? But for the Kucha, if you could not feed the entire village of your flesh, you were not worthy of their support. 2 men standing over the pot removed scythes from their sides, each one striking into the wrist of the now dead chieftain. They dragged his hands from the stew. Chieftain's son waddled his way down to the pot. Pulling a hatchet from his waist, he severed the hands of his father. He raised the hands high into the air and pronounced, severed the arms of his father, the elbow, without flinching from the burning flesh. He peeled it from the bone down the forearm across the palm. Holding the arms by the bone, he raised the hands high into the air and proclaimed, "Father, be worthy! Spirit, great Spirit, bless! Be worthy when time comes! Reign of the Kucha lasts for 1,000 years. Ancestors live in us all for all time." The son devoured the fingers of his father, passing on his lineage. Devouring the fat, puffy meat from the fingers of his father. Hand of the father falls to the son. Despina woke up without her powers on a shore in Ireland. A tower held a bell in its cavity. "Elias, you've grown your hair out," the bell sang. "Have plans." So why is her name Despina now? I'm so confused, Callie. First, that's Stella, right? Capella? You just keep changing her name? Or is that another character? Okay. Why are we in Ireland? How did we go from a snow globe to being in Ireland? Stella is Capella is Despina. Okay. Okay. Hand of the father falls to the son. He shall walk the same path. Can tell you right now in Ireland it's a wet, miserable morning. Well, that's I guess good to know, Stone. You know, sucks that that's the case, but it's good to know that that is the case, right? Ulnaroan is a snow globe setting on a shore. Ulnaroan is a snow globe sitting on a shore in Ireland. Okay, I didn't know that, Callie. I didn't know this had anything to do with the real world. In any capacity. Okay. Kucha reign be thousand years. Ancestors be in us always. Bless me, be I worthy when time comes. Just to be more specific. I don't know how to, like, I want to end it like I was suggesting, and I just want to kind of wake up. But I don't really, how do I do that? Felt myself disappearing. Felt myself disappearing into the shadows. Nothing remained of my body. Did not feel or hear or see. The darkness took me. Damn it, Smokey. Why are you so mean to me? Why do you gotta do this, Smokey? I don't trust you anymore, bro. It's over and done with. We are done, Smokey. Done! Okay? Got here. Are you ready, Smokey? Sync toke. Come on. You asked for a toke, you better have your shit rolled, Smokey. I'm ready. Well, Queen, we might have to go without him. Mission 2 sec. What do you mean mission? Mission what? Go. Floating in oblivion, my mind dances in silence, adrift in this abyss. ages, eons, eternity. Small at first, and all my vision ablaze. Cold and wet, drool, cold and wet. Staring back at me is a story stopping my breath. No, it's gotta be like... And now our story has been told. And again, it's like the whole thing goes back to the beginning of the idea that I am picking up a memory of something else, something that's like coming from the cosmos. It's not my own idea. stared at me, begging my remembrance. Queen! Begging my remembrance. I don't know how to end the sentence. Just say, and now our story has been told, and those are the last lines, stopping my breath. It's like, oh, what are the last lines? What are they? And now our story has been told. Skipped multiple beats. They stared back. They stared at me, begging my remembrance. Those words stared at me, begging my remembrance. And now our story has been told. So we're talking about the last lines. And those are the words of the last lines, or and now our story has been told, is in the Kucha. Okay, now there's just one thing we need to do. Well, actually, first, what is this? Okay, there. We can do that. Some are short, some are long, it doesn't really matter. Paragraph size wise, it's whatever has to happen, right? So we need to go back up here to where we're like, we need to add the sun lighting the fire. Add moment of sun lighting fire under the pod of the chieftain. Kinda hungry. Okay, so it needs to be here. Ah, hey country girl, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How have you been? Good to see you again. Man. With heave of his arm, the man lifted it and grabbed a torch from me. Holster of woven sticks. And finally done with chapter 2! Rewrites! Yay! Hell yeah, country girl. That's great to hear. Callie's just working on the end of his chapter 16. I'm working on the end of... Well, I just have to do 2 things to this story. I have to get the chieftain to light the fire, or get the chieftain's son to light the fire underneath the pot that the chieftain is in, and then I need to slowly throughout the next couple of paragraphs exacerbate the heat in the water around me that's boiling my skin and everything as it gets hotter and hotter from the fire underneath it. Torch from the holster of woven sticks. Vent down. Lit the wood pile. Base the pot. Walked around it. Making sure the fire was thorough. Bless you, thank you. Then he stepped back and sat down on the throne. No, placing torch reverently where it started, belonged. Where it started. Reverently in its holster. Placing the torch reverently in the holster, he stepped back and sat down on the throne. The mouth moved on its own. Okay, so we have 1, 2... here. Beginning to notice. So yeah, I don't need this, just the water in the pot surrounding me as well as the pot itself. My back pressed against it. And the pot simmered, surrounding me as well as the pot itself. Water in the pot surrounding me simmered. As the pot itself seared into my back. There, so just add that at the beginning. I stop. No, this has to be a time period thing. So I search my mind for excuses, and while I'm searching my mind, I feel the water in the pot getting hotter. Water in the pot, still not boiling, but I was not a frog. Devastating. Oh, it was not born when I was not a frog. It was devastating. Skin felt like it was ready to peel off. What the fuck did I just press? It's devastating my skin. If it was ready to peel off. Devastating my skin as if it was ready to peel off. Released the deep breath. Oh boy, you think inhaling on a sneeze is bad? Try holding it and then exhaling. I almost laugh at myself thinking this is on a whole other level. These are my creations after all. Small reflections of myself. Probably deserve this. And this is like sometimes it's so bad you just have to laugh. But it's still gonna keep getting worse and worse. And then it's like, yeah, it's so bad you can't fucking laugh because you're just fucked. Skin was ready to peel off. Water devastated it. I know you're working, so I understand if you wait till tomorrow's stream, but just put chapter 2 in the Google Docs. No worries, country girl. I'll read it after I'm done this. I literally have like 1 or 2 more sentences, and that's it. We're literally done. Okay, so I think that's everything to do with the boiling water. I don't think this is right. I think this is right. Probably do that too. Because it's like the further it gets into the story, the faster time is passing. Months. I've been toiling over this chapter for months. Damn, that's crazy. I bet it's spot on though. It's finally done. Hell yeah. More in my mind, matching the flesh, the outside. That with all the fat pressed against pot. devoid of water. Flesh was melting to the pot. There were flesh floating to the top of the water over my legs. Meat. Muscle exposed in spots. Skin and dissolved away. There, so we're getting even more feel of this, like, oh my god, it's so fucking hot. This is insane. 1,500 words this week? Hell yeah, Callie. Okay, we need to do more with stuffing with the pig. Opening wide, begging to swallow faster, was about to happen. Prepared his entire life for this, was thrown in the middle of it. Throat filled, mouth filled, still they pressed. Down it went. Nothing to stop it. Each villager's duty to make sure their peace returned to the chieftain. He must be imbued with the spirit, and once finally consumed... Okay, so, and this is where we need to add in this extra bit. The meat must be imbued with his spirit. Ground, minced into the flesh to give the highest yield of potential. Meat slid out of his stomach. Squeeze through a pipe. Out of my stomach, being squeezed through a pipe like Play-Doh. Folded over itself and fell into fine bunches. Flower. Budding out, exposed. Entrails. Once finally consumed by the village, it would strengthen them all by the grace of the Great Spirit. Okay, I think that's it. I think we're done. That's the entire thing. We just need to add the fact of it flowering budding like a flower inside of his stomach, and then adding all the little bits about slowly over time the water getting hotter and hotter. But yeah, there is our psychological horror. Woke up in your own story. The story of voice. Almost 5,000 words. Okay. So... Did you revise it again, Callie? Oh no, that's chapter 17. Okay. Our dying bodies protect the world outside of Olnerone. Despina woke up with her powers ashore, without her powers on the shore of Ireland. Okay. Okay, country girl, I'm a little bit... Oh wait, never mind. It's here. It's just my thing never loads. The dark mode for, like, Google Docs is shit. And it burns my eyes. So, that's why I hate Google Docs. It's not my fault. It should be illegal to have things have a white background. Alright, so this is Country Girl Story, Chapter 2. I'm so glad we're finally done the banquet. It's like, it just needed those tiny, tiny little pieces. Now we gotta rate it. And see if there is anything else that we can improve there. See if the psychological horror hits, or we need to find a different way to do it. So I'm hoping that it's done, but if it's not up to par, I want it to be my psychological horror. But I don't know if it hits. I don't know. I don't think it does! But hey, it's my best attempt at it. That's the best I can do, right? Alright, here we go. Message from home. Ellie followed the familiar path of earthen walls and dim lantern light. The hidden spring under Hollow Point's ranch house was calling to her, and nothing inside her even wanted to resist. At last, reaching the heavy old cedar door, she turned the handle and slipped into the spring room. Having reached only passable success in her meditation while awake, Ellie had suspected her dreams, eager to make up for the difference, and expected the place to be empty. As the mineral-rich aura of the spring enveloped her, Ellie realized she wasn't alone. A broad figure rose from a side bench to meet her, hat clenched in his hands, his spurs clinking in the silence. "Hey, Elf," her brother and soul part held open his arms to embrace her. "Cord, what's going on?" Stitches on her hand pulsed in a tight ring around her finger as Ellie hugged him before letting him lead her back to the bench and sit down. "Why'd you bring me all the way back here?" "I don't know how to tell you this, kiddo." Cord took his place next to Ellie, holding her hand with interlaced fingers securely, allowing the matching stitches he wore to spark glowing there and dim indigo and stabilize the dream. "Your gran. I'm so sorry, but she's gone." "Gone? What do you mean gone?" Ellie shook her head, trying to pull away, though Cord's grip remained firm. His meaning rang clear, much as she tried to deny it. "No, she can't be. I'm sorry," he repeated quietly. "I found her, just finished setting everything as best I could." "What happened?" The question, however small and fruitless, needed the answer. "She was hurt somehow. Was she hurt somehow? It wasn't a fall down the stairs, was it? I always warned her that those steps were too short." Elv, it was nothing like that. She went to bed early and I checked on her and found it. To tell you the truth, I knew something was wrong when I didn't hear the snoring from her room. She was in her bed and peaceful? Ellie asked, meeting his eyes in silent begging for reassurance. The veil. The veils need to be put up, and the lily candles, and her favorite chariot stones in her hand wrappings with copper wiring. I know. Cord supplied the end of her thought. He was softly reminding her he'd been a member of the Karras family for long enough to know the procedure for an occasion like this. Don't worry, Miss K. Miss K taught me well. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is it Say? K? Kae? Not 100%. Should have been with her. Guilt and regret had settled quickly in the pit of Ellie's stomach. The woman who had taught, raised, and loved her had died, and she wasn't even there to be in her last moments. I'm so far from home. Wait, the next full moon is less than a week away. The release ceremony has to happen then. Have you spoken to Renee yet? It's like K? Okay. I've reached out to the Caligo house, but no word back yet. The trail of his eyes traveled upward toward where the Elder Karras' bedroom would be in the real world. We'll keep Miss K's body safe until Renee gets here. I'm coming home. Let me go. I need to wake up. Ellie stood quickly, not pulling her hand away from Cord's. What time is it? I need a good head start before the sun rises. Smoke is still with me. I can use her power as much as possible to be back by dark tonight. I know I don't need to say it, but I will anyways. Cord pulled her into another tight hug before stepping back, not speaking again until she reached the open doorway. Travel safe, little sister. I'll see you when you get back to Hollow Point. Ellie's eyes flickered. So it was real then. Denying her instincts was pointless. She rushed to the messenger, paper and pen in their usual spot by the fireplace. Her meditation tools were the only things she disturbed before going to sleep, unless... No, I have to be sure. Ellie didn't want to be right, but the reason that was wide awake from what she had just seen all but confirmed it. Cord wouldn't have sent a flare all the way up from the ranch if it weren't true. See half-formed paragraphs. Cord couldn't have sent a flare all the way from the ranch if it weren't true. Still, she wouldn't believe it until she had received solid answers in the waking world. Against her will, she stoked the fire and began to write. I'm awake. Is it true? 5 words were all she could muster herself to write before adding Cord's double C mark to the corner and throwing the paper into the flames. She didn't have to wait long before a reply appeared on a vine of smoke. Sorry to say, yes, take care of your ride, and I'll see you tonight. That settled that. After 6 years away, it was time to return home. Ellie wrote quick notes of excuses and apologies and arranged for lodgings and to Colt for her job security during her absence. Not an easy feat in and of itself, given she didn't know how long she'd need to be gone. She found packing her meager but vital possessions and cramming them into saddlebags to be the simpler piece of her departure. Her blue roan mare flung her head in a hurried bridle to cinch up. Yeah, I know it's early and I'm sorry, Ellie said, patting the broad neck through the dark flowing strands of her mane. Centering the curved brim of her hat, she took a long breath for herself and climbed up into the saddle. We've got a long way to go, and I need to give you as much of a head start as possible. Streets were empty as Smoke's galloping hooves kicked up clouds of dust, leaving the still sleeping city behind them. Fortunately for her, Cord's flare had come into middle of the night. Had come in the middle of the night? Is that what it's supposed to say? And the Serenity Almanoy. I'm sorry. And the surrounding atmosphere hadn't changed to the preamble light of dawn. Once started, the mare began to run with only minimal rain work from Ellie as they left the civilization in the Gulf behind them. It's never done had come in the middle of the night. Yeah. Your work is never done. There's always a cursed demon out there where you're like, it's not possible. How did that fucking happen? These were the deepest shadows they would see as they began to weave in and out of the patches of good forest and disappear from the country. She had one day to be back home at Hollow Point Ranch in the town of Palem. If she weren't, Ellie knew her family would plow over her like the start of planting season to gain control now that Gran was gone. There was good news, she supposed. Cord had sent a vision to wake her in the middle of the night. The not-so-good news, there were 1,500 miles between the Gulf city of Burren and the family ranch at the foothills of Dakasa Mountains. 1,500 miles. Luckily, she didn't need to cross the sum total of it. The Karrases of Hollow Point were famous for two things. They had been elders of one of the most powerful covens of witches in the Western Territories for over 2 centuries. They also made a name for themselves in a particular line of work. Breeding and raising horses of immensely powerful magic carrying the blood of wild creatures, of shadow called Mancora, with black manes and tails of living darkness. They possessed the ability to harness, manipulate, and move through shadows. Though power had diluted proportionally through a generation, Smoke still had enough to enable quick travel. Getting into the void on a Mancora hybrid horse was far simpler than staying there. The roan was used to her weight and guiding tug of the reins as she moved through the vast dank darkness. Ellie rode assured they were going to the right direction and were almost 500 miles away before the air around changed with the sunrise and evaporating dew. Smoke was full-blooded Mancora. They could have reached Kinalum County in Laredo before high noon. They were obliged to stop for water and rest. There you go. Ellie swung down and removed the bridle so the horse could drink and graze freely. With only a few stops in the morning, they had made good time, and if there was a hope of making it a short second half of the ride, they both needed some time to recover. Good girl. We'll stay here for a bit. You've earned it. Not for the first time, Ellie lamented that she'd settled so far away from home. Gran wanted you to get away and be happy, said the frustrating voice of in the back of her head. She gave you an order, and you followed it, which did what good for anyone, Ellie argued back to herself. I should have been home to say goodbye. At least Cord was there. All I have to do is get there, and he can help me make things right. As the light of the sun beat down on a crisp blue autumn day, Ellie concluded that the trouble with long travel in a time of mourning was it gave a person too much time to think and reflect. She didn't want to dwell on how long it had been since she'd left Hollow Point, or what her life had been like since the events that had made her departure necessary. It was enough to travel through the sprawling black emptiness. She especially didn't want to think about where Gran's soul hung now, who held it. Who did K-Rel Karras trust enough to keep her secrets and carry out her will before the release ceremony? What would the result of that ceremony be? Gran's last responsibility would be to hand the reins to someone, probably her father, Kingsley. He'd be back in town, and he'd get everything. Their family, the ranch, and more to the point, the coven would all be his in a matter of days. Home will never be home again, will it? Ellie asked the roan mare. She splashed some water on her face, standing to breathe in the steadily blowing frontier air. It was a far cry from the infrequent but strong winds of the Palin Basin, where she'd learned to walk and run and ride. No, it was too flat. For all that, it was good country, free, but for the signs of heavily traveled roads. Thankfully lacking the lingering sense of shellfish she'd endured in the Gulf. Cord will be able to tell me what happened, Ellie said, readjusting the bridle and refreshing the obsidian oil in the star at Dag's forehead. He'll be there, at the very least. I won't be alone. Smoke let out a nicker at being led to a clump of trees. The mare wasn't used to exercising her power of dissolving into the void this much. I know, but look, storm clouds in that direction. She gave another soft brush of the flexing mane, then pointed in the darkening sky of the northwest. You won't have to fight the sunlight so much, and when we get home, I know nobody knows how to take care of a Mancora like a Sutter's brother. Sharp whip of her tail might have been to displace resting flies, but Ellie would wager the mare remembered the gentle, callous touch of a hollow point cowboy's hand. Brief whinny, and they were off again. The relief of the clouds that was promised corresponded with a downpour that soaked horse and rider even in the rarely trodden path of the void. Ellie wasn't sure whether she or Smoke was more exhausted by the time they reached the boundaries of Kinnelum County. Dag's breathing had been growing winded, and her steps were more reluctant with each fade. Ellie herself very much agreed. Weariness of exertion and shared magic seeped back into herself. They were both of them bone tired. They had stopped at the basin's southeast peak as the sun rested atop the Palem Valley. The late hour of the day seemed to have agreed with Ellie's. What's wrong? Dag is Smoke's old name. See, I was wondering about that. That happens sometimes. It's just like with Callie. He's always changing the name of his characters. Ellie's feelings as the fading light washed over the horizon in shades of gold and ruby. Strange being home after so long, isn't it? Doesn't look like it's changed much. Not much does around here. A man's voice broke through the calm reverie of the river's breeze. A tall, broad man on an even taller bay stallion called, riding up to her. He wore a light tan hat and a metal star on his chest, making him instantly recognizable. Been around these parts before then, have you? You might say that. Ellie tilted the brim of her hat up, smiling, before leaning back to pat the horse's flanking legs. Or don't you recognize the brand? Evening, Marshal. Miss Ellie, well, I'll be, Marshal Thaddeus Adama asked. Apparently, seeing both horse and rider surprised him into jerking the reins enough for the bay to shy a step back. After taking a moment to calm the animal, he dismounted and bowed deeper than one would expect possible in such a tall man. Been a long time, so the wandering daughter of Hollow Point returns, and home isn't how she left it. It's not. I was in town this afternoon. I stopped by the bank. Taking off his hat, the marshal's face fell in a mirror of the loss Ellie was sure she wore herself. Your Aunt M told me about Miss K. I'm sorry for you. Thank you. It was the first condolence she'd gotten since she still didn't feel like it could really be true. She always liked when you would stop by the Hollow Point for good food and drink. Fond time of respite with gracious hostess, he added. I do hope I'm still welcome. You'll remember well that some of the Carises didn't exactly approve of her giving an open invitation to the likes of me. Speaking for myself alone, our door is open to you whenever you find yourself up that way. Ellie was in no position to speak for the family, but thought it wouldn't hurt to say. Cord wouldn't turn Tad away. She was sure of that much. At least, I'm not sure who'll be running the place now my gran is gone. I'm headed there now to see the arrangements. Of course, we'll be seeing an influx of Carises, I expect. Though Tad cocked an eyebrow at her, his voice was near reverence. Then allow me to be the first one to say, welcome home. Such as it is, for now at least, she was about to say it would be likely to be a quick visit when the calcite stone on the pommel of his saddle glowed, pulsing a vivid orange. As if in confirmation, the sense of the wooded land changed to commotion from the direction of the bend in the nearby Coal Heart River. Looks like duty calls. Trouble been brewing lately? Likely just the local boys thinking it's fun to rile up the pack this close to the full moon. Been having problems with them? Her voice came in more agitated than she meant. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end at the mention of the local wolf pack. I'd heard things had settled in the last few years. Big Flint T-Verd has been pack alpha for about 4 years now, ever since old Jock died. Seems to manage keeping any potential rogues and loners in line. Nothing really to worry about since that full moon was bad for everyone. He quickly hopped onto his saddle, suddenly remembering himself. He turned back. The shadow of loss hung in the marshal's eyes as he addressed Ellie again. Wait, the full moon's 3 days away. Does that mean there will be a ceremony for Miss K soon? I'll make sure you know the details when I do. And of course, you'd be welcome. It was only a matter of what felt like scant hours of travel and contemplation since hearing the news. Felt steadying to tell someone at least one small definitive thing. She'd want you to come. Thank you, he said in a brief nod, before he was out of sight. Tad called back to her again. Take care of yourself, young Miss Karras. Young Miss Karras. That moniker solidified her return as she approached the distinctly familiar woods of her childhood home. She hadn't been called that since leaving Palem, and with those 3 simple words, years fell away and were replaced with an emotion somewhere between ease and desolation. What would happen at the release ceremony in 3 days would change everything. Not as if the very event that was calling her home hadn't. The death of a witch and especially Coven Elder marked a change in the wind of the entire territory. A witch's funeral service was traditionally in 2 parts. First, there was the burial of the body, which was followed in the same night by the release of the soul. When the next full moon reached its highest point in the sky, Kay's spirit would reveal who she had chosen to take her place before moving on from the world. Ellie entered the lane to Hollow Point. Visions of her childhood and adolescence flooded her mind as she passed under the ranch inlet posts. She remembered being allowed to carve a small EK into the base of one of the posts as soon as she was taller than the front pasture fence. This land here is your blood and your magic, Ellie. That's what Kay had told her, handing her a knife. You're a Karras of Hollow Point. A part of you will always belong here. She wasn't sure if it was pure avoidance on her part or the first lessons instilled in her as a daughter of the ranch that led her toward the barn instead of the house. How many times had she been reminded a horse was to be tended and to be fed before its rider had earned a meal and rest? Smoke must have sensed her own bloodline was near from the enthusiastic whinny she let out with one foot on the brick aisle. There. Didn't I tell you it'd be worth it? Ellie quickly relieved the blue roan of saddle and bridle. Poor thing almost shivered her coat off as adrenaline began to let up. Bringing up water from the well, she patted Smoke down, working her way from hooves to legs to chest, belly, and back. A heavy, dark eye stayed on her while she worked. Don't look at me like that. You're probably happy to see your family. I'm not ready to go in there and deal with mine. Fortunately, you can't hide here forever. Good to see you, Miss Ellie, said a voice from the tack house door. Spurs clinked as Jake Sutters walked toward the guests of his domain. Took only a moment to reconcile the years from the boy she remembered. Dylan had wavy black hair and beard of his older brothers, not tall but bulked with enough muscle to contend with the day-to-day chores that were the way of life for a cowboy. You must have ridden hell for leather today. You don't have to do it all. You don't have to do all that. I'm not sure who needs it more, her or me. Ellie avoided his gaze, absent-mindedly, running her fingers through the black mane. Wish making things right was easy as feeding and a good wash. Your gran loved this place and everyone in it, Jake nodded. She loved more than anyone. I guess I owe it to her to not hide out here, don't I? Ellie asked, jerking her head in the direction of the house. Would you do me a favor and check her hooves? She felt a little lame after her last fade. I'll take care of her, don't worry. Jake chuckled, straightening his hat and lathering up his hands. I'll get her fed, cleaned up, and settled, so well it'll be like she never left. If only. Ellie walked toward the place that had raised her, slower than the convict to the hanging rope. The heavy front door of the ranch house hung open as she got to the main yard, revealing the burling form of Cordero Cortez. I'm guessing it's Cortez? Cortese? I don't know. Standing on the doorframe, looking sullener than she had ever seen him. The speed and magnetism of iron being pulled to true north, he rushed to embrace her as she reached the porch steps. Though they were much of a height, the occasion made her feel dwarfed in his firm craftsman arms, and he held her to his chest, cord. Too many emotions to name or count, and that had been too much to bear, examining in all the hours of solitary travel found their purpose. Close, I'm pronouncing it as Cortez. Okay, Cortez. Purpose and opportunity. I missed you, Elf. Both their arms tightened around the other, as if they were each holding the other together, as much as the mutual tenuous grip they had on fresh grief. So sorry, little sister. Damn. Well, that sucks. What a way to start the story. And you gave me a bunch of tiny little points in there too. Like, what's the reason why she had to leave? She's been gone 6 years and she hasn't been able to do whatever she needed to do to leave. And whatever made her leave, clearly she wasn't like banished or anything because she can come back. And the plot has arrived. Exactly. So it's like, I love that kind of suspense of like, well, we're going to obviously find out. Because people are probably going to talk about it. And have her want to talk about her adventures, right? This was originally chapter 1. Ah, okay. Okay, well, let's see if we can find banquet. Okay, well, I guess I can't find it. Okay, so can you do a comparison on these stories? Do a rating of 1 to 10, 1 being a child writing and 10 being king. Story 1. Old story. Story 2. First draft. Pretty sure this one's different. Oh wait, maybe this is the old story. Okay, so then we want this one. This is the one that we want. Okay, so we have to shear up this one. Does that mean this one turned into final? So I think it's this one. This is story 2. And then story 3, which is the final completed version of it. Also compare each story to the others. Alright, let's see what it does. I want to see which one it thinks is the best. The final edit, the one that's obscure, or the one that's really fucking obscure. As in story 1. So we took story 1, which is 4,000 words. Or sorry, 1,000 words, and we turned it into 4,000 words, and then we edited that 4,000 words to be 4,700 words. So we're like getting up there. Taking its time. Taking its sweet ass time. Okay, here we go. All 3 stories revolve around the Karlach, a gruesome succession ritual of the fictional Kucha tribe, where the chieftain sacrifices himself by being flayed, cooked in a pot, force-fed his own flesh, and ultimately consumed by the tribe to prove worthiness to pass on the Great Spirit. Core theme is self-sacrifice, legacy, and the blurred line between reality creation and horror. However, they differ in perspective, structure, and execution. Story 1. It's a third-person narrative focused directly on the chieftain during the ritual, emphasizing sensory details, internal resolve, and graphic violence in a poetic, almost ritualistic style. Story 2. Shifts to a first-person perspective of a modern writer who enters the chieftain's mind during a dream-like state, possibly sleep paralysis or lucid dreaming, blending meta commentary on creation with the ritual's horror. Story 3 is a refined iteration of Story 2, also in first person from the writer's view, but with smoother prose, added philosophical musings, and a twist ending where the writer wakes to find the story mysteriously written, enhancing the meta horror. Stories build on each other. Story 1 feels like the source material, ritual description, while Stories 2 and 3 explore it through a creator's psyche, with Story 3 polishing Story 2's rough edges. Ratings scale 1 to 10. Rating considering writing quality, grammar, vocabulary, flow, horror effectiveness, tension, imagery, psychological depth, originality, and overall sophistication. A 1 is simplistic, error-riddled child's writing. A 10 is Stephen King's level mastery, vivid character-driven horror with seamless suspense and thematic depth. None fully reach King's level due to inconsistencies, repetition, and uneven pacing, but they show progressive improvement. Poetic intent with strong sensory imagery, aromas, pain, but marred by awkward phrases, typos, platter for platter, clamor for clamor, and overly flowery language that feels forced. Did you read it? Wait, you have another one, Callie? Oh, wait, you want me to read chapter 17? Horror's graphic black psychological build-up, reading more like amateur dark fantasy than refined terror. Better narrative structure with internal monologue, adding meta layers, writer versus creation, building tension through dread and helplessness. However, repetitive thoughts, rambling dialogue, and inconsistencies, shifting tones, dilute impact. Horror mixes psychological gore with mental torture, but feels unpolished. Most refined with improved flow, psychological depth, ideas as signals from the universe, and a chilling twist ending. Tension builds steadily, blending dream horror with reality. Still, some repetition and awkward phrasing prevent higher scores. it's evocative but not King's subtle mastery. Pairwise comparisons. Here's a breakdown comparing each story to the other, highlighting similarities, differences, strengths, and weaknesses. Story 1 versus Story 2. Similarities. Both vividly depict the Karlach ritual's gore, flaying, boiling, force-feeding, and the chieftain's stoic resolve. Themes in duty, pain, endurance, and tribal legacy overlap, with sensory details like smells and the sounds creating immersion. Differences. Story 1 is straightforward and external, focusing on the ritual's events and the chieftain's inner mantra, like thoughts. Story 2 introduces a meta-narrative through the writer's dream intrusion, adding psychological horror. The writer's panic and failed attempts to wake up, and dialogue between creator and creation. Story 1 feels more archaic and poetic. Story 2 is modern and introspective. Strengths and weaknesses. Story 1's directness makes the horror immediate but shallow. It excels in atmospheric description but falters in character depth. Story 2 adds emotional layers, fear, self-doubt, making it more engaging, but its repetition, pleading to wake up, and uneven pacing make it less concise than Story 1's brevity. Story 1 versus 3. Similarities. Core ritual elements are identical, including the chieftain's preparation, Ixiom breathing, village participation, son's inheritance. Both use vivid imagery of pain and sacrifice to evoke horror, with a focus on transcendence through suffering. Differences. Story 1 is ritual-centric and third-person, like a mythic tale. Story 2 frames it as the writing's hallucinatory experience, incorporating sleep paralysis, psychological questions, origins of ideas, and the reality-bending ending. Story 3's language is more polished and expansive, while Story 1 is terse and error-prone. Strengths and weaknesses. Story 1 provides a raw, unfiltered view of the ritual, strong and visceral impact. Got myself a beer. Hell yeah, Raymondow! But weak in broader context. Story 3 builds superior suspense and meta-horror. Written story twist, making it more sophisticated, though Story 1's simplicity avoids Story 3's occasional overindulgence and introspection. Story 2 versus 3. Similarities. Both of the first person from the narrator's perspective, involving sleep paralysis, lucid dreaming, and leading to possession of the chieftain. They share meta-themes, creator haunted by creations, internal pleas to escape, and detailed ritual progression. Dialogue with the chieftain and philosophical riffs, mastering creations, and nearly identical in spots. Differences. Story 3 is a clear evolution. Smoother prose, better pacing. So this is what I want. I want to see what the difference and what my editing has actually done to the story. So according to this, it's smoothed out the prose, it's got better pacing, refined details, adds depth like ancestral signals, and ends with a stronger twist, waking to the written story. Story 2 feels rawer, with more profanity, rambling, and inconsistencies, abrupt shifts. Story 2's raw energy captures chaotic dread well, but suffers from repetition and rough edges. Story 3 refines this into a tighter, more cohesive narrative, enhancing horror through subtlety, though it loses some of Story 2's unfiltered intensity. Okay, so I edited too much out, I guess is what it would say. Overall, the progression from Story 1 to 3 shows growth in complexity and polish, evolving from graphic ritual to philosophical or psychological meta-horror. They could form a series exploring creation's consequences, but editing for consciousness and conciseness and error-free prose would elevate them further. So, looking specifically at Story 3... Would a developmental or line editing... Would developmental or line editing improve the story more? How do you do a character arc in a short story? I think that's probably what we need to start figuring out. Is how we can use character more and better. Oh. And I think that's why we need to read more short stories that have to do with that. That would probably be very, very important to do. Beer sucks. I mean, it is what it is, Callie. To each their own when it comes to alcohol, right? It's very much a acquired taste. Where is it? I don't know why it has to search the web. I guess it's like, it's looking for stuff for editing purposes to be like, read me now. Oh shit. Okay, Callie, you redeemed it. This is chapter 17. A tower held a bell in its cavity. The earth below Despina was jagged rock. The air was fresh and cool, and behind her was the sun setting, but the world was already asleep. Yet one thought woke her up. Despina never saw the sun before, but the tower behind her was perfectly at home, singing as though no one cared. "Elias, you've grown your hair out," the bell sang. Her jaw was loose and her eyebrows furrowed. Despina always wore her hair this way. What's more, a giant nautilus made its way out from behind the bell, as if dancing to its voice. "What's wrong, say, Saul?" The bell halted. "She is not us. She is not us," said the creature. The animal's eyes exploded, then regenerated. "Then we'll destroy her," the bell screeched. Blood spurts out of Despina's ears. Her eyes rolled behind her head. Before she fainted, she felt an arm cross behind her back, another behind her legs. "You dare intervene, Isabel." Despina destroyed Olnerone and woke up before three of the world's most powerful gods, Fabel, Sedansa, and Solmano. Together, these three decide the fate of every leg that split from Fabel long ago. But death fell in love with her, and Belfry, Fabel's opposite, promised to protect the stars. Before Despina could destroy the entirety of Olnerone, Isolde and Silwyn hid almost everyone away, far below one of Belfry's churches. They promised Isabel they'd find a way to defeat the Children of Pride and restore Olnerone, at least to a version of the town that would please the aggregate. Is that the end of chapter 17, or is there more to chapter 17? Is that just the beginning of chapter 17, Callie? Lurk! Welcome, welcome, Mr. Mayhem, Mr. Ahmed. I don't know why I tried to call you Mr. Mayhem. Mr. Ahmed. 'Tis shows it is a fucking hell of a day. It's been a hell of a day, let's say. Oof. Okay. Developmental editing would improve this story more than line editing, as it addresses foundational issues that are holding back its overall effectiveness as a horror narrative. While the core concept, a writer's fictional creation bleeding into reality via a vivid, torturous dream state experience, is intriguing and has strong potential for psychological depth, the manuscript currently suffers from structural redundancies, uneven pacing, and underdeveloped elements that dilute the tension and thematic impact. Line editing, by contrast, would refine the prose at a sentence level, fixing typos like much instead of must. Awkward phrases like smells well with the spice. Or inconsistent contractions like it's. But polishing surface level issues wouldn't resolve the bigger problems that make the story feel bloated and less compelling. At work, can't chat. No worries, Mr. Ahmed. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. Why developmental editing takes priority. Developmental editing focuses on the big picture, plot structure, character arcs, pacing, themes, and overall flow, often involving suggestions for major revisions like cutting redundant sections, reorganizing events, or adding depth to key elements. In The Banquet, this would target pacing and repetition. Story drags in places with repeated internal monologues. Story drags in places with repeated internal monologues, multiple pleas to wake up, reflections on pain and creation, or cycles of dread and acceptance. These could be condensed to heighten suspense, building more steadily toward the ritual's climax rather than looping through similar thoughts. For instance, the extended build-up to the Ixion breathing and flaying scenes could be streamlined to avoid reader fatigue. Okay. Structure and flow. The narrative shifts between psychological musings, sleep paralysis description, dialogue with the chieftain, and graphic horror, but transitions feel abrupt. A developmental edit might suggest reordering for better escalation, perhaps front-loading more tribal lore to immerse the reader earlier, or tightening the meta layer writer as vessel for ideas to make the twist ending, and now our story has been told, land with greater eerie resonance. Character and theme development. Protagonist is relatable in his vulnerability, but lacks depth. Why is he obsessed with these rituals? Adding subtle backstory or emotional stakes could amplify the horror of his punishment. Themes like the blurred line between creator and creation, you must master your creations before they master you, are promising but unexplored. Edits could weave them more consistently without overt exposition. Overall coherence. The chieftain's broken English dialogue, "Be my flesh taken unto my people," contrasts with the writer's modern voice, which is intentional for otherworldliness, but could be refined to ensure it enhances rather than distracts from immersion. These changes would fundamentally strengthen the story's horror elements, making it more gripping and thematically cohesive. Experts emphasize that developmental editing should precede line editing, as revising the core often requires rewriting sections, rendering early line-level polishes obsolete. When line editing would help, but less so. Line editing hones style, word choice, sentence variety, and paragraph transitions for clarity and engagement. It could certainly elevate the story by smoothing run on sentences, the rough and slimy coarse hair rubbing against my face, the drool soaking down my notebook. Enhance sensory vividness without redundancy, varying descriptions of pain beyond every tiny prick. Ensuring consistent tone, blending the casual, profane inner voice, Pillsbury fucking doughboy with the ritual's archaic feel. However, without first fixing the structural flaws, these improvements would be like icing on a half-baked cake. Story might read more fluidly, but wouldn't resolve the deeper issues affecting reader retention and impact. The editing workflows, line editing is typically a later stage, ideal after developmental revisions. Ensure the content is solid. In summary, for a story like this, with a strong premise but evident macro-level weaknesses, developmental editing offers the most transformative improvements, setting the stage for effective line editing later. If you're the author, starting with self-editing for big picture elements, outlining to identify redundancies could be a cost-effective first step. Could you perform a developmental edit with the above considerations? Dice Dizzle! Yo, thanks for the kick, good sir. Always appreciate a good kick in the balls, right? A good way to wake you up every now and then. You got the leaf, so we'll get the bud, bro. If I could get the fucking bowl out of the bong! Oh, it's fucking solid in there, bro. She fucking so loud. Below, I'll provide a comprehensive developmental edit for your story. As a reminder, developmental editing focuses on the big picture, strengthening the overall structure, pacing, character development, themes, and plot flow to make the narrative more cohesive, tense, and impactful. Based on my earlier analysis, the core strengths are the meta-horror concept. A writer haunted by his creations, vivid sensory details, and the chilling twist ending. However, weaknesses include repetitive internal monologues, slow pacing, underdeveloped character motivation, abrupt shifts between introspection and action, and underexplored themes, creation versus reality, legacy through sacrifice. My approach. Overall recommendations. Trim 20 to 30% of the word count, original 4,500 words, by condensing redundancies, especially in the writer's panic loops, and philosophical asides. Reconstruct for better escalation. Start with setup and lore. Build dread through the dream transition, peak at the ritual's gore, and end with a sharper twist. Deepen the writer's arc by adding subtle backstory hints, why he's obsessed with rituals, perhaps personal loss or creative burnout. Tighten themes by weaving them subtly rather than stating them overtly. Show the master your creations idea through action, not exposition. Key changes. Pacing. Merge similar thoughts, multiple wake-up pleas into fewer, punchier moments. Shorten the build-up to the ritual to maintain momentum. Structure. Divide into clear acts. Act 1, setup and writing. Act 2, dream, intrusion, dialogue. Act 3, ritual and horror. Act 4, climax and twist. Character. Make the writer more relatable and flawed. Add vulnerability early. Isolation as a writer. Refine the chieftain's dialogue for chaotic consistency. Archaic consistency without overdoing it. Themes. Integrate ideas like ideas as signals from the universe more organically, tying them to the twist, implying the ritual is real. History bleeding through. Horror elements. Heighten psychological tension by contrasting the writer's modern sarcasm with the ritual's inevitability, amplifying body horror selectively for impact. Revising word count. Aim for 3,000, 3,500 words to make tighter. Specific edits. I'll provide an edited version with tracked changes in mind, bold for additions, strike through for deletions, italics for notes. Due to length, I'll rewrite key sections as examples and summarize others. At the end, I'll include an outline for the full revised structure. Well, sounds like we got ourselves another task to do. And AI developmental edit version 3. Excerpts with full rewrite where needed. Title: The Banquet. No change. It's evocative and fits the ritual theme. Opening. Setup and lore. Condensed for hook and pacing. There's this idea I've always clung to. Most people won't even consider it. Are our ideas our own? Or do they come from somewhere else? Maybe some are our own, but some sometimes can't. But sometimes you pick up a signal from the universe, a forgotten memory locked in time. And put we there because we have our. We're talking as like as people, not as a person. I've been creating the rituals for a clan called the Kucha. I've come to the point in my craft where all the pieces have aligned. There is only one possible outcome. This final ritual, the Karlok. The product of all that came before. But there's something different about this one. It's driving me. As if I'm not in control. I'm merely a vessel for this knowledge. Feels different. It's driving me. Like I'm not in control. Just a vessel for some ancient knowledge. Okay, so this is where instead of this, there were many documented tribes that practiced blood sacrifice rituals. How's it going, Eddie? How are you, good sir? Many documented tribes that practiced blood sacrifice rituals. An aversion to current society caused many of these to be lost to time. Are my shoulders heavy with the weight of a legacy? The long-lost memories of some chieftain? Oh, that's good! Dude, that's good! That's added! That's good! Read about tribes lost to time, their blood sacrifices scrubbed from history. I don't know if I need this. You know what, I'm just gonna get rid of this. We're just gonna pull it all in. Heavy with the weight of a legacy, the long-lost memories of some ancient chieftain. True, Dice Dizzle! Always good. Are you a writer, Dice? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Are you an enjoyer of creativity and imagination? Do you enjoy exploring the world of words? That's what we do here. Read about tribes lost to time, their blood sacrifices, scrubbed from history by modern squeamishness. Maybe that's why this one haunts me. It's not invented, but remembered. It is the succession ritual of the Kucha. This ritual was not for the faint of heart. It is believed that the Great Spirit dwells inside of the chieftain. In order to share the Great Spirit among the tribe, each person must partake of the flesh of the chieftain. To share it, the tribe must consume his flesh. Proving the worth of the tribe to the Great Spirit is no easy task. He must complete the ritual without moving or making a sound to show the Great Spirit that the village is more important than himself. The prosperity and happiness of his people outweighs his personal experience, proving the village outweighs his own suffering. Words on the page begin to spin. I blinked hard as I caught myself, wandering away from my body as always. Must have passed out for a second. I look up at the clock, 4:06 a.m. It's not that late. Not that late. I shake my head and kick my feet. Gotta get that blood flowing. Wiggle in my chair, almost dancing in my own way. Italic note. Condensed opening reduces repetition and front loads intrigue. Added bold line ties theme to personal stakes, hinting at writer's isolation, burnout for character depth. Transition to dream. Okay. Dream. My eyes stung as I tried to keep them open. My efforts were futile. At least with them closed, imagining was easier. Them closed. I think we just need to go here. My efforts were futile. With them closed, imagining, because it's like I'm trying to keep my eyes open, but I couldn't because I failed, right? So that means that my eyes are closed. With them closed, imagining is easier. I could see it now. The Festival of Succession, the Carlock. Bodies of the tribe, the dances. The bodies of the tribe. Dances, the singing, peacock feathers, woven as clothes into woven as cloth. Woven as cloth into clothes across their bodies. The more eyes, the more status. The man in the pot wore enough to mark him chieftain. I could almost smell the stew. Pots aligned in a circle around him. The fog of my mind thins. Sensation and thought return. So it's like I'm building the image and then I enter his body. So it's like I know who he is and then I'm like, oh shit, okay, well you're the chieftain. So it's like maybe this adds a lot more differential to that for that reason, right? Yawn at the tip of my tongue, lingers, then executes. Executes, builds, and escapes. My jaw snaps as it opens. Good old braces. Jaw has never been the same since. Jaw snaps as it opens. Damn braces ruined it. Get lost in the pen and paper, always sleeping at my desk. Which doesn't help. Awareness darted into my skull. A darting awareness. Hits my skull. Tried to roll over. My body was frozen. Tried to move my arms and legs. Futile. Here we go again. Just another Tuesday. Frozen. Arms. Legs. Nothing. Sleep paralysis again. At my desk. Can feel myself in an upright position. Last few memories of writing jump into my skull. Yo, what's up, Zab? Jump into my mind, despite into my thoughts. Spring. Into my thoughts. Despite how clear my mind is, my body is broken. My efforts were... were in vain. Just a useless husk being crushed under gravity's thumb. Unable to move. How are you, homie? Doing good. We're just kind of doing a developmental edit on this story right now to see how much more powerful we can make it. Unable to move, unable to breathe. Trapped inside your own body. This is when the fear hits like a bat to the knees. Every excuse rising to escape the pain. Whose story? It's my story. I wrote it. Senses scattering like spilled salt clinging to the surface, being dragged from your body. Okay, get rid of this. Fear hits like a bat to the knees. I'm falling endlessly, reaching out to grab on non-existent ledges or walls. Is this what it's gonna be like forever? Feels that way. I don't need that. In my head, my heart is going... In my head, my heart is racing. But all I can feel is a steady pump in my chest. Pressure crushing down on me. It's my daydream mixing with my sleep paralysis. Normally there is only an empty void. Daydream bleeding in? Usually it's just void. I try to move again, but it's no use. It feels like I'm wearing a fat suit. Still nothing. But I can't even feel my bones or muscles straining. My mind... searching for answers. How do I escape? I waited. Wake up! Wake up! You're dreaming! Wake up, you idiot! You're dreaming! Cold fear seeping into my bones. This dissonance between my body and my mind. Something is wrong. Fear seeps in. Fuck!
I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though.
Dogs, why do you think my writing is bad? Callie, I don't think your writing is bad. I think you have to hyper niche because your writing is bad to an average IQ writer or reader who can't like connect and keep the ideas in their head and needs to continuously like be reminded of where the story is going with summaries. So like to a bad reader, you're a bad writer, but to a good reader, you're a good writer. But to be a great writer, you have to be a good, you as a writer, your stories have to be good to all readers. Does that make sense, Callie? So, like, you're a high-end, more sophisticated writer. Like, you don't write for, like, young adults. Like, or, like, kids. You write for adults with, like, really, you know, I guess I should have stretched, but I didn't. So I'll just give you that extra stretch. Oh, well, I can't stretch while I'm chair dancing. Fuck, I guess I just fucked everything up. I'm sorry, Zab. You can blame Callie.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
I'm terrible. He is worried about his writing. I've been trying to cheer him up, but...
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Okay. You're dreaming. Wake up, you idiot. You're dreaming. Cold fear seeps into my bones. This dissonance between my body and mind. Something is wrong. Fear seeps in. This dissonance is wrong. Fear seeps in. This dissonance is wrong. I try to fling myself. Quick roll and I could unset myself. Just a quick motion. Jolt myself back to reality. Sounds seep in. Clanking metal, shouting crowd, shuffling feet. Smells well with the spice. Fuck, what's the word for like when something like disperses? Smells disperse with the spice. Locked. Smells dispersed with the spice, locked in the lingering smoke. Feast aromas. The fine aroma of a feast. Okay, we can just get rid of this. So, realization of a dream overwhelms me. Once your mind picks up on it, everything falls apart. Walls of the world crumble, welcoming that familiar feeling. Then it is just cold and wet, soft smell of aged paper, waking up with drool in my beard and my notebooks, scarred with watermarks, drool marks. Badge of honor for a true writer. Alas, it still lingers. All I can do is wade in the endless sea of consciousness. Alas, it still lingers. So then it's like skip, because it's like, okay, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna wake up, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm not waking up, and it's been past this point, so alas, it still lingers. Just needed to pinch myself. That always works. Simple tiny prick will shock me awake. But if I can't move... Clear mind my ass. What's the odd thing about dreams? Everything just feels natural. Everything feels natural. Especially when it's not. Last still lingers. I just need to pinch myself. That always works. Some tiny prick. Wake me. Struggle to move in vain. Clear mind my ass. That's the odd thing about dreams. Everything feels natural, especially when it's not. This is getting frustrating. At least it's better than helplessness. Let me scream myself out of bed? Get your bumbling fat ass out of bed. Wake the fuck up. Screamed into my skull. Streamlined repetition. Merged multiple wake-up attempts into 2 to 3 urgency without drag. Cut self-justifying asides to keep focus on escalating dread. This shortens the section by 40%, building faster to the voice. I'm just gonna say I screamed. I don't know. I don't know if I like... I don't know about this section. But I don't want to cut things out that are bad, so I'm just going to let it do its thing, and we're just going to keep doing this like over and over again until it gives us something that we're satisfied with, right? It's faint at first. Not quite a whisper. Not quite the wind. Okay, so... Whisper or wind? Louder now. I could tell it was saying something. It's a voice from the abyss. And it thunders. Dreams! Imposing? Not threatening. Sound shaking. My skull. Panic. Wells. Never had there been such a clear voice in my head. Who was it that called to me? A reflection of myself? The darkness that I buried? An image of me I wished I didn't exist? Is this me? My buried darkness. Too many late nights. My brain is finally telling me to calm down. The voice responds. Afterlife be dreams. What are you, my alter ego? I blurted sarcastically, trying to mask the fear. Sarcasm masks my fear. It took a second to hit me. Afterlife. Am I dead? If I was dead and joined the Great Spirit, it answers one question. Some of my ideas are not my own. I did not create these, I merely found them. So, it means my ideas aren't mine. My dead? Can't be. It has to just be a vivid dream. I can still feel and hear. My dead? Can't be. Just a dream. I still feel. Hear. Great Spirit. Voice shook my head once more. Bellow. Great. Not confident. Something that like demands attention. Voice shook my head once more. Great Spirit be all before. All be one. Set be Carla. Great Spirit not be end journey. Wait, you can hear my thoughts? Great Spirit. I formed with shaky words. Wait, you can hear my thoughts? Great Spirit shares all. Great Spirit be all before. All be one. Set be Carlock. Great Spirit not be end journey. Set be Carlock. That was it. The name. The ritual. What it all came down to. How do you know about the Carlock and the Great Spirit? Great. Could you be Kucha's chieftain? Great Spirit be with me. Kucha be Great Spirit. Carlock make Great Spirit. Things are making sense. Not dead. This is just a crazy dream. I really need to fix my shit. It's my subconscious playing games with me. Just my subconscious. I don't even think. Yeah, might as well. Please excuse my horrible eye contact. I'm infected with autism. Kucha life be no game. No, I think we should just say that. Feast make all one. Carlock be feast. Kucha Chieftain. Kucha Chieftain, B. Carlock. Feast. Feast. Make great spirit. Feast make all one. Something make great spirit. Feast make great spirit. Feast make great spirit. Bring great spirit.
If you're having a bad day, just remember, there's somebody out there pulling the door that says push. Fucking dumbasses.
Why won't this fucking door open? Don't tell me this place is closed! Be my flesh taken unto my people. Be flesh taken unto my people. Chieftain, be great spirit. Great spirit flesh taken unto my people. Be worthy of great spirit, I will. Be chieftain. All fall to me. Me be chieftain, great spirit come to me. Flesh taken unto my people. Be worthy of great spirit, I will. Kucha flesh taken unto Kucha. Maybe chieftain, great spirit, come to Kucha. Flesh taken. Unto Karlok. Okay, there we go. Good morning, William. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. So, me be chieftain, great spirit, come to Kucha. Flesh taken unto Karlok. Be worthy of great spirit, I will. Some things were making sense. Not dead, just my subconscious. Be the great spirit, the ancestors, be one soul of our people. You be judge of me. I am the great spirit. Spirit in the body of me, no other be in another. Is that why? That's why I can't control myself. And why my body feels so much bigger. Must weigh like 500 pounds. This mind belongs to that body, and I'm only here to observe. Should I say who I am, or just be the great spirit? And definitely play it. So if I'm inside your head, there has to be a reason, right? I bring myself here. So you must have. Be Karlok. Karlok, bring. The shock to my mind made my heart stop. Was the beginning of Karlok. I gotta take a piss. He said, be Karlok. Karlok bring great spirit. I don't know if I need to put those in there. Oh, what? Dialogue tags, yay! On your head, there should be a reason, right? I didn't bring myself here, so you must have. I asked you just want to be Carlock. Carlock bring great spirit. It shocked my mind, would have made my heart stop. This was the beginning of the Carlock. It began to open. Foreign words spew forth, not by my command. Should be seen worthy by great spirit. Kuja way of life be recognized. The Carlock be blessed. Blessed. Oh, blessed my son be. Come forward. My head turns. To see behind the pot a young man standing on a makeshift stage with a large throne behind him. Fat rolls protruding across his body. Pillsbury fucking doughboy. He's made of chocolate. Damn, that kind of makes me hungry. Okay, I'm just getting rid of this. Words stuck in my mind. Sudden cold, dark dread. Dark heart stopping. Dread overcame me. Carlock was beginning. My mouth began to open. Foreign words spewed forth, not by my command. Kucha is being seen worthy by great spirit. Kucha way of life be recognized. The Carlock be blessed. Blessed be my son be. Come forward. Head turns to see behind the pod a young man standing on a makeshift stage with a large throne behind him. Fat rolls protruding across his body. The man walked forward, placed his hands on my head. Me be as worthy, father. You taught me well. Our ways be forever. The Kucha live long. Be Carlock, we be one. The heave of his arm, the man lifted it and grabbed. The heave of his arm, the man lifted it with a heave. The man lifted his arm and grabbed a torch from the holster of wooden woven sticks, sat in, and bent down. He lit the wood piled at the pot's base. flames quickly engulfing the outside off. Drowned. How goes? It's going! He walked around it, making sure the fire was thorough. Placing the torch reverently in its holster, he steps back. Towards the throne and sits down. BXJDM, yo yo, what's up? True, brother. Zab, you still here, bro? Moved on its own. Words spout from my maw once more. Be my flesh of you. My flesh. To you, brethren. I be prepared. You be prepared as well. I just need to spoken, great spirit be. Reflect dialogue for brevity and rhythm. Kept archaic style but cut repetition. Added internal conflict to heighten tension, showing writers' failed attempts to play God. Builds theme through action. Condense the extreme breathing and flaying by merging cycles into one escalating sequence. Cut redundant please. Focus on key moments like the sneeze suppression first cut. Amplifying psychological horror by contrasting writer's breakdown with chieftain's resolve. For example, I had to stall him out, delay as long as possible. Wasn't ready for this, but I did have an idea. Hold on, you can't be serious. Isn't my presence enough to prove? You're just going to go through this alone to prove your worthy silence, this deep silence of my head. I don't think it took my bait in my lungs. Yearning breath, it came slow, relaxed, remaining even, each one slowly draining, exhausting my muscles. I feel like this is so many more words than it fucking should be. I'm so confused. Okay, here. So why is this in brackets, but nothing else is, but it never ends? Then please focus on the key moments, amplify psychological horror. So delay as long as possible. I wasn't ready for this. I have an idea. Hold on, you can't be serious. My friend's enough to prove. just going through. My presence alone enough to prove that you're worthy. I think you took the bait. I'm like, should I just delete the Ixiom? I don't know. I think I'm too tired for this right now, guys. So I think we're going to call it here. Oh, it's been a hell of a day, but we made it through. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, we could leave it at 2. I just want to see what this will do if I do these small kind of things to kind of shear it up. But I'm not really sure. But anyways, thanks for coming by. Thanks for stopping by. You guys are fucking awesome. Thanks for hanging out. I fucking love you. Remember, we'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every day. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, buddy. Have a good night, Stone. Thanks for coming out and hanging out and having a good time, brother. Who we gonna raid? Get your views ready.